everybody. It is February 11th, 2022. We are 2 days away from the bowl that is super. Or the big game, because every ad around here cannot say the words super and bowl too closely together, lest we all be sued.
Super Duper Bowl.
Yes, the Super Duper Bowl, that thing. But yes, another great evening, and we're going to have a little bit of a hodgepodge of some different topics. I got a couple of things I want to touch on that we'll go into, but it'll be kind of whatever you guys in the chat want to do, whatever comes up. We may get a BGS rant tonight. Tonight might be the night, folks, and I might have just the beautiful segue to lead us into it. Old news, but at least it'll give us an opportunity to explain a couple of things and also give some context, so we can touch on it a little bit, and it'll lead smoothly into a lovely transition. So first, Eric, on a scale of 1 to 100, how much do we love kabooms?
These are the dumbest things that have ever come into our hobby. Why in the world are these cards that look like something children should be playing with are worth so much money and are so collectible? They are without a doubt the dumbest product in the hobby of collecting.
But half-shirted men offer to give it away and then take it back. That's how important kabooms are, Eric.
I want to collect them all and put them in a giant pit, dump gas in them, and set them on fire.
That is the perfect sentiment to begin the show. That's what I wanted. That's all I asked for.
Okay.
I asked for small things, but
they're utterly ridiculous.
Good on you. Perfect. So good evening, Jeff. Absolutely. And good evening, Name. Absolutely.
Names, names here already?
Yeah, right out of the block, man. 9:01 p.m. Eastern time. The man has a comment.
Unbelievable.
Yep. They are punctual today, folks. They are punctual. I love it. Beautiful. All right. So we'll go through a couple different things. And like I said, anything you guys want to chat about in the chat and you want us to hit on, you definitely can. So we can definitely do that. That'll be a little bit of fun. So real quick here, let me grab a couple here. Oh, here we go. Will says June 1st, Kaboom's plummet. July 1st. July 1st. It's July.
June, they'll still be okay.
Yeah. July the 1st. You're so close. You're so close.
Yes, correct.
So here we go. When are you going to have Pepino Man as a guest? He's been a guest like for months. The problem is I think I keep clicking the wrong button. Did you remember when I asked Eric to elaborate and then I click and then he went into a dark void or something? I think Pepino Man's been in the dark void. I think when Bobby Burrell starts his, it'll be a Pepino Man and Bobby Burrell comedy duo. Maybe. And then I'll tune into the chat there. We'll do that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, his comedy doesn't work quite as well for me, and I'm very particular about my comedy.
I think it would go well with Eric because he likes Chinese.
That is true. That is true.
And kabooms are quite shiny.
Maybe if I ever did have Pepino Man on, maybe what I would do is it would be my easiest hosting job ever. I would just put them on the screen and let them talk, and then I would just turn off the camera, mute, and that could be the 12-hour live stream.
Go make a
I'll come back and see what happens. Yeah, I'll come back and I'll make a sandwich, for 12 hours. I'll come back and see what happens.
Mm-hmm. And also equally ridiculous. And Carlos, you had stepped away a few minutes ago, and I was talking to Yannick and Brad. I got one of the cherished cards in the hobby. I got a PMG green.
Oh, look at this guy.
Also known as a 1995 Parkhurst Emerald Ice for $10.
The problem is he didn't put out a 10 on the back. If he had put out a 10 on the back, you could add a couple zeros to that.
Hold on, let me get my pen.
That's all I'm saying.
I can do that very easily.
You fix that.
You have to get BG to write it on the back.
Somebody tell me what the difference is.
I've actually had a bunch of those emerald greens. The PMG, the foil on it is a better style foil. I do like the greens, the emeralds. They actually do look quite nice. But you can definitely tell the difference for the PMGs, the way the foil is. It's actually got some texture to it. That one's a lot smoother. Color-wise, though, not much of a difference.
I will sell it to anybody in the chat or on the show for $1 million.
Well, if the inflation concerns are true, that'll be like $1 now, and then it'll be $1 million by the time it arrives to you if we mail it to you.
That's working its way there. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So there's my very first PMG green, and it is on sale for $1 million.
Or a single Doge.
It's not even graded. Brad, you need to step up.
It's true.
It's going to be very tough, Eric. Very tough to grade that bad boy.
That is true. They do chip.
Yeah, I have heard that.
Yep. So, good evening, Baz. Absolutely. Okay, so let me touch on tonight. One of the things that I'll do, that, like I said, one of my fun things that I like to look at, a little degenerate gambling never hurt anyone. No, it hurt a lot of people. But the point is that I do love stupid Super Bowl prop bets. Love them, especially when the dumber the better, because they're ridiculous. Incidentally, don't bet Super Bowl prop bets; they're stupid. Just don't. They're dumb, but they're fun to look. They're fun to read and they're fun to look at. And we'll touch on a few of those tonight. Yes, Jeremy Giambi absolutely passed away. So you got Jason and Jeremy. So you had the two brothers there, Giambi.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
What
so it was
happened?
Jeremy the one. I genuinely don't know what the cause was, but it's one of
Haven't
those things where it's
reported
like, it wouldn't surprise me if, I don't remember if Jeremy, I know Jason was caught for steroids. I don't know if Jeremy was though.
I believe he was. He was
Yeah,
also,
probably. I think
he also
so.
ended his career here in Boston.
Yeah.
And I believe he was also, but I don't want to speak ill of the deceased and say that he did something he didn't, but I believe so.
Here we go. So Buzzy's saying it was suicide. Okay. Good.
Oh, wow.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I
But,
generally don't know. I have no idea.
I know he was found dead at his parents' house.
Okay.
So that's
Yeah.
all I know.
He's Jason's little brother, and he was actually the character in the Moneyball movie when they talking
Oh,
about.
okay. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gotcha. All right. No, that's unfortunate. I did hear about it, but I didn't look into it too much. So thank you for filling us in a little bit there. 1 million Canadian, US, or Canada. It's like at this point, it doesn't really matter. Like I said, if the inflation thing is to be believed, like again, if you just mail it to Eric, by the time it gets there, it'll be worth the equivalent of $1 million by that point. We'll have to shift our money a couple times between now and then. So just letting you know. Just think
A
about it.
million Canadians, like $100 American.
Right now, it depends on our relative rates of inflation, though. If
Yeah.
we're inflating slower, eventually $1 Canadian could be $1 million American. It could be the other way around.
Yeah. Hey, who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Then I would grade.
Yeah, I was gonna
There
say,
you go.
like, you may as well at that point. And actually, I have my own grading rant, but I'll do that after. We'll get to it. We'll get to it.
Okay.
A
Paul
lot
here
going
perks up.
on.
Yep, Paul perks up a degenerate
Oh,
gambler.
hey, what's that? What's that?
DMG.
That's the blue one.
That's the blue one.
Oh yeah,
That's
I only have
Gretzky,
the
though.
green.
It's Gretzky, though.
It's a
Yeah,
good clean
yeah.
one. It's a good clean copy too, so it is a 9. That's a good clean copy.
Yeah, that one's out of 25. I picked it up.
Was it 25 for the blues? Really? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, 25 for the blue from 2013.
Nice. Okay, there you go.
Yeah,
That's
mine's
for sure.
yeah, it's too bad for you. Mine's out of 10. Mine's better.
Well, once you write it on the back.
Well,
Once you write
yeah.
it on the back.
Should I use blue ink or
I wrote
black
that on
ink?
A black
Green.
ink is always clearer. I prefer
Black ink. All
Black
right,
ink's better,
I'll
yeah.
put the blue pen away. I'll get the black.
Yeah,
ink.
black ink's better.
All right.
And I figured Paul would perk up into some degenerate gambling. We do enjoy that. That's always important. Here we go. Wait, did other baseball player in the 90s use steroids beside Bonds and Clemons? Allegedly. Hashtag allegedly. We'll pick it back to allegedly here in a minute.
You say
Did
allegedly or everybody? Sorry.
Allegedly, everybody.
Oh,
Yeah.
Did SGC really grade fake cards? Yes, they did. Peter from SGC admitted to as much. But, and by the way, he got a lot of kudos for that transparency. Hashtag transparency. We love transparency. But, and I give him credit for doing it. But I do see a major pitfall in this strategy, and I'll explain it. I can actually bring it back to some of my working life in customer service. Sometimes it's not always a good idea to be too transparent. But I'll actually explain. I'll explain a little more in a bit. Yeah, Jeremy did come out publicly saying he took steroids mid-90s. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. That's fair. Most took steroids in the 90s. Yeah, there was a lot. It was a very high propensity because there was enough incentive and the testing wasn't really there. Like, and honestly, it wasn't illegal for a good chunk there. So it's like you could do basically whatever you wanted. Baseball looked the other way anyway. Now they've gotten holier and thou in the time since. But at the time, nobody cared and nobody was asking any questions. You do what you do. You gain 25 pounds of muscle. Seems legit. Sounds good. Whatever happened, happened. So I want to touch on one thing here because it's an old story. It's actually been around for a while. I want to touch on it a bit. It'll talk a little in the grading piece, and then we'll shift from there to some of this other stuff. So Sports Card Radio has been kind of infamous for doing different kinds of videos. This one, though, they talked about it. This was an actual story. It goes back all the way to 2019. A lot of this came out. So I'll share with you the articles and stuff like that because, like I said, it's been out for a while. So nothing inherently wrong, but it is, it's kind of a convenient timing thing. It's kind of a clickbaity thing, but it's not because it's been around for a while. But a lot of people got shocked or whatever, I guess. They were like very enthusiastic. It's like, guys, this has been around for 3 years. Nothing has really come of it, even though people kind of knew about it already for a while. But if you're new, I can understand this being, I guess, surprising to you in some way. So really quick, I'll touch on it. So this is from the Sports Card Radio website. Yes, they do have one. And occasionally they've got articles on it. A lot of this, though, to be fair, is pulled from Blowout. And there is a Blowout forum. And what I'm going to do is I'll include a link to this if you're curious and want to do a little scanning. They do put a synopsis together of some of the stuff, but they're pulling from Blowout. I will also include a link to the Blowout post. Now, it's very long. If you got nothing better to do, it's 176 pages right now. So if you got nothing better to do,
I got a lot of better to do.
Yeah. So this one here is it is a synopsis of a lot of the information. They do pull it from those threads, but a lot of this information is in the Blowout post. And the first thread, by the way, has been updated a bunch of times and gives you a lot of this information anyway. The point is, there's a guy named Joe Clemons who works for Leaf Trading Cards, or worked at the time. Good old Brian Gray. Now, also bear in mind, full disclosure, Brian Gray and the brothers here who run this website have had a long-standing feud, and Brian Gray has threatened them like 100 times. They've had a back and forth over years. Anyway, so here's the point. The big, shocking element of the story is that this guy, Joe Clemons, works for Leaf and has had a disproportionately high number of BGS 10 Black Labels, which, if you know too much about the hobby, are incredibly difficult to do. It's incredibly difficult to pull that kind of a ratio in general. But here's the problem. And a lot of the information here is perfectly fine because it's just pointing out that they've gotten, quote unquote, a lot luckier than anybody has any right to be in terms of that. And here's the guy in question, and there is a link to the thread here. Like I said, I'll give you that information and you can check out, you can skim through it. But I gave you the high level view is this guy has a ton, and Brian Gray has kind of indirectly defended him and tried to make excuses for it in that a little bit, which of course then they, lead into making it, kind of a Brian Gray thing and be like, what does Brian Gray really know, et cetera, blah, blah, blah. Okay, long story short, this story has been out since 2019. Nothing has really come of it. And it's not because there isn't smoke here. I genuinely, now I'll state my opinion. My opinion is there is some shadiness here. As the patron saint of shadiness, I'm all in favor of some shadiness. However, here's the problem. That's about as far as we can get. What we've established is that somebody, to use a metaphor, we've established that somebody has actually managed somehow. I'm not pulling you off the screen because I'm focusing on what I'm doing here.
You brought it up.
Yeah. The point is that what has happened here is that we've got a situation where you basically have somebody who has managed to pull the equivalent of 10,000 straight, coin flips and call 10,000 in a row correctly. Is that impossible? No, it's not impossible. It is possible. Is it improbable? Absolutely. It's 100% improbable. The likelihood of it is, if we have an infinite universe or if we have an infinite amount of time, could somebody pull it off? Yeah. They could also get 10,000 in a row wrong. The math doesn't add up. But does that mean definitively, can you prove definitively that that's what happened based on that? No, not really. That's about as far as we can get. We can say there's a really good chance they did something, but who's involved in it? Who knows?
1 in 10 million lifetimes.
Yeah.
I don't know, something like that.
Yeah. But the point is that, okay, so let's say we're all comfortable with the idea that, yep, the fix was in. Something's up with that. Cool. Why you specifically? Who was involved in it? Is it Jeremy from BGS? Dun, dun, dun. I'll bring the picture up later. But the point is, he of the shock face all the time. Could it be him? Could it be somebody? But also you have to get graders in on it. You also have to be able to set it out with the understanding that people are going to pick up on the fact that you have a disproportionately high amount. Again, does that mean they didn't do it? No. But do we have enough evidence? The problem is 3 years we've had a 176-page blowout thread where they've talked about this to death, beat the dead horse, turned it into glue, and distributed all the glue. The glue is gone at this point from the dead horse. And we're still no closer to finding the smoking gun because you still need, okay, so who actually did it? When did they do it? When did they agree to it? Was there a paper trail? Can we figure out where it is in the Beckett servers? It's hidden underneath somewhere in the servers. We're never going to find it.
Yeah, well, it's kind of gotten to that point where over the last couple of years that we've had such a blowout with the hobby exploding, what have you. Everybody was focused on that. Now it's receded a little bit, and people are kind of looking at dirt. And we never had as many vlogs as we did back then. Today, we can say there's 100 times. So you're going to get this. This part of it coming up again. Because with all the shadiness and other stuff that was happening, obviously bringing this forward again doesn't really hurt. But it's actually a good story because I really never heard of it before. Okay, to be honest. So
so you didn't catch in 2019. I remember that one circulating, and I think I remember reading the original thread a little bit at the time, contemporary with the time period.
Sure.
Obviously, we didn't have the ability to circulate it as quickly to the degree that we do now. So here's the thing. Out of all the things that Sports Card Radio does, I don't mind them bringing it up again. I just think it's silly that people are like acting like this is a shocking revelation. No, you could have just asked us. Like the thread is literally 3 years old, and we haven't added new information. That's kind of the key point, is that we haven't been able to add anything in a while. The last time it's been addressed has been over the last couple of years. It's actually been addressed, and Brian Gray has been asked point blank about it, maybe a half dozen times over the last year or two. And we don't get any different information. He's not going to change his story. Why would he?
Well, I guess we're at the expanded time where there is more people out there, and maybe something will come forward by bringing it up again. You know, it's sort of like they had those shows where they redo the show again. It's like a murder mystery, and they're just bringing it up again to bring, you know, the public. Yeah, something like that. You know, just to reemphasize it again.
Yeah.
And we'll see what comes from it, if anything comes from it at all.
Yeah, I would still wager the under, just because it's like the blowout guys are usually pretty diligent on going out, because a lot of the stuff, a lot of the trimmed card scandals, the blowout guys are really tenacious. When they get some meat on the bone, they will dig at it until they've extracted everything they can out of it. They had about 3 years to chip away at it. Haven't really come up with anything beyond that. Let's put it this way: the circumstantial case is super strong. I think most hobby people are pretty comfortable there's something up. But we need something else. There's a missing piece, though, that we don't have to cross the bridge over to the other side.
Maybe we will now.
You never know. So I appreciate here, Will. Did it for the hobby content guides. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, Conseco one time was built like Incredible Hulk at the plate. He was for quite a while. He was still a pretty big guy even after, to be honest. Praise to the content gods. Running out of people to toss in the volcano? Never, Paul. I never run out. Sits upright at shadiness and innuendo? Love it. Joe was a grader with Beckett, and people assume he has a backdoor to someone inside of Beckett. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, again, plausible, sure. Like, there's plenty of ways to do it. The problem is
I'll take the odds.
Yeah,
at an even keel too.
Two different things though. The odds of it being done really high. You're not going to get amazing odds. It's like, yeah, $1,000, you can win $10. You're not going to get much of a win on that. Yeah. However, in order to actually get something out of it, in terms of actually finding somebody, you know, to pin this on and actually get some result out of it, Brian Gray will keep running Leaf. He'll keep, you know, feuding with people on Twitter, and the hobby story turns a little bit more. It does another rotation around the sun.
And that's what we do here.
Yeah, pretty much. Beckett should have come out with the submission stats and grading details for Black Label. Well, I think now GemRate and those guys are doing a much better job of that. So I think now they're going to be taking the mantle of a lot of that stuff. And I'd rather somebody, if they're independent, like do their own analysis of that stuff as well. Because I don't think I trust Beckett to give me stats on anything at this point.
Has Beckett given us anything in the last year or two?
I'm not sure they've acknowledged they still do cards.
I'm
not completely convinced. Yeah, crazy thought. If people are actually good at finding high quality cards to submit, maybe the guy's OCD and wears out loops. Yeah, again, that's why I gave the 10,000. That's why I gave the 10,000. You know, calling 10,000 coin tosses. Is it possible? Yes. Likely? No.
You're overlooking something. He was called Eagle Eye. Like, come on. You
I
have
need Laser Eye
like the
point.
Great One, Eagle Eye.
I need Eagle Eye and AI.
Have you ever seen Eddie the Eagle?
Oh, I did. 19. Yeah, that's 84. Yeah.
Or maybe Eddie the Eagle was involved in it while he was bribing a police officer, attempting to. That could be. You never know.
Possibly.
Yep. Joe Davis got baseball card as a legend. Not sure what that has to do with anything, but thank you. So I agree there is something going on here, but I don't think any of us can call it evidence. Yeah. No, but that's my point. My point isn't that that the folks that were around back in 2019 when it circulated, we're all pretty much like, yep, they probably did it. Mm-hmm. What do you want to do about it? You still need actual evidence to actually do something about it. But yeah, we're pretty confident. Yeah. The same way that we were pretty confident the T206 Honus Wagner was trimmed from 1991 for years, until finally, like, Joe Master's like, yeah. And here's the razor blade. Here's video of me doing it. Like, that was basically all you need at that point. It's like, yeah, yes, I did. Thank you. I will go to jail now. Goodbye.
Yeah. My opinion on this is
BGS landed because now is your time if you want to.
Well, it's an opinion, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I think if I want to make sure the word "if" is enunciated. If this is true, then I do not believe that Leaf, therefore Brian Gray, has any fault. This has nothing to do with him. this is 100% at the feet of Beckett. It is their product. It is their reputation. It's their slabs. It's their black label. It has nothing to do with Brian Gray and Leaf. Unless you find out that it's some crazy thing where he's, sending them money and he's, backdooring money to get this done, then that changes it. But I don't believe that's the case. But if Tiger Woods shot, played a round of golf and had 18 holes in one.
Don't you bring Tiger Woods into this?
Easy, Brad. Brad loves Tiger. Watch out.
Absolutely.
If Tiger had,
I was gonna say Brad accepted my Tom Brady slander because it was so brilliantly delivered and
I'll
at
bring
like
Tiger
apex
Woods
level.
into it.
You had better be careful, my friend. You better bring your A game.
Yeah,
If-
it was that was very, very good.
if he shot an 18 on a course, you would say, wait a minute. But if he had one hole in one, you'd go, wow, that's awesome. He's got that skill level. He's got that ability. That's fantastic. If he shot 18 holes in one, you'd say, no, something's up. There's a magnet. There's
No, he's Tiger Woods.
Oh, or he was keeping
you know.
score by himself and no one else was around.
Right.
Yeah.
He's playing on a closed course and he was the only one on it. Yeah.
Well, the problem with that story is that I can tell you for a fact Tiger has shot 18. The problem is I beat him by shooting 17.
Exactly.
It was the craziest game of golf you're ever going to see. Like, we're still not sure how that happened. There was a negative in there somewhere. I don't know what happened there.
You're that good
I know.
It's funny
because
how
you're
Eagle-
Carlos.
Oh yes, and it's funny how the
But
word
Eric, so what
Eagle
you're-
works into that story both ways. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Brad.
Go ahead, Brad. Go, Brad.
What you're saying too, though, is I don't know much about this story. I remember I heard it a couple of years ago or whatever.
Sure.
But how? And again, I could be. Maybe this is out there, but I get what your point, what you're saying. But did this guy submit 100,000 cards?
Well, so let me touch on a couple things here.
Is that out there? I
That's
don't know if it is
where
or
Brian
not.
Gray kind of did. Maybe the theme of tonight. If there's an overarching theme on a lot of the stuff that I'm going to talk about tonight, that isn't just our random just chatting about different stuff for fun, but as for the hobby story portion of it, if the general theme of tonight is there is a time and a place to share, there's a time and a place to give opinions and to throw things out, and sometimes it's best to say nothing or to say very little. Where I think Brian Gray, I generally agree with Eric, where if the guy Joe Clemons has done something, again, we're pretty sure something happened here. What exactly it is, the full nature of it, hard to say. Where Brian Gray kind of gets into this is obviously, being somebody that employs this individual, he got asked about it, I believe. And again, in the sports car radio thing, again, to their credit, sometimes they do a little bit more TMZ-ish salacious stuff. In this case, they just regurgitated a bunch of old info. But a bunch of old info that was cited sources. So I'll give them credit. They did cite sources. So they used an About the Cards podcast episode where the guys asked Brian Gray about this. So they pulled the clip. So like I said, it's not like it's never been brought up before in various mediums. So people that heard that podcast over time have gotten to hear his side of the story. Well, he basically sort of downplayed his role with Leaf, but then at the same time also kind of gave him an excuse. He goes, oh, well, how do you know we're not sending he's not sending the best 10,000 cards or,
20,000, he said,
yeah.
sorry.
But basically that's the thing. Not that Bobby was paying attention or anything.
No.
But the point is, he used that example of if you send in enough volume, then mathematically, yes, it's a lot of black labels relative to the overall. But he also is well, we don't know how Beckett, puts their information in the register, in the serial numbers. How do they sort all the black labels and stack them together so that if somebody looks at a list, they just see a bunch of black labels, but the rest of them are stacked separately, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's all well and good, but thou doth protest too much, sir. Why are you making excuses for somebody else's thing? You're giving us a lot of excuses on their behalf. And that's where you kind of get dragged into it. That's where people kind of look to you, Brian Gray, and go maybe if Joe Clemons is the one giving this explanation, okay, that's one thing. If you say, hey, you know what? I believe Joe is, doing his job, he's on the up and up. I don't know what the details are behind that. That's a perfectly valid response. I don't know the details behind that. It does seem strange, but I don't know what the situation is with that because I'm not involved in it. If you're not involved in it, why am I answering for somebody else's thing? Right? So
I
that's the key point here.
I
There's a
think
time and a
Brian
place to
likes
share.
to. I think Brian likes to fight. I think he's
I
a
agree.
fighter.
I agree.
I think anything that he has an opportunity to fight, sick the lawyers on, get out ahead of, he enjoys that.
Yeah.
So I think that's why. So you set that guy up to get his opinion on something, and somehow connect him or the company to it. Just sit back because you're going to have to listen for a half hour.
Yeah, and I agree with that. But that in a case like that, that's to his detriment because if he does have nothing to do with it, he sucked himself into the vortex of it. So now all of a sudden he is an excuse maker or an apologist or someone who has interjected themselves. Now people are going to go like, so do you know something? Is there a reason why you are the one who is defending rather than letting the individual defend themselves? And you can support them once they've gotten the opportunity to state their piece and say, I trust Joe. He works for me and he does a great job for me. There's a million ways that you can still be supportive without being the one providing the excuse.
I agree.
Yeah. So it's how you present these things, right?
Well, for the sake of Eric setting a precedence here, I think we should preempt every discussion with the hashtag if on his behalf. And I think going forward, we do pretty good.
You could. There's a bunch of ways to do it. So I'm going to come back to good old BGS because I am always here for a little BGS slander. But let me segue briefly over into the SGC thing because we had that. So SGC graded a couple of Pokemon cards that were fake. And Peter from SGC came out on social media, on Instagram, and gave a nice little video, a short little video giving the synopsis of what it was. They discovered it. They want to look into it further. Again, very transparent, very good. Good PR. Like, it's the opposite of what Beckett does, ironically. Just say something, give a little information, and, it goes a long way. And he's gotten a lot of kudos and a lot of credit, etc. Because, again, Peter right now is in the hobby's good graces. We love our heroes until they become villains and they stick around long enough.
Well, he's not in my good graces.
Oh, he's everyone's good graces except for Bobby.
Well, I sent him an email. He never got back to me.
Ridiculous, outrageous. This is gonna open up the next new scandal in the hobby.
But Nat did.
I don't know. The things are churning. But I did want to make a quick point about this. I had no issue with anything Peter said in that brief video because it was just giving the situation, explaining what they're going to do about it and doing all that. That's fine. But here's where I put on my old customer service hat from when I used to do work at the call center doing tech support, and then later on in my job working at the bank doing different technical work. Sometimes there's transparency. You want to make sure it shouldn't be a black box all the time because people like to feel like they at least understand conceptually what's going on. But then there's also, you got to be real careful because if you don't know the nature of what it is you're talking about and you don't know if there's more to come, you can set yourself up for a world of hurt. So here's what I mean by this. When I worked at the call center, I was in tech support. You're only talking to me if something's wrong, if something's broken. People's brains, the way they're wired, they tend to be wired of remembering the negative stuff. So when somebody would call me, I would be able to pull up their record and be able to see all the times you called, what it was about. I could read the notes. I could check all this information. But here's what happens all the time. You call me. TV's not working. I go and fix it for you. And what happens is you had to wait a long time. You had to wait on hold, blah, 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 to get to me. I fix it for you. Great. But you're frustrated. So you say like, oh, your garbage never works. And I'm sitting there and I'm looking. And they've been with the company for 10 years as a customer. And in 10 years, they've called 6 times. The stuff never works, ever. And you've called 6 times in 10 years. Seems like it's working most of the time. But what do we remember? We remember when it doesn't work. We remember when it gives us frustration. We remember when we missed our favorite show. We always remember those. We don't remember the 99.99% uptime where it was working just fine. And you're watching your show and there's no issue and you didn't have to call anybody. You remember every negative automatically by default more than all the other times when nothing happened and it ran the way it was supposed to and you're good. My point that I'm making is they found 2 Pokemon cards that were fake. And Peter immediately says like, oh, we graded 1 million cards last year and it's been about a year since the last time there's been an issue or whatever. It's like, and I believe that to be true. Does that mean that they didn't have any other cards that were fake that were graded? I can pretty much guarantee there were. You just haven't found them yet.
Just by odds with them.
Yeah, just by statistical probability.
Yeah.
And PSA grades 10 times as many. So mathematically, they probably have 10 times as many that have gone through. Mathematically. By the way, that would still be a tremendously good ratio out of millions and millions and millions of cards. That's why I posed the question. If SGC grades 1 million cards in a year and 500 of them are bad, That means 999,500 of them were fine. That's a pretty good mathematical ratio, a really good percentage. But people will remember that 500 way more than they'll remember the 999,500. PSA does 10 times that amount. If we follow the math, that would be 5,000 fake. Oh my God, 5,000 fake cards in a year? What? They graded 10 million.
They're getting pretty good at it now. I know that they were selling those reprints on a Japanese site. I think it was something
And
like
that. But that's the other portion of it, is that the people making the fakes are getting more sophisticated. The people altering are getting more sophisticated. It's getting harder to do that job, not easier. But I'm back to my little small story from a small sample size. Somebody is with a company for 10 years. They have 6 total problems in a decade. But all they remember is like, oh, your stuff never works. When I worked at the bank and I'm doing the technical thing, I would train people and say, hey, let them know that we fixed it. Oh, should we tell them exactly what happened with it? No. Why? Because if we have to have a conversation about this in 2 or 3 weeks or a month, they're going to start to assume there's something wrong with the system. Even though 99.999% of the time, it's running fine. Because people only remember. So the reason I'm bringing this to the SGC thing is, it's great that Peters came up and said something. Good. But what happens if they find some fake cards in 2 weeks? Is he going to make another video?
No.
What happens if they find more in a month and a half from now? 2 months, 3 months? What happens if there's 4 or 5 more incidents within the next calendar year? Which is still not a lot, by the way. It could be a couple of dozen cards over the next calendar year, 12 months. That's not a lot in the grand scheme of things. But if you make a video every single time with a mea culpa, people are going to be like, oh man, SGC doesn't know how to authenticate anything. Peter's on there all the time telling us about this fake card, that fake card. Well, actually, that's not fair if you actually do the math over the course of the amount. Do you get what I'm saying? It's very easy to, it's almost like the boy who cried wolf in reverse. You're trying to get out in front of something. You're trying to make sure you're transparent, but it backfires and blows up in your face. Because you don't know if there isn't something. You caught these 2. What if it's part of that greater order, there were another 5 that you haven't heard about yet, but you hear about it in a couple of weeks or a month?
Clickbait sells, man. What are you going to do?
No, but all I'm trying to say is I'm not discrediting what he did. I understood why he did it. I don't think it was a terrible idea, but I'm like, be careful, my young friend. Be very careful how you use that weapon.
Coming out now, then it covers him down the road.
It covers him for the moment until if he does make another video the next time and the next time, immediately people start citing that.
Yeah, he wouldn't do that after that. I think he's.
So he's not being transparent now, Bobby.
Oh no,
he's hiding it.
No, he's already come out and said it. So okay, we got.
He said it for those 2 cards. I'm talking about the next card.
Another one. Yeah, well, that he's kind of been upfront right now, so that's kind of good for him in that sense. Because if he would have waited, he'd be screwed. Because then it's like, why did you wait so many months?
No, I agree. But that's why I say it's going to get trickier as you go along.
Doesn't he have to respond every time
no.
somebody realizes they have a fake card in his slab and they put it all over the internet?
Well, here's the funny thing. What does PSA do if there's an issue? If it's a big enough issue, they'll issue a statement. But if it's not, you don't think anybody has had an altered card or whatever that they've come back to PSA with it? They go, yep, you're absolutely right. Here, we'll cut you a check. They're not advertising it. They're just like, no, send it in. We'll look at it. And if there's an issue, we'll cut you a check.
Regular business.
Good day. Good day, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's like it's considered to be part of doing business. It's like we're doing 10 million cards. I'm sure a couple slip through. We're not making a big deal of it every single time.
No.
So that's all I'm getting at, is that it's going to get trickier as SGC tries to grow and they try to do greater volume over time. They're going to find more. The transparency to Bobby's suggestion, I agree with him. There's a good chance the next time he won't make another video. But then somebody will be like, well, you used to make videos when these things happen. Are you saying there's more of them than we know? Are you hiding it from us? Sports Card Radio!
Well, what they should have is a professional Pokemon gaming card, whatever professional there on site, and they should be knowing what's going on in the circuit. Oh, you got to look for these ones because it's a little bit lighter on the font on the bottom, so those ones are the fake ones. So these guys should know that right up in front. And I think that they jumped into the Pokemon a little bit faster.
So we need Rattle Pokemon to work at SGC. Perhaps. Just saying.
I'm watching stuff.
At what price point? And maybe
Buck
Brad,
an inch.
maybe Brad has an idea of this. At what price point, on average, do you have to start looking for counterfeits. Yeah, a dollar card, you don't have to worry about it being counterfeited. At what price point do these grading companies say, okay, this is over 50, this is over 100, this is over 500, this is over 1,000? At what price point do they go, okay, we have to make doubly sure, we have to spend extra time on this specific card, especially if it's the hot card on the market at the time? How do they do that? Because they don't treat every card the same. If I send in a filler card of a common because I want a complete set done and the card's worth $2 to $3, they're just grading it and sending it back. They don't care that if it's counterfeit or not.
Eric,
So
you're
what
posing
price
questions we
point-
can't even answer. Like, give us something we can answer.
No, it may be just your opinion then. Well, at what price point do these grading companies say, okay, we have to bring in, the big machine? We got to really pay attention to this one.
$49.97,
Okay.
Yeah.
and we round
I don't
up
know.
in Canada, so it's 48.
The answer, I couldn't answer that at all, but I can tell you one thing that I think and I feel going forward is the transparency that PSA is going to deliver. And I think we're all going to learn, including myself, we're going to learn a lot more about the processes and a lot more about that stuff going forward, which is very important because you want to learn about it, right? Like, I love learning about new things. I think it's great. And I think how you can prevent a lot of fraud in the hobby is by educating the hobby on it. Because I legitimately would not have a clue on a fake Yu-Gi-Oh card, a fake Magic card. I wouldn't know what to look for. And I don't even know if you can actually look for some of these things with the naked eye. Like, I think it's very tough.
Well, there are telltale signs that hockey cards, if I see Boston Bruins on the front, it's counterfeit. So like there are telltale signs. They're subtle. You have to look carefully, but they're telltale signs.
Yeah. But it's funny, you just put up that comment, not to get off topic.
Yeah.
The comment that was just on the screen. I think
the hockey or baseball card commercial.
Tends to people that submit more.
Yeah. So this one.
Yeah. So, like, one thing that I can say for sure about this process is there is great submitters and there's people with great eyes that scrutinize and go through their cards, and they're just better at it. Like, I know submitters that are terrible at it. And I know submitters that go through and they don't send anything unless it's perfect. I just had one guy that did some stuff. He did 25 cards, all young guns, and all 25 are back PSA 10s. Mm-hmm. I know that he went through about 800 cards to pick out those 25. And he spent meticulous time. He went through every card, looked at every card, and he picked out, and there was more than he picked out than just 25, but there were 25. He goes, these ones I think these should all be 10s. And he got all 25 were 10s, deservingly so, right? So he's a good submitter. I have people like myself, when I was submitting at $10 a card, I just said, what's the difference if I get a bunch of 8s and 9s or 10s? I was sending everything. Like, I didn't take the time. I mean, I shouldn't say everything, but I would look at them visually and I'd say, all right, give them a little wipe and then send them in, because at $10, it didn't matter. So now you can see, I think there's going to be more 10s given out now because people actually take the time and they scrutinize and they look at it. And like Carlos, like the cards that you went through, like, I think you said, I looked these over, even at the $50 US rate, you still, like, that's $50 a card. You don't want to waste that. Right?
Yeah. It's also that, raw, they were already worth more than that level. And for a lot of those, even in the holder, even if it got like an average grade or like an okay grade for it, they would still be easier to move. They'd be more liquid in the holder. So the value was there, but it's a math problem. It's like, there are cards that won't meet that threshold, but you knock it down to 25, certain other ones suddenly come into play again.
Yeah.
We almost talk about wax in the same way. There's no perfect way to grade every time. There's no perfect pack. There's no perfect autograph. So we have as best as we can get with who we have, and we have to take it with that. Sometimes you're happy with the grade, and sometimes you're not. Sometimes they missed something, sometimes they didn't, but they're consistent. as they've grown, I think they'll become a little less consistent as you get 100 graders opposed to 30 top graders. I think it'll there'll be a little.
There's another
variance there.
piece in there that touches into a couple of these that we'll touch on here for a second. See, Ty, you got to have good timing. Is Brad going to open up another business called SUC Canada? I don't think so. That'd be controversial. That'd be controversial. I do enjoy it. So here's Cardi C. This is Cardi C supporting Eric in the boss.
Thank you, Chris.
He's got to try to help out a little bit. Somebody's got to help him. So sounds like the bulk submitters that sent to Brad will be cut off according to the PSA news. So which PSA news are we referring to? Because right now Brad's still open for business. He's still doing his thing.
Yeah.
So if you want to specify which piece of PSA news you think you caught there, you can certainly go with it. So we'll hear. And this is the one I wanted to refer to. So if they admitted they treated cards differently, no one would send cards anymore. That is true. But here's something interesting. A lot of it will depend on that process. That's where it's going to come into play. Because if you're a grader, what information do you actually have? Like, here's the thing. If I grab a tray full of cards here, and your job is to grade these cards. Now, do we know that, oh, by the way, these are Brad's cards? Make sure it's taken care of. Yeah, make sure it's taken care of. Yeah, Brad. The Brad. Wait, he knows Carlos, right?
That's the good
10,
part.
10, 10, 10, 10, 10.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, there's a trout in here. 0, -10. But the point is that you have to bring the grader into it. Because if the grader is making the assessment, so remember, it's not just one level. Now, if you have, the head grader that's only in charge of these special cases, there are times in the world where that's a thing. But that's like the way it works in the real world all the time. When I worked at the call center, there was the line. There was a special line that all the VIPs got directly into that patched already under that other spot. It was a different phone number. They didn't have to wait. They get patched directly to somebody that will deal with them one-on-one immediately. There's no wait time. So there was a special line for that. So they had, if it was a celebrity who happened to do service with them, they would get patched into that line. If it was one of the executives from the Shaw Company, they would get patched into that line. So family and friends of the executives, they got the special number. All the peasants get the other number. And you can wait.
I'm shocked.
I know, right? It's shocking. But with the grading thing, if somebody's sending in a card at a $50 grading level, is that really worth special treatment, quote unquote? The idea that bulk submitters would get special, I get your point. But then if you're going to do special treatment, then you're going to do special treatment for really big bulk submitters. So did Marks get special treatment until they went bankrupt? Because they sent in a lot of cards. Millions of dollars worth of cards, right? Did they get a lot of 10s? I can't answer that. I don't know. But that would be like the example that you need a lot of submissions then to make it worth your while to get special treatment, so to speak.
If they did,
every 1,000 you get your free 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like, I entertain it. I respect the concept, but I'm just pointing out some of the logistical issues. And now, mind you, PSA would have a much easier time getting away with it because it's the threshold of a 10 is lighter than that black label 10. That black label 10, there's a lot of things you can get dinged with. You got subgrades. There's a lot of things you can scrutinize in a very specific way that make it tougher. So that's why when somebody gets a disproportionately high amount, like in that story, it comes off the page in a certain way compared to the other one. Did you want to say anything, Brad?
No, but you just got me on the whole black label thing, and I still think
Yeah.
that is probably one of the most gimmicky. I keep thinking about it. If you had 10 of the best graders from any companies together, and you had 10 black label, you had one black label card, and you had 9 BGS 10s or PSA 10s, and you cracked them all out. Those 10 graders, I guarantee they're not going to pick that. Are they going to be able to pick that one card that had the black label out of those 10? I don't think so. I don't even think.
We have sort of a similar thing with PWCC when they give her the highest grade in that grade thing. So it's basically almost the same, really, in that sense. Sure, there's better tens than others, but I understand what you're saying. But I mean,
but on a vintage card, though, like I feel like the eye appeal and everything else, I get that, and I believe in the eye appeal of a card. But on
I think there's a subjectivity to that. I think there's a subjectivity to that. I go aesthetically, this is an appealing card. It's got a clean image. I go to register because centering is centering. You can grab a ruler and figure out centering. Like we can if it's got borders, we can figure out centering.
If it has borders, yes.
Yeah, if it's got, and a lot of vintage cards do. So like in a lot of cases, we're able to work around that. But there are certain issues where again you have to have some familiarity with the issues. And I'll use an example: 57 Topps baseball. It's notoriously bad for images. The registration tends to be notoriously bad. So if you have a card that has a really good registered image, it stands out compared to the stack of other 57 Topps, if you know that issue. So immediately you're like, aesthetically, this is a superior card compared to the average for this, whatever grade it happens to be. So you can pick that out in a group and immediately be like, that one is better than the other ones in the similar grading condition. Just because of that registration, it makes it more appealing to potential buyers. And if it happens to have great centering, sharp corners, edges, immediately it moves right to the top of the pile.
I think PSA and all the grading companies miss a lot of that. There's a lot of cards out there that are like the number 100 Bobby, or that I'm going with your Boston theme, Eric. There, the number 100 card. It's very it's either very blurry or it's pretty clear, and unfortunately, the same grade it'll come because they don't really see them in a consecutive sense of grading. You can't see the difference if you don't have 50 of them in front of you or 20 of them, 10, whatever.
You're talking about the 1971?
Yeah.
Yeah, that I got mine's blurry.
I know, because you're a cheap ass. But anyways.
Nice.
But
So
PSA, part of the grading criteria is not to grade registration. Like it's not part of their initial
Really?
grading.
Yeah.
Oh, holy shit. I never knew that.
Yeah.
I'm
not part
appalled,
of their
actually.
grading- it's not part of their grading standards since day one.
So Will actually has a question that plays into the grading standard thing a little bit, and I think it's a good excuse to bring it up here, and I'll pull one of them up here in a second, because this is where I try to make the point consistently, and let's see, hopefully they didn't modify the website too much and I can find what I'm looking for. But the point that I was going to make was that they publish the grading standard, so you can see what a 10 is versus a 9 versus an 8, et cetera, blah blah blah. But the point of that is, let's see if I can find it. Services pricing, store sales, resources.
Fish eyes are part of it, but not registry. Wow.
Registry, yeah. You know the card, one of the registry problems, the 84 Opeachy Steve Eiserman. Like if you look at a lot of the PSA 10s out there, the registration is off on, I don't know. I mean, just in that card in general, I bet you half of them are bad registration.
That is, then it's a common occurrence and it can almost be accepted. And I think the buyer is at the point where he can determine the better card at their discretion. So
okay, so I want to do this. I'm going to pull Will's comment here, and then I'll quickly read something here. So let me read this first. So I think the hobby clearly wants more ways to identify the best cards. Fair. Not all PSA 10s are created equal is not a good saying for a brand. I get you, but let's keep something in mind, because PSA did this pretty much from day one, so they are consistent on this point. You got to remember this. This is for the Gem Mint 10. So this is for the 10. Is a virtually perfect card. Immediately there's a qualifier. Virtually. Attributes include 4 perfectly sharp corners, sharp focus, and full original gloss. A PGA Gem Mint 10 card must be free of staining of any kind, but an allowance may be made for a slight printing imperfection, another qualifier, if it doesn't impair the overall appeal of the card. The image must be centered on the card within a tolerance not to exceed approximately 55-45 to 60-40 on the front and 75-25 on the back. So you can have a PSA 10 that is 55-45 on the front, 75-25 on the back. Most likely you'd need better centering on the front to make that work for a 10, to level it out. But you can have 75-25 on the back, 50-50 on the front. You can have another one that's 50-50 on the front, 50-50 on the back. Logically speaking, the 50-50 on front and back should be a superior card, but they would both qualify under the merits of a PSA 10, by definition, published on their website.
And that's ridiculous.
sharp focus is actually registry.
That's registration, yeah.
Yeah.
They used that. They didn't call it
it's
registration, but I would call sharp focus. That would qualify.
It can only be that.
Yeah,
Like, oh
but
no,
it
he
can't
moved in the picture. No, it's registry. So it's
It can't
registry.
be
It is
because
their
the
brand.
registration's off on PSA 10, so it can't be.
Well, sharp focus is registry 100%. There's no other way of getting around that, Brad. Registry is
Brad,
focus.
red phone. Kevin Linane on the line. Let's go.
No, but if we
Don't make me call that. Anyways.
Yeah.
Email.
No, but you can bring up the registrations on a lot of these cards.
No, I get you. I get you. But I'm just using the published standard. This is directly from their website. That's why I say whenever anybody makes a question about this, I always go grab the standard right from the website, and I read it verbatim.
Right.
And that's why I explain that by definition, there is room within that 10 to have different types of 10s. It's right. It was in black and white, literally on the screen in front of you, in big font.
And you saw in the small print at the bottom after the big font, you could also receive a 10 if the card was made in Canada and cut with a bread knife.
Yeah.
Well, that's not mentioned.
Only if it's a Gretzky.
I couldn't read the fine print, but yeah, the registry definitely should be a consideration. And if 50% are, then those shouldn't get the 10. They should only get the 9.
Yeah.
And that's the truth. That's the way I would determine things.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the reason why I write books. It was really to help people understand what they have. What do they have? What's the problems? What's the issues? Like when you see the website, and that's going really well lately. You're going to see all those things that I put notes on the bottom.
Well, I was looking at it in the site for the last year that it's been fully active. Everyone's been able to get it except Eric.
Well, yeah, I know.
Like looking at in the forum, Brad and I had the back and forth arguing about the registration thing. Yannick had some hilarious memes. It was great. A great community you built over there, Bobby.
Yeah,
it's been great. Yeah, it's been good.
Eric, we'll let you in one day.
I hate you all.
If you enjoy our merciless mocking of Eric, hit the like button. And you should, honestly, you should. Cardi C, I understand. The Boston slander may have offended you. You may stay neutral in this matter. But everyone else hit the like button. I would appreciate that.
If Chris is still here, let me know if you're going to Luber tomorrow.
There you go. Sounds good. Yeah. But hopefully that makes sense though. Whenever anybody questions the thing, I always say, I want more published standards. To be honest, I would love if all the third-party graders, look, at least my point here is this. At the bare minimum, even if we don't agree with the grade, at least we have something to point to, and then we can ask ourselves the question, does it meet the criteria written down on the black and white? If the answer is no, then at least we have something specific to yell about. Something very specific. We can say, no, absolutely not. It does not meet that criteria. By what you wrote right there on your website, on your screen.
Yeah. Well, I would like to see going forward if that we do have cards like the number 100 Bobby Orr in 1970 that, it does come in, has registry issues, so those are public knowledge to everybody, and that'll help the grader in the end game anyways.
Bobby, just so I'm clear, you're talking about this one?
Yeah, the face is really bad. Like,
yeah,
it's almost unrecognizable. Oh, who is that? Is that?
That's
Busick?
Bobby Orr. Yeah. It's number 3 though.
So you got the out of registry one.
I just wanted to make sure that this is the one you were talking about.
It is. Yeah.
All right.
And
so this is number 3. In the set, and it's blurry, and you look at his ankles and stuff, you can just see it wasn't a real picture by any means. They did some funny stuff with this one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the face is really off, and sometimes it's very clear, and other times it's just really not.
Yeah,
so, Brad, like you said, about 50% of the time, I think.
And this is the O-Pee-Chee that I have.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So that's appreciated. Thank you for that courtesy. Appreciate you, Chris. Thank you. But yeah, hopefully you got your answer there, Eric. Up in the air, might stop by as an attendee for a bit.
Yep. Thanks, Chris. I was kind of thinking the same thing. It's up in the air myself, so I was wondering if you were having a table again. All right.
So Hockey brings a good question. I like this one because it's pertinent. It's timely because our Lord and Savior Jeff Wilson, was horribly offended by the drama and negativity in the hobby.
I didn't see that.
I watched the video and it was
I couldn't.
Moving.
I didn't want
to.
to.
It was moving. He didn't even do the hello.
I didn't even heard it.
He didn't play the intro.
Oh,
that's when you know it's serious. He was serious.
No hello.
So really, just to be 100% clear, as a life troll, no drama for the win. I'm still pitching for getting Colden to light himself on fire for the content. Don't do it for me. Do it for the content gods that I worship and appreciate.
It's almost like saying, let's suppress the truth. Let's not let people. That's what it is, really.
No, I get you.
It's not drama.
My joking opening remarks aside, I actually think it's a good topic. So I want to kind of discuss it. Look, I think there is room for accurate reporting.
Yes.
I think there is room for opinion founded by something, not just sensationalized, to get clicks. I think there's room for discussion, good discussion, because there's the good and the bad. If you've been in this game long enough, guess what? But what I find the whole thing, I get the idea, But it's been kind of hilarious to me, where the whole idea is like, oh well, if it's so much negativity, then the newbies
People
will be
won't
turned
buy
off. And I'm like,
cards.
for God's
Yeah,
sake,
yeah,
stop being
whatever.
wusses, stop being pansies. It's been like this forever, okay? People have ripped each other off since the dawn of time.
It's just
The
more
hobby
public.
didn't invent
It's
this.
more public now, as I was
Yeah,
saying,
like
right?
you can see it more, but I'm sorry to break this to you. There have been hobby dealers since the 1970s. You don't think any of them have been trimming cards and selling them as perfectly fine since the 1970s? By the way, that means 50 years. That's longer than most of us have been collecting. Bobby was in his early 80s by that point. But the rest of us, that's been 50 years. It's a very, very long time where there's always been like, hey, buyer beware, pay attention, educate yourself. This is good advice in general. Educate yourself, be a little bit careful. You're buying the dealer. What does the buying the dealer advice even mean? It means somebody whose reputation has been that over time, they have proven they're genuinely very accurate. They stand behind their product. If you find something that's wrong, they will make it right. That's how you build and maintain a reputation over time. Because even the best dealers who have the most experience and have handled millions of cards will get one wrong. I guarantee it. They'll get one wrong, they'll get 10 wrong, they'll get 100 wrong. Especially if they've been doing it long enough. What they do after is crucially important. Do they stand by their product? Do they say, no, you bought this from me? It's wrong. We'll make it right. Here's your money back. Give me back that card and I'll make sure it's taken care of. The end hobby drama is, I think the idea, it's not a terrible idea because obviously people don't like people dwelling on the negative. The problem is that people don't know how to present something. I'm not presenting negative. I'm presenting factual. I'm also not getting upset about it. Do you see me upset about it? No, because to me, it's par for the course over time.
It educates people too on top of that, and I think that's always good. And honestly, the drama is like 5% of all the 95% hype, so live with it.
Yeah, you're always going to get an element of that. I understood the idea, and I think it's AIH Sports, who has been in the chat from time to time. He did a video today that was basically like, you should call out all the scammers. Now, here's the funny thing. Here's the irony. I'm going to sound like I'm contradicting myself from a second ago, but I'm not. Because his thing is call out all the scammers. The problem is some of you aren't good enough at figuring out who the scammers are. You call out people because he was focusing on pump and dumpers, but he didn't want to name anybody because he didn't want to get sued. So it's like, well, then what good is this video? Like, I appreciate the sentiment, but what good is this video? But the other part of it is, okay, sounds good. Again, in principle, sounds good. Here's the question. You get somebody who's pumping. Here's the problem. People don't understand the definition of this. Pump and dump is that you talk up something to raise its value and then sell it. That way you yield the profits from your pumping. That's the whole point of this endeavor.
Let's get rid of all those people.
Yeah, but here's the problem. What if you're just talking up the card because you like the card, but then you never actually sell it? I need to establish the dump.
What's
for
the
this to be a
fine
problem.
line that we cross, that where it's pump or it's dump?
Well, here's the thing. I don't care if somebody pumps up a card. What you do thereafter is the important part. What if you talk up a card and it's like, yeah, I had 100 before, I still have 100 now. The price went up, I still have 100. The price went up more, I still have 100. It's if I sell it and capitalize on the pumping, where then I have actually gained something materially from this. Otherwise, it's like, no, these cards are sweet. Buy them.
Have I mentioned the PMG Gretzky that I have for sale for $1 million? And anyone in the chat or on video can purchase this from me. It is the greatest card ever made. It's very shiny, and I think you should all have a bidding war to try to get it from me. So there is the pump, and I'll let you know how the dump goes.
We'll have to get you on Jeff's show.
Okay.
Yeah, Jeff. Good old. By the way, nobody can spell friggin' Jeff. It's hilarious. It's G off. It's not that hard. It's G off.
Get off.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, come on, man.
And another, on a serious note, well, somewhat serious, of course.
Somewhat.
Lecturing those in the hobby who are on shows like this, and talking about the negative, or the people in other chat rooms or Clubhouse or on social media who are complaining about the negative. That's not the problem. The problem is the people who are causing the problems. You follow me here? So my message isn't to the people who are complaining and talking about it and typing about it. It's the people who are ripping us off, who are being fraudulent, who are the true criminals. And to them, I say, knock off the shit. And then there won't be any drama in the hobby. And
There will always be drama in the hobby, Eric.
Criminals. What do you want?
Just to be clear, two
So-
things. I agree with Eric's principal point. Like quickly, serious, and then mockery. We can do both. So first, serious. I agree that there is a criminality and a criminal element that needs to be consistently. You need to vigilantly look out for it. Call it out when you see it. This is all 100% true. Serious, serious, serious. Now back to mockery. There will always be hobby drama because people are pansies. Forever. There is no hobby utopia free of drama. That does not exist. And by the way, I'd be bored to be involved in that hobby. I'm done with it. Screw you all. I'm out of here. That's garbage. It's trash.
Drama
That hobby
sells.
utopia is garbage.
Yeah.
I don't want any part of it.
No, I think you're right, because people are pansies and they're going to find something to complain
Yes,
about. I
exactly.
guess I'm mostly referring to maybe what Jeff was talking about, and just all this big news every week, and there's something going on, and this company's folding, and this crime happened, and this.
It's a business, man.
But
Well, here's the thing. Let's
don't lecture me.
There's a couple of comments here I want to touch
about
on.
it.
You don't have to click into it.
By the way, though, to be clear, well, yeah, I agree with Bobby on that. But the other thing also, to be clear, in the late 90s, the dark ages,
Yeah.
companies went out of business. Why? Because their business models were bad and they weren't actually making enough money when things were good, so that when things slowed down a little bit, the business model wasn't sustainable. Hobby stores went out of business. Why? Their business model sucked. When prices are going up and it's good, it's good. As soon as that didn't happen, they went out of business. They were running a bad business. I don't care if bad businesses go out of business because they didn't run a good business. By the way, other hobby shops survived. Why? They adapted. And they ran under sound business principles where they made sure that they were profitable as much as possible, and they made sure they had a rainy day fund. They had funds for a rainy day. They were able to weather the storm. And then as survivors, they were able to continue to work. Even if they weren't able to thrive, they were able to continue to survive. They kept the lights on. And then when the hobby boomed again, they were able to thrive for a while. But a lot of them probably sat back and thought, I've been through this game before. Let me make sure I squirrel some money aside just in case things slow down again. That's sound business. That is
So
not
Fanatics-
getting too far ahead of yourself.
So Fanatics was Top's rainy day fun.
It was. They weren't operating. By the way, Topps wasn't operating a good business.
No.
And they were making lots of money, but not as much as they should have, considering the brand equity they had.
They
built
owed
in.
a lot of money too. So
Yeah. They were running what should have been a really good business in the middle of a boom. They should have been worth billions, plural.
really,
Billions.
truth. That's the truth.
With the
100%.
brand name equity they have and the control they had for so long, they should have been minting money.
Unless you push, they seem like they just kind of sat back on their laurels and just business as usual. We're doing good. I'm getting paid. Enough said.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But that's where I'm back to bad
Goop.
business operating.
And
There you
that's
go.
why, unfortunately, in my opinion, starting July 1st, you're going to see some of these pop-up brick and mortar places that came about in the last year starting to shutter again, just like we saw in the 90s. It's going to happen again.
It's always going to happen.
Hmm.
Poor people
Yeah,
running
that
this.
one business-
It's hard. Sorry,
That
Brad.
one business model is based on your allocations from a card company. You are in trouble.
I agree.
Right?
I agree.
Like, very simple. Or your business relies on buying from guys that rush to Target and Walmart to buy blasters and retail product, and then they come into you. You pay them 20 points, and you add 20 points on top of it, and away you go. Then you definitely are going to be in trouble. No, zero.
Brad doesn't do that. See, Brad actually is one of the few outliers. Is that he has so much diversity. He's doing stuff online. He's sending stuff in. He's so many different facets of the business, and you have to be that way. If you're not diversified enough, you're going to die in this hobby.
Yeah,
and you
you
need
have
to
to.
be there. I see so many of my LCSs around. I just sit there and I go, "What? How are you even in business?" And they're just struggling. Really, they're struggling till the death end because they don't know where to go after that. Hey, I sat down on my ass for like 20 years and bought cars, and now what? What am I going to do with my life?
Yeah.
Nothing. Where are you going to go?
I'm reminded of that Simpsons episode where they did the flashback to Ned Flanders' parents, and basically they said, "We haven't tried a thing, and we're all out of ideas." That's a paraphrase. Like, we've tried nothing, and we're out of ideas. And that's basically how some people decided to run their business. And they're like, I don't know how to respond. It's like, you didn't try anything. You literally didn't adjust your model at all. And then you just hoped that everything would just keep rolling along. And good business will be rewarded, bad business will be. And Baz has a point here that I'll touch on. So let me read a couple of these comments here. Will says consistency 100% the most important factor for grading companies. Yeah, I'll be honest. I can live with almost anything as long as they'll adhere. That's why I say if it's published policy and they're adhering to it, you may not like it, you may not agree with it, but if they're following it consistently, I can work with that because at least I know what I'm getting. At least I understand that we're within a tolerance of what's supposed to be happening right now. So here Paul says, I'm channeling my inner Ken Golden tonight, having a lemon Perrier minus the creepy sips. Almost 7,500 Gretzky's graded, only 2 PSA 10s. These are facts. No pop control, though. Jeremy had a story of selling a fake slab card to PSA recently, negotiated 10x return on what he paid. PSA stood behind their mistake. They do have a guarantee in place, so they can follow through with that. Okay, I get Jeff wanting people to tune out disc videos, but wondering if he's worried about hobby negativity hurting his business. It's very likely a very strong motivator in that sense, though again, it's not his only business.
No.
And if people who are, by the way, if people, if the market corrects really strongly, understanding the relative ups and downs that are still going to have some value to some folks. That's what I mean. Like, not everybody, because folks that then get out of the hobby because they're like, well, now I can't make money, is going to open up the opportunity for those of us that know how to operate in that adjusted market. It's like, we still made, that's why I kind of laugh. It's like during that 90s dead period, I made money. I bought and sold cards. It was really easy. It was actually easier than it is today. It's like, yeah, okay, great. All y'all get out of here. You're making it easier for me to operate inside of the space.
And Eric, if Carlos is quoting The Simpsons, then you know why we have kabooms today. For life and morality. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
said.
The Simpsons is almost 35 years old, Bobby.
I remember
I get it.
I remember watching the Tracy Ullman show and had these intermissions with these stupid commercials and trying to figure out like what the hell is this? And then it got funnier and funnier, and you were looking forward to that more than the Tracy Ullman show. She went off the air, and the cartoons continued with their own show. It was crazy.
That's how it went. Yeah, that's how that
It was
worked out.
crazy.
And yeah, it's 35 years, but those are the people of that age now, Carlos.
Yeah, that are only in their late 30s, early 40s, early 50s.
Y'all line share the collectors, sure.
Yeah. The rest of them are like averaging dead, Bobby. It's they're averaging dead.
Well, the collecting base is what, 30 to 50?
I think it has to be around that.
I think it was
has to be around
45 was the average one.
But the thing is, you have to have a lot of that collecting base in there because they're the ones who have more disposable income. If you're in your 20s, you don't really have a lot of disposable cash most cases.
That's The Simpsons. That's Kaboom.
Yeah.
It's the truth.
So, Yannick, did you have any thoughts on anything?
Is
there anything you want to do? By the way, though, he's appreciating the focus on your camera. Did you want to add anything, Yannick? We've actually been having a lot of conversation. Did you want to chip in at all?
It's the registry on the camera, not the focus, please.
Well, right now, Yannick's registry is doing very well. We are appreciating the registry on the camera.
It is a 10, yes.
Yes. Well done by you, sir. You have to unmute yourself, Yannick.
It's all new equipment.
No, it's all right. I will say it's working pretty good. But like, if nothing else, so we got to make sure it's working. We got to hear you from time to time. Chip in, buddy.
I do. I just like enjoy the conversation. Really, like it's actually my brain is off right now. It's just hanging.
Yeah, Yannick
out.
is running away. Has run away from his studies right now because it's like he's been going hard at it. He was showing me some of the stuff earlier today, though. He's got like a tablet, like a drawing tablet for some of the school stuff that he's doing. It's a lot of good stuff. It's actually
Back
a lot of fun.
College full time at 42 years old after I've been out of school for 25 years it's a whole learning curve. But
I couldn't do it, buddy. I'm impressed as all hell. I couldn't do it.
I had a brief window after I graduated initially that I would have probably been able to do a master's or something if I had really wanted to, but I just didn't see the value in doing it. But then once I got a couple of years out of school, I was like, I can't go back to a classroom and do this again. Once you get out of the habit, it's like, nah, man, I can't. I'll learn it if I need to. I'll do it myself.
it's like 20 hours or so of class-ish, probably as much maybe outside of class, kind of just like learning. YouTube is a great freaking thing when you're older and you're learning slowly. Like you can literally just have like whatever playing, pause it, go back, a minute or so. Like, how did he say it again? Just play it again over. So it's a whole other way of learning. For me, really, it's a whole new experience. But I really enjoy it.
Yeah. I think the other thing is though that when you do, it's kind of relearning how to, because they've changed. When I was talking to Yannick about it, they've changed the way they'll do the classroom. Obviously, we got the virtual classroom and all the technology piece of it. You're not sitting in a lecture room, taking in a lecture and doing it that way. That was still in vogue when I was finishing up my university studies, so that was still part of it. We did have laptops, but it was pretty primitive stuff by today's standards. So it's like, yeah, but so you could bring them to class, but they weren't the best. Honestly, they weren't very good.
I wasted time printed paperwork, like the teachers are sending you
Yeah, it'd be all electronic,
all that stuff. And that was me dumbass showing up with like binders and stuff, and I'm looking around, no one's got paper, no one's got a pen, or and after about a week and a half, I started realizing carrying them around for no reason while you just read it off a screen. So that was a whole okay, we're stopping printing.
Yep. I still, because like I said, right at that time period, we were doing the transition. We were just about to do it.
Like,
because when I graduated, the iPhone was the very next year.
Like I still need to, fill something. But
there you go.
Like I said, adapt it.
Yeah. See, if Carlos didn't, if he would have went on to his master's, we wouldn't get any call center anecdotes and those one day.
No, the call center. I did retail first and then the call center after. You probably still could have gotten the call center anecdotes.
Might have got the call center.
Yeah.
So we
because
those
it was part of the process.
Anecdotes. Yeah.
Yeah. The timing on the timing on my university was good because the iPhone came the very next year after I graduated. So I was the last group to graduate before the iPhone.
Oh, your iPhone or BlackBerry?
No, iPhone. Yeah. Because we had the BlackBerries, again, very rudimentary still, like not crazy. The iPhone, though, was a game changer for a lot of stuff right after that. Very different the way you approached it after that. Like I said, we had laptops in the classroom, but it was very primitive stuff, relatively speaking. It was still more worthwhile to. I had entire notebooks, like stacks of notebooks of notes that I would take for the classes. Stacks of them sitting at the corner of the room, and I'd have to go through that. Like, it's like now it's like I got an iPad in front of me to keep my notes for the show. Like I don't even need to jot down notes for that either anymore. Very different.
Yeah, I thought I was ahead of the times, and I was all pumped because I bought a electric typewriter
in 2017.
Electric typewriter. Ooh.
Yeah, that's what I had in college in 1992. Wow. I had electric typewriter
classes.
It was awesome. I was really ahead of the game.
I had an electric typewriter in 1981. And I took typing for 2 years. I was the only guy in the class. But actually, I did learn how to type really fast.
That's how Bobby
I can
was
type
getting
fast.
chicks.
You got it. I had the motorcycle and the chicks. Brad, how's business?
Good.
How's COVID? How's cough? How's everything?
I was thinking, do you still take type? I took typing.
No.
I remember. I think in junior high.
Carlos Sr. decided to skip a step in that. He went to the class. But he actually passed it by feeding a sandwich. By feeding his teacher a sandwich and a coffee. He didn't actually do any typing. So he still got to hang out with the chicks.
Man.
But it's like he didn't actually have to even pretend. Like he just skipped that whole step.
That's how you do it.
I don't think typing's even up.
No, not anymore. No.
No, because you have computers, so
yeah. Well, there was still in 2002, there was still a computer class. There was still a computer class available. You could take it for credit. There wasn't much to it, but you could take it.
Typing didn't.
Not typing. Not at that point. Not typing. So real quick, I'll read this one. If Bad Business went out of business, Bank of America and others should have been. I think buyouts are a little different category, but I get Baz's general point. I remember the Hobby Box. Yeah, Boris Hobby Box mentioned he was going to start an LCS, and he disappeared off YouTube after the boom was over. He disappeared before the boom ended. He was actually well ahead of running away. Top stressing on their lowest blasphemy. Now back to the ethnic printing of 87 design. Correct.
There you go.
52 design is the one they ran into the ground. Like they would use it for everything. Yep, the Ned Flanders episode. Good evening, Boston Kid. If you have a sound business built, we'll make it through recessions and even prosper. Yes. Yeah. If if you have a sound business strategy, you've at least considered the possibility of a downturn. You have to prepare for that. You have to understand that is the market cycles up and down. That's normal. So you have to know that's coming. So prepare accordingly. You don't know which part of the cycle you're in.
We had dramatic changes, so I there's a little forgiveness in there at this point.
No, but you have forgiveness for not anticipating the boom. But as soon as the boom starts, you have to know there will be a definitive endpoint.
Shift
And
gears.
you know it's going to be a very large... The bigger the boom, the bigger the correction. So you have to understand... So then when the boom's happening, it's like, okay, get the cash, put the cash aside, because this will not go on indefinitely. Take profit off the table as you go, all the way as you're going.
Yeah, it's like landscapers, you know, they make their money in the summertime, and in the wintertime, they just pay their employees a little bit, and they don't make their money. So they make their money off the lion's share of the summer. And
No, they
wintertime, they don't.
They plow during the winter and make even more.
No, they don't. No, we made less money plowing than we did
You
landscaping.
should have gone by Eric's place. He'll just pay. Imagine, if you will, hypothetically, if you were to have a website that was ready for years, but you charged someone like a pre-charge for like years and just took their money and like provided no service for a very long time, and then eventually let them have the service. This could be like Eric and the plowing thing. They might have just taken one shovel, done one scoop, and moved on with their day, but still charged full price. Who knows? Just saying.
Plowing was plowing. You had a set monthly charge that you would get. You know, salt was sometimes additional, but other than that, it was just plowing. In the summertime, we would plant trees. We would do all these extra sod. There were so many other things that they would make over and above and beyond the regular contracts that they had. So you make the lion's share there, and you sit back. You know, through the wintertime, you know you're not going to make that much money, so you put away for the rainy days. Did I? No, but I know that now.
But it's still a good hypothetical. Like hypothetically, hypothetically, you could. That's the point. So, Rook here.
The lessons are being told now after the fact.
That's right. So Bob here says KSA says 11.5, 12. But you're on the right track. Yannick has been on mute all evening, it seems, just hanging around. I think Yannick's enjoying himself. He's very fatigued from the classes. I've chatted with him back and forth.
I'm okay. I got like Allonge Espresso going on.
Well, then, Yannick, then I need you to occasionally join in the conversation and make fun of Eric. At the bare minimum, you got to at least make fun of Eric. You know, a couple of times an hour.
I will not be made fun of by a French Canadian. I absolutely will not.
Remember, call him an English muffin.
Standards, and I will not.
You do not have standards, sir. That has been established. Do not lie to the people.
All right, that's a good point.
Yannick, you're not alone. Sherry just texted me and said, "You need to pay more attention. You're looking down at your screen. bring something to the conversation."
There you go.
We're boring.
The critiques are in real time. I love it.
Brad, you say, well, how's business going? Tell us, Brad. How's business going? How's COVID? How's everything?
I can tell you honestly, and I mean this sincerely, that business in the sports card world has never been better for us.
Sorry.
It's never been better. It's true. Like,
no, I know.
Honestly,
for you
every day there's, literally, I don't want to say hundreds of people through the store, but at least, 50 to 100 people every day in the store that come through and buy, and they buy what they want. Like, they're not just wasting,
or like always the same faces.
Yeah.
And that is surprising for Nova Scotia, considering that Toronto is a big hub for sports, and you wouldn't see 50 people in a regular LCS here at all. So kudos to you there for sure.
And we've got kids, honestly, Yannick. It's kids. It's a lot of the same faces, but that come in that are passionate about it. But there's new people as well. I am super bullish on the hobby, and obviously modern basketball and these things. And would I be worried if there's a lot of things, but I'm confident long term in this hobby, and I think there's enough collectors that aren't going anywhere. There's a lot that are.
Quick point about the modern basketball, and I had somebody bring this up. I'll just quickly touching to your point. By the way, Yannick, this is for you. Name's just giving you a little congratulations.
Thanks, Nate.
One thing though that I thought was very funny and amused me was that someone brought up the Prism Luca, the PSA tip Prism Luca, and its precipitous fall, right? But if you stretch back the timeline 2 years to about 2020, you actually would still be ahead, even with a precipitous fall. Like if you had bought early 2020 or end of 2019, the PSA 10 Prism Luca, you'd be up 66%.
Problem is most people didn't, right?
No, but I understand. But what I'm trying to get at is the price point at which you bought at is actually super important in this entire discussion. Oh man, it went up to $10,000 and now it's only $2,000. I bought it for $50. Oh, so you're still ahead. Yeah, I'm way ahead. Thank you.
Look
I
at
agree.
this. I picked this up today. This is.
Oh, he's
Oh,
got
nice.
he's got the
Basketball.
triple.
Beautiful.
Oh boy, there we go.
Yeah, so you got the Larry Bird and then the Julius Erving, and that's Magic Johnson, right?
Yeah, PSA 8.
Oh,
Nice.
nice.
Very
All right.
nice.
All right.
So-
There you go.
Like, this is a prime example of what you just said, Carlos. It just made me think. So if we bring this card up on card ladder.
Yeah. How much was it?
This
16 months ago.
I can actually grab it for you and share it on the screen if you want. So this
On
is the
card ladder,
PSA 8, you said? Yeah, I've got card ladder.
Yeah.
I don't
I
share it because I'm not here to pump card ladder. They don't pay
Right.
me for that.
Yeah, I don't use that
Same
product. I don't
line.
like the owners.
Yeah. Okay, so hold on a second.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Eric's got a direct line.
Yeah, it's like we'll see what he says once he gets into the what's the stupid thing called? What's the stupid app? The talking radio app, basically.
Clubhouse?
Thank you.
Okay.
See, that's how important it is to me that I can't remember the stupid name of it.
I can't even remember the name half the time. I keep seeing people talk about it, but I went on. Actually, I joined and I quit the next day. That's how good it was.
The
Did
clubhouse
you at
in
least
Canada
scream
is
something
kind
about
of-
English muffins and tabernacle? Because at least that'd be funny.
I just said we can do video. Why would I want to do just audio?
Okay, so this one here, you got Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Julius Erving. So here's the PSA 8, so specifically the one we're talking about. So this is the last sold price, $51.25. So I'm going to pull up the chart. I'm going to scroll up here. So right now I've got it set to all time, but I'm going to let's make it last 2 years.
2 years? 2 years, yeah.
Yeah,
I
we'll
love
make
the
it a little
2
tighter.
years. That's,
So right now, if you look, you'll see obviously the movement, right? If you're at the beginning of this chart, you're still ahead from the end of the chart. If you look at actually the direction. Now, obviously, there's a big peak right there in the middle, and then a decrease as you're going forward.
early 21.
Yeah, but right now, I can tell you, in 2 year span, you're sitting at about, what is it? Let's see if I can find the little. Oh, here we go. In that span, it's 305% growth. So
Right.
triple the price from the beginning of this 2 year span, February 2020, until right now, after a big peak and a big decline. 3 times what you paid for it. If you literally were just in a coma, the joke I made is that you could have bought this at the beginning of 2020, been in a coma for almost 2 years, woken up, and you'd be like, oh, I tripled my money. Great. And you completely missed the entire craziness in the middle.
yeah, right?
It's crazy. Well, to be honest, that's a real key card too.
It
So,
is.
Uh,
It's not going to work for everything.
No,
But
But
my
there's a
point is
lot
there are
of-
certain things where this is the kind of direction that you see it in.
well, that's
Yeah.
quite a dramatic drop considering. Like if you,
You don't
took
wanna-
It is.
if
It
you
is.
got it down to 6 months, you took the 6 months over the 2 years.
Agreed.
It's a kind of it's a big drop. Well, see, we're on a downcline, so we haven't hit that far. We don't know what the future holds, and I think it'll just kind of level off anyways.
I do.
Oh,
Oh.
hey, July 1st. July 1st.
June 1st,
July 1st.
Doomsday.
June it starts, then the July hits.
Well, actually, we didn't establish that. So is it like a 24-hour thing? Are we like good on June 27th?
Starting July 1st, we're screwed.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, beautiful. I will set aside the money for
The end is near. The world.
All right.
That's
So do
something
you
that's
think,
good news
so
about.
you think this card here, for example, just to use the Magic as an example,
Yeah.
you think in July that this card is going to be significantly less than $5,000 it currently is today?
Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we just do this right now, Eric?
Hmm.
So you think by July 1st, or at July, starting from July 1st for I don't know, few weeks, month, I don't know, that card's going to dramatically drop a certain percentage? Or, you can't use
Yeah.
the word fuck because I mean that's like
Yeah.
straight
No,
down.
I think it's whatever it's worth right
20%, 30%,
now. You
50%?
will
So was I named. Still, I still had a Samsung flip phone at the end of my run there.
I
just like
think
that.
I think
These were the
you're,
pickups.
you're going to see it slightly above where it was before COVID started. I don't think things are going to go back to pre-COVID. I think things will still be better than that.
Just a fucking number.
I-
20%, 50%.
So what was that? 2
Can I
years
can I
ago?
throw in one? So real quick, Brad,
On
before we share
record,
it,
right?
can I throw in one thing though that we got to remember? Very important. I'm generally in favor of Brad's doom prognosis because, again, I reemphasize it will amuse me and I'll be here that day to live stream if such a thing occurs. I will literally be able to like, bring it on, and I'll have the Elmo flaming meme in the background. It'll be amazing. I'll love it. I'll be there.
227.
I will be there. I will be there. Don't worry about that.
That's just in a week.
But the point is that with some of those cards, be wary, because even if the foreboding prophecy of Eric comes to pass, even if it comes to pass, on a lot of those cards, the sellers could be like, I'm not going to sell in the declining market and pull it off. If it doesn't sell, it can't actually drop. You need completed transactions. So for some folks at certain levels, for certain cards, they can be like, I'll just sit back and wait. If they don't need to sell, they have no urgent pressing matter. Like, why would they do anything? It was like, why would I bother losing any money? I'll just sit on it.
Does this have to do with Russia?
Probably.
The problem is, unless we have another crisis, you're not going to see the cards go back up to where they were.
Hashtag if.
Do you have emails, Eric?
Do I have email? Is that
Emails is French for email in English.
Yeah.
There you go. Look at the translation happening. All right, real quick. Let me get caught up on a couple of these. Hold on.
Yeah.
All right. So Eric is correct. Landscapers blow and sold the wind. There you go. American healthcare in terms of that business model that I talked about, where you get nothing for money.
Yeah.
Bobby should be the next Mr. Plow. No, Simpsons Jefferson. Love it.
Mr. Plow.
See, I never watched The Simpsons. Sorry, I was way past
The
the
first,
on his motorcycle.
I don't care, Bobby. The first 6 or 7 seasons, gold.
Well, I just never watched it because I'm 25, right? So, when am
I'm
I
very happy
watching
for you. There are people who,
Part
my Carlos Senior watched The Simpsons and he was much older than that. He enjoyed it. It's fine.
If you're looking for a reaction on Mr. Plow, I'm sitting there going, whatever.
It's a good song. Mr. Plow, that's my name. Anyway, one of the best purchases of PSA 8. It's okay, Bobby. No one understands your references ever. One of his best references of PSA 8, Lou Alcindor. There you go. Apparently,
It's not
Eric.
Lou.
It is now.
You know the
2009,
real name.
1970. Oh, there you go. Gasometer thin. There you go. There's a reference. I just wanted to get caught up. So now we have caught up on the chat. Now I feel better.
Well, again, I just, my rationale is agreed upon 85%. So I'll take that.
Yeah, there were elements of your rationale that at least corresponded to something.
Yeah, and I think, and I'm going to continue to build off that. I think when summer hits, the card market is going to continue to fall, and when it lands, it's only going to be slightly above pre-COVID numbers. So all these people who invested tons and tons of money, they're going to be disappointed. And like I said last week, if you are in financial trouble now, and you, for some reason, are hoping that things are going to get better and you're going to be able to sell these cards, get out as soon as you can.
Hashtag Chicken Little.
Get out.
You mean I shouldn't put all of these on my credit cards?
Are you suggesting that Mark's card should have waited until July?
Yes.
Because they got started really early on that one.
They got a head start on falling apart.
That was his impetus to this.
Yeah.
By the way,
Yeah.
I will actually touch on the Mark's card things because
Oh yeah, there was some.
because there was because they did officially file for bankruptcy.
Right.
Some of the rationale amused me though. I did get a kick out of it. I'm not gonna lie. I did get a kick out of it. So you wanted to show something there, Brad? I know you had a couple of cards in your hand. I want to get back to it.
No, I'm just more excited for July 1st is on a Friday night, and Eric,
It is.
I'm super excited for this.
Nice. It's on the
Because-
calendar now.
I can't wait because back to the Magic Johnson, which I currently
First of
5
all,
grand.
excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt, Brad. I like
You did interrupt. You did
But if
interrupt. You
you-
literally did
It
it.
didn't mean
You
to.
don't stop calling it the Magic Johnson, and you don't start calling it the Larry Bird.
Call it the Julius Serving.
Good point.
Do the right thing.
The Lou Alcindor.
Yes.
All right.
Lou.
Okay,
You say-
that's fair, Eric.
Oh.
I respect that, and I will change that. My dad's favorite basketball player, Larry Bird. It's now officially will always be Larry Bird.
Thank you.
Julius Serving. Do it,
Yeah.
Julius Serving.
But you say so. This the 2-year high, the 2-year span on this card. So pre-COVID
Okay.
was $885, and today it's $5,000. The peak was 20,000.
Wow.
So on
that's
July
crazy.
1st, this card is still going to be $5,000. In my opinion, this card
Okay.
will still be $5,000. It may be $6,000. It could be 4,800. It could be in that range. Who knows? But I'll allow 10%. But there's no way this
Thank
card
you.
will. Zero chance this card will. You'll be able to pick this card up for $885. Zero chance.
I agree. I said that. It's not going back to pre-COVID numbers. It's going to be slightly above. So now you're looking at 1,500.
Ooh.
Okay, so
Wow.
you think 1,500? I think still
Wow.
5,000. So that, July 1st, Friday night, that will be our little.
15,
There should be a friendly wager because we will have a live. I'm in on this.
15 to 2. Yeah, 15 to 2. It's going to
15 to
drop
2,
down
yeah.
then.
I look forward to this number getting adjusted as we get closer to the date. 2 to 2,500, 2,500, 3,000,
Pretty,
3,000,
pretty.
3,750.
How are you feeling about the Bengals, Eric?
I want them to win. I think the
Oh,
Rams are gonna.
shit.
Here was our pickups. I'll do them
Oh.
quick though. Today.
Okay,
please.
you got hold
Please,
on.
please.
You got the Ovechkin.
Oh.
That's nice.
Oh,
We
the
picked, yeah, we picked up.
What's the
an
grade
old-
on it? It's a little blurry. So what's
you
the
have to
grade
say
on
the
it?
grade because your
Okay,
registry's
perfect. Let me
off.
see if I can find this better.
Yeah, the
10.
picture's just a little blurry there. If you want to
You
read the
can't-
grade, go for
just
it.
say the grade. Yeah.
Okay, PSA 10.
Okay, perfect.
Wow.
That's a good.
PSA
That's a good
10.
one. Like a good one right now for sure.
PSA 9.
Okay, so
Kobe.
that's the Kobe Chrome.
Yeah.
Got it.
Kobe Chrome PSA 9.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, peachy or tops?
OPG.
Gotcha.
9.
Well, what? 9?
Yeah.
Brad
Gretzky
doesn't
5.
slum.
And this is super cool. I love this card. I haven't had one of these for such a long time. The not
the
the
Gretzky
auto,
jersey.
but Gretzky first
Oh.
year jersey. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Very
There you
nice.
Nice,
go.
nice.
I
Yeah.
remember when those came
I
out.
don't
What a
see
big deal
those.
it was.
You don't see those very often, do you?
Those ones are
No,
actually really
not at all.
tough. I agree. Those are actually. It's not the first year of the jerseys. I think it was the second year, but Gretzky wasn't in the first year.
It's an early one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Early is
Gretzky
the
for whatever
second.
reason, was not in the first year of the game jerseys in 96, 97.
Yeah.
He was in the 97, 98. I don't know why.
Yeah.
And
I
then he
think-
retires in 99, right?
Would it be on the Blues?
Brad's got
now,
everything.
or He was with the Rangers already.
97, 98, he should have been with the Rangers by that point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Brad's
Yeah,
got
these are
everything. I think he pulls
It'll
them
be
out of
forever to
people's
complete
orders. No.
But that's
There you go. That's the first year.
The first year set. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I remember this. That took me I bet you that took me 10 years to complete. You know, and by not overpaying. I never want to.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can complete anything if you want to overpay, but
Well, I think
I
it was
worked on
one in
that for him.
2,500 packs or so in the first year or thereabouts.
That's-
Really?
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like in the first year, they were exceedingly difficult to get one. So if you
Oh,
got
yeah.
one of anybody, it didn't matter who it was. It was like, oh my god, look at that! What a great
And
pull.
how many did they do like of stars of the players? So if you do one in 2,500 and try to find the Gretzky of that, it was one in
Well, the Gretzky in the first year,
1,000?
you're not going to find it.
Yeah.
The Gretzky's not
no,
in the first year.
I
it's the
meant
second.
the second year not the same.
Yeah.
Very hard to find. Not
It is very hard to find because I think
Same
did they keep it
yeah.
at 2,500 or did they bump it up?
It might have been. I think they're the same, to tell you the truth.
Yeah,
Those are
I think the first
hard-
2 years are the same.
And how many
But they
do
did
they
an
do like
auto
that?
version. Yeah, there's an auto version of that Gretzky out of
There is,
99,
yep.
I think. So.
Yeah, and it wasn't until the third or fourth year that they did the patches for the first time. I think it was 98, 99 or 99, 2000 where the first time they did patches. And the patches were 1 in 7,500 packs.
And how many stars were done?
It was a pretty small checklist. What was the checklist in
Okay.
that first year jerseys?
So if you do
13,
the
I think.
you do the permutations of 13 and one in every 2,500 packs. That's all
13.
hard
Yeah.
to find the star. That's almost. Whew.
Yeah, so that's kind of what made. That's why they still hold up reasonably well, all things considered. After all those years of jerseys, watering it down over time, but the first year is the first year. You're never gonna redo the first. That was the first time they did it, and the design holds up. They even reissued like at a latter year with later players. They reused kind of the design to try to be like, hey, just a callback to the original. But the first year's the first year. You're never gonna get that again.
And you know what's different too about it is that the first
They're
year
thin.
jersey cards, yeah, like they're literally like you got to be careful. Like they just pop out of a regular top load. Every other jersey card and a regular top load is tough to get
It's
in.
basically
so they made
thick
them
only in the center. Where the patches, it's thicker,
Yeah,
and the
the
rest of it
bubble.
is like normal, almost normal
Right.
thinness. It's very thin.
Yeah, I think it might even be half. It's crazy how thin they are.
It would have made it very difficult for people to pick them out of packs, though, because they'd be like, "Oh, find the thick card." Not exactly. Only in the middle.
Well, then you can feel both ends and kind of see if it teeters.
Yeah. So once interest rates go up, values for cards will go down. Now, remember one important thing: interest rates, they can threaten to put them up. Then the market reacts. Then they see the market react too much. Then they pull back on interest rates going up. So it's going to be like this yo-yo, this back
Yeah,
and
they
forth
play that.
pulling on the thing.
Ridiculous, yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
Now,
well,
I like this comment. I like this comment because
Okay.
Buzzy doesn't know Eric. Eric
Yeah,
collects
clearly.
Boston Bruins. All the cards are within his reach.
yeah.
Yes.
Pretty
Well,
much the
yeah,
Bobby Orr rookie is the only one that's not. That's about it.
That's still okay. That's all true.
Yeah.
So yeah, he doesn't. And I'm not taking offense. I hear what he's saying, and he's being humorous, and that's cool. I'm not upset. But
Eric
he
Eric
doesn't-
just wants his $1 cards to be 25-cent cards. That's all he wants.
Is that
And I think that's
possible?
not unreasonable.
Is that a thing?
It
Can that
is.
happen?
It can be.
It does.
But based on your July 1st prognostication, yes.
Oh yeah.
It's a 4-to-1 sale.
So Buzzy, I don't collect $40,000 cards. I collect nice stuff. I collect old stuff. I collect Bobby Orr cards.
Yep.
You know,
Well, July 1st, you'll be able to afford them,
In
right?
July
Yeah.
1st, it'll be like he'll wallpaper his wall with Bobby Orr's.
PMG's everywhere, I'll tell you.
yeah, just Bobby Orr rookies everywhere.
There you go.
Yeah.
Fake.
It says
Got
made
a
on Taiwan
question.
on the back.
You can't prove it. You can't prove it.
It's in a screw down. I can prove it 100%.
Yeah.
Got a
All
question.
right. So Carlos,
Hang
pick
on,
that
hang
back
on,
up.
hang on. I got a question regarding
it.
the.
Ask
Let's
one.
say in a situation like in Major League Baseball right now, without any contract, lockdown, no one can talk to anyone in the whatever way.
Okay.
Can Topps still print? Would you print? You don't even know who signed with who's gonna switch, who's gonna be traded. Are we even gonna have a season? Do you print the series or you just hang on?
So we had this issue happen in the lockout year in 04-05 in hockey. So in hockey, if anybody who remembers that year, they did print sets, but very few. There were actually very few sets made that year.
Because
You-
you do like if let's say you print like Series 1 right now,
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken, Top Series 1 would come out about right now.
Yeah.
Or pretty
Well,
soon.
if
So
you
let's say
remember-
there's no season. So
if you remember Eric, if you remember Yannick, when they canceled the 94 season, when they cut it off and they stopped it. They did have a start to the season, but they didn't finish. 1994 Topps Baseball had both series. 94 Topps Baseball was basically a full set, more or less. 95, they scaled back the set, but they still released a set in 95. So it's going to be dependent on timing. I'm using the hockey lockout because in the hockey lockout, they did cancel a full season.
Yeah.
That's the only precedent we have to a full season being canceled, right? So in that instance, they did release a handful of sets using Medano as my gauge because he was still in a ton of sets at that time. In 2004, he was still in a ton of sets. His entire checklist is like 32 cards for 04-05. Total. That's base cards, parallels, inserts, 32 cards. And this is a guy where at his 8-packs had like 300 or 400 cards in a year. So like 32 cards total. So it's like, actually, it's a very short printed year in the sense that there weren't a lot of cards for a lot of players, but they did release a handful of issues. Plus, we have logistical problems. There's some sets that have already been printed. So at that point, like, they may as well release it if they already printed it out. Like, they may as well at least get it out on the market. Where the interest level will be at is going to be a different story, if you get what I'm saying.
because like right now you'll run into the problem like all like those like the second or third line guy or even the fourth line guy, right? The baseball, like the guy who bets at 8, 7, 8, 9, right? Like they're gonna be all over the place. They even haven't signed contracts yet. So most of all their cards, whatever you print, it's a gamble with whatever uniform they got on. So good old airbrush, I guess.
I think the lockout will play a part in this in my prediction, somewhat. Not the number one reason, but definitely a part of it. Summer, we already know.
Oh yeah.
Traditionally, summer collecting, card prices and everything takes a dive. That's the slow part of the year because you only have one sport playing, right? The other three are done. So if you're going to have no sports now driving the hobby, the card prices are going to drop even a little bit more.
What about the rise of Aussie rules, man?
Oh yeah, well there's that.
Well, like we're gonna have a fantasy pool. I was talking to Brad. We're gonna arrange it. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be amazing. I got Port Adelaide, bro. I got Port Adelaide. It's gonna be incredible.
And we have NASCAR.
They gotta make beach.
Settle
volleyball.
down, Eric. Settle down. I'm gonna need you to settle down right now. We will not make NASCAR happen in this house.
You know, we sold a box. I had one box of NASCAR, and I think it was Prism.
Okay.
And I've had it for about a year at the store,
Sure.
and it's sold this week. Like, I don't know who it came in, and I was like, that gone? And we sold
What?
it. Yeah. I was like, I swear to God, of the one box that I know has been in the store for at least a year, like that might be the only box that's a year old, and it was gone. And I don't think anyone stole it.
There
I
you
don't
go.
think it. I
So
just
real
checked.
quick,
I thought I bought 150 autograph cards from a guy
Okay.
from Be a Player. I thought I had a
Yeah,
Medano.
Oh, okay.
I'm assuming
I'm
you
pretty
already
good. I'm pretty good with most of the Medanos from the era. I think the only one that I'm missing now is the 98-99 gold, because that one they limited to 50. So that was the first year that Be a Player came back. Yeah, except it's the gold one, but it's the gold auto.
Gold.
Yeah, because it's a short print, a gold version, short printed.
Yeah.
Yep, lucky and grateful to have cards acquired over the years. Yep, 25 years, nobody will want cards, only want NFTs. Always possible. I think the first two top sets are already printed. I agree with that, Paul. And here, Slapstrong. Eric is my hero. I don't know if he's anybody's hero.
Can we block him, please?
We could block him, or we could give him a link to show up.
No.
Or
no.
Tim,
No.
if
We
you
don't
want to
that.
mock this man, it is an evening of mockery.
No,
And by the
we
way,
don't.
no one cares about NASCAR. Correct. So Tim is correct on this. That is a correct assessment by Tim.
Except the 100,000 people who show up every Sunday to watch it.
Are you sure it's not 100,000 people that just want fresh air? They want the clean smell of asphalt.
Yeah. And,
Fuel.
and car fumes and fuel in the air.
That's just in a lot of these places. That's as close as you get to clean air.
And-
What do you want?
And sausages.
This
So
is
where's
as close
that
as it gets to
show?
clean air in a lot of
Yeah.
these places.
Yeah.
Where's that show tomorrow?
Excellent. So it is said. So it is done.
This is never going to be good.
Oh, I cannot imagine how it cannot be good.
All right. Other than having him come here and pick on me, can you go back up like 10 comments?
I will in a second. Yes.
Okay.
I will in a second. Yes.
Talking about me?
No. We're gonna get Tim to make fun of Eric.
Oh, that's easy. Come on.
Yeah. That I understand, but we
Let's
may
do
as well.
something different this show.
This is all I need.
It is.
I-
I agree.
Oh my God.
So I sent you a link, Tim, to the Instagram. If you want to check it out, you'll find it there. 100,000 people want to drink beer. These are facts. So here we go. Eric did adjust his prognostication. Now the summer dip is also going to play into it. I think, Josh here is asking the question, and I think basically Eric is going to eventually just say that prices will go negative, and then we'll all move to NFTs, something like that.
That's August.
Yeah, we got to start the process and then eventually move to all NFTs all the time.
NFTs all day.
Always
all
in
night.
FT series.
That's what I'm saying. There you
Well,
go.
I picked up a nice set of 2018-19.
1819. Look at you. So are they pins or are they
Pre-pandemic. Oh,
pre-pandemic.
Carlos, you know me too well. Actually, I think this is something.
No one falls for your tricks at this point, Bobby. Come on.
You got to have some drama.
Before we get to that, I want to read this comment. So Brad,
Go ahead.
a fan of yours. Oh my God, is that Brad from PSA Canada? It is. Got the hobby pull and flex of Ric Flair. We always appreciate some Ric Flair and the swag of Brooklyn Brawler. I'll accept
Wow.
it. Brooklyn Brawler has to have a lot of swag to go in there with a holy shirt, my friend. And lose every match. You gotta have some swag.
You're
Keep
famous.
coming out and try again.
Nope. I don't own
I am.
any. I don't even own one base card of Brad.
There you go. There you go. Yeah.
I think I have one of the best Brad Marchand collections.
You might have
I'm
one of the
not even
only
like
Brad Marchand collections outside of Brad Marchand's house.
No, didn't you see he had a great interview tonight on his 6-game suspension.
Is
Did
he
you
going to
listen
come
to
and
that?
hang out with you for the next 6 games, or?
He's appealing.
He could be appealing at your house over beers. Like, who knows? Like,
He's appealing.
He's going to appeal why he just sucker punched a goalie in the side of the head. Yeah, okay.
No, that wasn't
He's
that bad.
Brad.
well, listen, don't be jealous that Brad Marchand would actually hang out at Brad's house instead of like your unrequited love with Marcel Dion.
No, I'll tell you this. I would love to hang out with him and Kevin Millar, not Miller, sorry, and
Millard.
that's Red Sox.
I know.
And because they started their own outdoor company and they're into archery and just like myself. So I'd love to go and hang out with them for a day and shoot.
Oh, you're an archer, are you?
Yes.
because you drove by Harvard one time.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Anyways, my
He
set.
studied an IMT, man.
IMT,
Give
yes.
the guy a break.
I forgot. Yeah, so my set is
You should just-
it's not pins. It's rather unusual.
All right.
It's actually
Oh, the nameplates?
the nameplates, yeah. Of all the
Wonderful.
so all the nameplates that went into the away games at the Toronto Maple Leafs, well, at the other arenas. So they all have sliders. So these are kind of plastic, and they would slide in, and that would be their nameplates for the away games. So I have the full set.
You gonna try to get them signed?
Yeah. Yeah, I can't wait to get who's in here. I got some no names I never even heard of. It's just like
They'll be happy to sign. No names love to sign stuff.
No, I won't get them.
And shooter Eric.
Freddie Anderson. Anyways, I thought that was kind of a unique thing.
Yeah, I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, everybody wants to. Hey, you got Matthews, got Marner. So, whatever. Yeah, I'll break up the set for you
There you go.
for $10. Sure, get out of my life.
So as we go along, guys, if there's anything else you want to touch on, there are a couple of things I've got on here, and we'll get to them as we go. We'll kind of transition into a few of these other topics here and there. But while we're here, why don't we welcome another guest?
Oh, good Lord.
We've
Bob,
got Tim from Slab Strong, podcaster extraordinaire, man who won the homeless off. I think that was a big one. That was a big one for you.
he was the best garbage dumper. Yes.
Yeah, see, that was that one. And I think you had a wrap off with Chris Hose or something like that. Might have been a thing too.
I hurt my neck on that one. That was a great one.
Yeah.
That was one of my.
How's life
Freestyle.
treating you, man? I know you're still wandering around doing card shows. How's life treating you?
Oh, really good. So I'm driving to Atlanta in a few weeks.
Yeah, for the
that-
culture show. Yep.
Yep. And then off to Dallas and then off to Vegas. And then, so basically what I'm trying to do is avoid Eric at all costs. So we had plans like a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, since we met, let's go on this double date. Me, Nikki, him, and whoever can deal with him at that moment. And yeah, I've just been planning. I've actually put on a few card shows in my second bedroom just to avoid him.
Valid. It does make a lot of sense. It does explain why the lighting is surprisingly consistent on a lot of the social media posts.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, your show's pretty good there, Tim. I enjoy it.
Yep, Bobby Burrell's been showing up. We even got to talk about Eric in my podcast, and we got to make fun of him there too. So
Appropriately, I think that seems. Look, with all bring it back to our topic from earlier. With all the hobby drama and things out there, the one thing us as collectors can unite is in our collective love of making fun of Eric. Everyone, all ages and creeds, everything. It doesn't. The great unifier is this man.
it gives
That's
me
true.
a positive feeling.
I feel uplifted every single time I finish.
Yeah, it's a good time. I don't know why anyone would agree to bring me on just to talk to Eric, but that's why I love your style, Carlos.
This is what I do, buddy.
I
I have the swag of the Brooklyn Brawler, buddy. Don't question me.
But Tim, we want to know how's business? How business?
Business is actually really good. I am actually in Canada now, so the guys from Mint Inc. Bought some product from me. So they're big breakers up there. They had that really big crazy setup that was at that show.
Yep.
They bought some cases from me up there. I'm in Western Canada as well. I've had some great sales in Canada. Shipping killed me though. I wasn't ready for that. I didn't understand.
Yeah.
No, you got to really be careful with that. You got to account for it. The shipping is very tricky when you go cross border.
Yeah, because I was trying to do free shipping for everyone. I was just trying to get
No.
everyone. Yeah, so I had to do a minimum for Canadian orders, but I've had really good sales and people message me offline so I can give them a kind of like a better deal and explain to them bulk if exactly what they want instead of going through my website. So no, Canada's been great for me.
All right, sounds good.
So when you come up, you bring a heck of a lot, and then you just kind of leave them behind.
Yeah, I've talked to a few people about sending a pallet amount up there so I can I just want people to have it for the right price. I don't want to charge.
Yeah.
It's because it's a minimum of $15 to send one at this point to
Do
Canada.
you have a suggested retail price on them, like so that guys aren't like all over the board?
Well, yeah. So 3 and 10 packs, $24.99 and $59.99, and I had single packs on my website. The problem was I was doing really well in Canada, and it was costing me 15 to send one. I was losing money, and I wasn't gonna cancel orders or anything like that. So I had to regroup, take that down, and then explain shipping.
Yeah, Bob here kind of outlines it. Free shipping to Canada, aka giving them away in small quantities.
Yeah.
At that price point, it pretty much becomes that. Yeah, I agree with
Do
that.
you, what I meant it was, do you have a suggested retail price in your wholesale orders? Do you, like, when Brad orders 5 cases, like, what is he supposed to sell them for?
Yeah, Brad, my guy. I'm hoping one day I'm building there. I'm gonna get there to where Brad one day, and I met him too. Brad's great. So no, I don't have minimums. What I'm doing now, because I just really want to get product in people's hands. So like if I did make a deal in Canada, we would just simply discuss shipping and then get it at the same price as here.
Sorry,
So-
I'm just saying in a retail sense. So what they sell them for is the suggested retail price. Like if you're going to deal to different people, are they going to sell for $8 each? Are these guys going to sell for $15 each? Is that a thing?
Oh,
Or is that
No, I get what you're saying. I'm sorry. So yeah, I sell one for $9.99, but at the end of the day, my overall goal is to get it to that $5 price point. So right now, a 10-pack of mine is $59.99. You're getting them at $6 a piece. But my 3-pack, you're getting them around $8 a piece. So I'm trying to get to that $5 price point when you buy a 10-pack. So, but right now I'm at $6 a piece if you buy them in quantities, and
Okay.
in wholesale cheaper than that, obviously. Sorry.
Yeah, so if I buy a bunch, is there a certain price that I should be selling them at for you? Or I mean for me? Just saying. Like, are you going to have a consistent cost across the base, or is it just going to be go through me, it'll be a little cheaper, or are you going to have more different for retail? Are you going to let them sell them for whatever they want to sell them for? Or
Yeah, I have a suggested minimum at the end of the day. So I have different tiers, right? So I do a lot with a lot of breakers have decided to, like, almost as an add-on to show a little bit more value to their breaking, or the guys on Whatnot where they're going to ship it in it. So I tell them, like, listen, if you're going to work it into the price of the slab you're selling, then do what you have to do, because I know what I sold it to you at wholesale. If you want to essentially even sell it cheaper than what I'm giving, I'm not going to complain that you're going to use it as an upsell on just what you're doing.
Yeah,
but when it comes to the retail market, I tell them, so like $59.99, if you really have to ship it, right? But I would love for you to sell it at $54.99, so where now people are getting them at $5.50. As I work myself down to be able to get it to people so they can get it for $5. That's the overall goal.
got it. Yeah, okay.
I want to hit. I really want to not only protect, but really color code and really make it your own collection, from like the $50 to say $1,000 slab, right? Like, I'm not going to be on a $4 million slab, right? That's in a safe somewhere, or that's at PWCC or wherever that is. But I want people to have it in their collection, and I really wanted to get it people at a price to where it's fair for everyone.
I think I would, if I had the more expensive the card, the more I would want to use your product.
Right. But I want the people to, like, I want people to really enjoy it. I don't want people to throw it like me, but I want really people to enjoy their collection. And I know, like, hundreds of $1,000s worth of card is going to be in someone's safe, or you never know. But
you don't want to drop it on the way to the safe.
Yeah, that's a good point too.
There you go.
Eric's been
modeling the different colors and different variants as we've been.
I was actually concerned for him that he was having some issue, like a stroke or something, because he's been doing that for a minute.
I know.
That's always plausible. That's always possible.
I'm just trying to help you out so you can suck it.
No, I know. I like talking about me, but not like this is. Thank you for asking, though, Bobby. But I was enjoying you guys talk, so I appreciate you asking the questions.
No, we have questions, and we can't really have much opportunity to ask you, so it's great.
There you go. So I'll open up the topic because I know Chris here had a question, so we'll throw it in there. And I did catch a little bit about this. So Josh points it out as well, and I'll read it here. So Nat Turner almost lost $1 million worth of cards. He had to provide the list, and then I think it was the Irvine Police Department was able to find it for him, and then So, do we have any thoughts or concerns with Nat? Is like, Nat, I know you got a lot of money, but you can't just be losing $1 million worth of cards randomly. Take it easy, Yannick. Yannick's going to take off. He's been a little bit run down, so we'll give him a chance.
Not actually. Like,
Oh, you want to speak on this piece?
I will leave shortly,
Yeah.
but actually, I was wondering more what kind of car it was.
It's a couple of. It was a whole list of cards.
It was a
There was a
backpack
green
full.
PMG. There was some green PMG in it.
No,
at least
but
one.
car actually. And what kind of vehicle the cards were left that you leave $500,000 car in your private
a renter.
garage? I mean,
Dude,
It
a
was
Prius.
a-
Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get an old used love bug, a Ford F-150
yeah.
with
Must be.
like tricked out rims.
Must be.
I would actually love. I'm actually preferring my backstory of Nat Turner now. I kind of want it to be a Ford F-150 with tricked out rims. Like, why?
Like
It's like, I got enough money because I can.
I can
Because
only
I
see,
can.
like it's your car. You leave your jacket, you throw something in the trunk. Oh, by the way, here's my case of $500,000 car. I'll lock the door. Bye.
I leave stuff in my trunk that's only worth what, a few $100s, and I'm worried about it because
I know.
Yeah.
like $1
Like,
million.
who never got broken in a car for like changing your freaking ashtray? You
I
know
used to
what I
break
mean?
into cars. I mean, my car used to get broken in all the time.
When they used
We
to have
heard you.
ashtrays,
We
left
heard you
change
loud
in
and
there.
clear.
You used to break in it.
See, the problem is I'm concerned why Nat Turner was hanging around sunny scenic town of Wanda because there were lots of people who were eyeing people's cars over there. Not that
I mean, I'm not judging like on the guy who gets breaking in his car. I got broken in my car like a million freaking times. There's nothing worse than this. But
The question is,
You know?
have you ever got your motorcycle broken into? Never
No.
put the cards in the,
dude,
That's-
like,
the
I
seat-
feel like
the seat
anyone's
lifts
got a
up and-
brain, they know you don't go near a motorcycle.
See, the thing is, at least I would say this: like, it is a serious story, but obviously he was able to get his cards back. so
Sorry,
good for him.
but like the Sasquatch bike, don't go near the Sasquatch bike.
That's right. That's right. I was
Watch
gonna
out.
say though, like at least in a certain way, Nat Turner has to be flattered that at least they were willing to steal his cards. There are some folks in the hobby who have some cards where they break into the car, they see them, and then what happens is he comes back and they leave him some Zion Prisms. Like, you probably need this more than I do. It's like, why do I have more cards than what I started with?
and they're
Damn it.
nines.
Damn
They're not
it.
even tens.
Oh man, this is brutal. Worst robbery ever. Is it a robbery if they gave you stuff? If they that was my joke
They
with my,
answered
my
that?
yeah, that was my joke with my buddy who used to like not bother to furnish his place. I go, so is your plan that if any thieves ever break in, they'll leave cash out of pity? Is that the intention? Because you might work. You might be able to pull this one off.
I'd like to see the police report. Do you have any proof of those cards? Yeah, here's the PSA register.
Yeah.
The numbers.
Well, if you've got here's the thing. Maybe the takeaway here, other than kind of having some fun with the story, if you are somebody who has $1 million worth of cards or a lot of cards, especially if they're graded, you do have serial numbers. So it is probably a good idea because at least he was able to provide a list. If they're still in the holder, you at least have a corroborating number that you can verify against it. Because if somebody leaves it in that case and they try to scan it
Well,
anywhere,
logically, you would.
PSA can then have it already tagged as something that's been stolen. So at least
That'll
you got
be
it.
on that TV show, Dumbest Criminals Ever, anywhere, everywhere.
So basically, 3/4 of the criminals in the hobby.
Yeah, let's.
You know,
It's like you left it in the holder, but you know it's on his Instagram, right?
Yeah.
So we had a card stolen from the store last week.
Oh, no.
Actually, I said it was there.
It's
when I was
Ricky.
in with my pickups. It was a PSA 9, the PSA 9 mirror.
Ricky.
It was stolen, and we determined where it was. And long story short, we didn't know it was gone. I was off with COVID. I came in, and the guy was like, "Yeah, you still got a couple of those PSA 9s?" I'm like, "Yeah, there's one. We're missing another one." And I said, "I don't think anyone sold it." So I asked them, and they said, "No, it didn't." Like, this is actually a true story. These people that stole the card put it on eBay.
Yeah.
And we found the card on eBay, and I called them, and I was like, "This is my card that was stolen from our store." Oh yeah, and I said, "The police are notified, and we just come and get it." I said, "Okay." So me and my daughter got in the car, we drove over and got the card back. But literally, like in the serial number, in the slab, it was up on eBay.
Yeah.
So when you think about it, like the common sense.
People are
part, yeah,
stupid, Brad.
They
I had
have
the
it
same
on-
thing happening to me with diving gear. I had the numbers on my bottles, like all that stuff. I just went off Kijiji, hey man, oh yeah, I meet the guy.
It's
It was my
amazing how that works sometimes, right? Like I said, the card's gone forever,
Yeah.
and we'll never find it. They'll crack it out of the case. Won't be home. A young guy comes into our store because it's on eBay. You're not going to believe this. It's actually on eBay. I was like, there's no way.
I'm
True
kind of
story.
hoping though that one day we'll get a story that takes it to like the next level where they steal it, they leave it in the slab, but then they're too lazy to scan it, so they just go to somebody's social media and like in the eBay thing, it's just a picture of them. It's like that's literally not you. That's the other person that you stole the card from. It's like, why does this eBay lot have a picture of Brad pointing to the card?
Yeah. There is a lot more to the story that we'll someday I will discuss. But
Fair
that's
enough.
just enough, right?
Fair enough. If anybody else has any thoughts on it, you're more than welcome to throw it in the chat. I'll quickly get caught up on a couple of these.
Did
We'll
they have
touch
it
on the
listed
BGS
too low,
grading.
Brad? Too low or too high? Did they?
It was at 2,000 with bids, so I went on immediately and I bid $10,000.
Oh, it was
and
the
then I
open,
emailed-
open auction.
Oh yeah,
Dumb.
crazy.
But I do buy it now. Like, come on. Who's
There you
not
go.
smart enough to
Yeah.
figure that out at a low rate?
People talking nonsense, Albert. People talking nonsense. That's a good point by Josh here. With the Nat Turner thing, it was iPad tracking that helped him locate the carts because they left the iPad in there, and with the iPads, you can do the Find My iPad,
Oh,
and they were
no.
able to use basically the GPS to track it with the
I
iPad.
was actually
So the
able to do
technology
that.
saved the day because they left the iPad in there, and you can use it for tracking. Yep.
What do you think at this point? So you have 10 thieves, right? They're breaking into 10 cars. Each car has a backpack. Out of those 10, how many people do you think know what they had in that backpack in terms of the value, or do they just see the slabs and say, okay, this looks expensive? But how mainstream is this hobby now where people are actively breaking in and stealing slabs, you think?
Well, how do you know they're even in there? Like, that's the thing, right?
Yeah, if
How
it's
would
just
you
kind of
know?
if it's an indistinct car and you don't know and you're just opening a car just for the hell of it, you might think at first that the iPad is the most valuable thing in there. Like in the immediate third, you're looking at a piece of electronic. The iPads are not cheap. They're not as crazy as they once were, but they're not inexpensive. But you see them in the slab, and you have to be thinking in the back of your mind, okay, so they're in this kind of this even if you don't know too much about the cards, they're in this holder, so there's something to this. You got a serial number and a barcode and all that stuff.
Google, eBay.
Yeah, do a little Google search or whatever. It's like, okay, you could pretty much figure out real quick, a quick eBay search, and you're all of a sudden you're off to the races. You might have a ballpark idea of something. You recognize a name or two, and there you go from there. Because Nat has pretty high-end stuff. The only thing I wasn't clear on is $1 million for card for Nat could be a handful of cards. Because some of his stuff is pretty high-end. It's not like $1 million of cards for me might be 500,000 cards.
Eric has one.
Well, yeah, I got my PMG green
That's $1 million.
Gretzky that I'm willing to sell for $1 million tonight.
Yeah.
If anyone's
Yeah.
interested.
Doesn't come with a slab strung around it. Come on.
I
it's
know.
Upside down, one touch.
garbage.
Lame.
It's raw. So I don't know. I'll just stick it on that one. How's that look?
Yeah, that's better.
You could use double-sided tape or something. Just tape it on there. It's fine.
Yeah.
We're all about promotion here.
That's right.
Send it into HGA. I don't believe it until I see it.
Okay.
Bruh, you want him to have a free coaster? That's amazing.
Love it.
It's like, but it's not free. No, you pay to have them put it in, but then it's a coaster going forward.
That's a great question for Tim. Have you done the HDA?
What about the horizontal, Tim?
slab strongs for them, the holders? Have you done them for HGA, or your premonition is to maybe hold off of?
I have, but
I got it. A problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know if we should do it live, but it's sitting right to my left. There's a problem.
Got it.
There you go.
Let's do it.
Go
live.
ahead.
You want to do it live?
What do you got?
Only if you feel like it.
Oh, so the case itself is loose. It's creaking.
Yeah, it's glued.
Yeah, I know. Not great. Not great.
See, I thought putting it in your holder would have rectified that.
Only if it tightens it up a lot.
It holds it better than the glue, but putting it on, it sounds like a scary Halloween episode.
But the paper they slip in up top is really cool, so we should buy them.
Well, I think the important thing is that might have been the best ad that HGA has ever received. That's HGA. I won't even charge you for that one. I'm not even going to invoice you. Don't worry about it. That's a
Those
freebie.
are my boys.
I'm
That's
going to a show tomorrow, and I remember in November, this guy from Montreal, he had a whole bunch of HEA. I'm pretty sure he'll be there tomorrow, so I'll double check.
Just see if they
what the
squeak.
hell.
Don't be making too many, Tim.
I didn't.
What you saw was the one. He's like, it's like I'm not making any more of these. That's it. We're done. You buy the pack. That's it. That's kind of a weird stat. Does that sound right, Bobby? Tuukka Rask retires the most career wins by a goalie drafted by the Leafs. 308.
Tuukka Rask. Wow. Holy
Yeah.
jeez.
That actually sounds right though, because I'm trying to think like Leaf drafted goaltenders. All the goaltenders that I would think of that have higher wins started somewhere else. So like
Always. Yeah.
you know, Curtis Joseph, Ed Belfour, all those guys already had careers well before they ever got there.
It's always that way.
Yeah.
So I'm definitely the least knowledgeable here about hockey. So, and you know,
You've been in Canada, so you're okay.
Yeah, well, I saw Tim Thomas, right? And
Sure.
regardless of the political stuff afterwards, the series that he put on. So where does Tuukka really rank for in hockey, but also for the Bruins, but also for like in hockey? Because I just feel like as a New England fan in general, that he let us down. Am I wrong, or like where does he?
No, he's a bum, and I'm glad he's gone.
Well, let's get a real opinion.
I was
There
gonna
you
say.
Yeah, where's like an unbiased opinion on where Tuukka is in terms of?
So let me
He was the
take
least.
Brad. Let's take a shot at this. Let's ignore Eric for a second.
Hey, sorry, guys. I'm leaving.
Go ahead, Yannick. Take her easy.
And I'll see you guys soon. Take
Have
it
a good
easy.
one. Take it easy.
See you later, buddy. Good seeing you.
See you guys too.
All right. Have a good night.
Good night.
Brad, what do you think about Tuukka Rask? Just as a general thought on the guy. Because I think I might be a little off because it's been a while since I'll watch the odd game here and there still, but I'm not watching hockey regularly. I'm not watching consistently. So my recollection was I think Tuukka Rask, the big controversy at the end of his tenure, wasn't it that there was a thing where he didn't want to play or he wanted to get traded? I can't remember exactly what it was. What was the thing at the end?
Yeah,
Something like that.
it was COVID.
Yeah,
He didn't want to play. He wanted to go home. He
Yeah,
didn't want to go to the bubble. He just didn't want to participate in the bubble and be away from his family. And I think there was a lot of underlining. There was a whole bunch of issues. It wasn't just him. And I think he had the full support of his team. So when you have the full support of your team, there's obviously reasons why he chose to do that. And they were justified, not just my first reaction. I remember seeing it, I was like, what an idiot. Doing it like that was and then you realize, but sorry, Eric, but yeah. So
No,
I think
I have not talked to anybody with a brain that has attacked him on leaving for his family. He had a family situation with his child.
is that what it was? There was something.
And as a father, I would give up anything to put my family first. And I have nothing bad to say about that decision that he made. He made the right one. I'd probably say horrible things about him if he chose playing hockey over being with his family when they needed him. So that's not why I think he's a bum.
Eric, you usually referred to as a mother. Oh, go ahead. Anyway, sorry about that.
So that's not why I think he's a bum. There's other reasons.
He's got other reasons. That's important.
Many.
I think he's an incredible goaltender.
And the Leafs are just such losers when it comes to.
You could have just stopped at our such losers. You could have just stopped right there. It would've been
I
fine.
just kind of did.
Yeah.
It was. I can keep on going. It's just like we could have had everybody and anybody. We could have had Gretzky even. You know, that's the
Well,
funny
the thing
Bobby
is,
Orr.
I thought I was pretty sure the deal was in place for Gretzky to go. It's just they didn't finalize it. They didn't finish the deal.
And the one thing Gretzky said, he said that he always wanted to play for Toronto. And same thing with Bobby Orr too. Could have had Bobby Orr, and they
didn't want to pay for the siding on his mother's house.
Oh, was that what it was?
Yeah,
It's always something money related. Like you know, it's always something money related.
that was
It's like
in the contract.
for an extra $100, you can have Bobby Orr. $100 though, like $100.
He's good. He's good, but not
Back
that.
then, back then though, $100, I'd be like,
Tim,
Yeah,
they wouldn't do the deal for $100 now.
Yeah, it's true.
The Leafs are like, it's like you have plenty of money, but it's $100 though.
Yeah.
yeah, I don't get it. I have like Eric and I have another friend Kevin who knows a lot. Like they're from Toronto and knowledgeable. So I'm guessing it's like a James Dolan situation with the Knicks where the owner's just terrible. I don't understand.
But
Well, that was
the problem is the
years.
owner is like a faceless corporation now.
It is,
It's like
yeah.
it's like, but the
Oh,
consistency on the horribleness has continued. Like it doesn't matter who owns them now. After Harold Ballard died, it's like it no longer matters who owns them. The legacy of we're going to be cheap at strange times, even though we make lots of money. We make money hand over fist. We could spend on. They could literally be the Yankees back in the George Steinbrenner days. Like we will outspend you all. It's like, but you. What about penalties and like our budget is $500 million for players. We get everything we want. It's like they could if they wanted to. They choose not to.
Well, how about I didn't get a chance to go. Is the arena there nice? Have they kept that upgraded? Like has ownership kept the experience upgraded at least, or is it just
moved? Well, in '99 they had the Maple Leaf Gardens, which was built in 1932. They went to the ACC, which is Air Canada. Now it's the Scotia. Everybody, it's all like the Staples Center. Everybody buys. Every company owns it now.
Yeah.
So is that a good arena? It's okay. I didn't like it that much, but I think the arena to see a game, it was actually pretty good. It was a little more steep.
Yeah.
It was a little better, I think, in that sense. But very, I don't know. Just
I
like
attended a basketball
history.
game. I attended a basketball game there, and I attended a hockey game there when they did that World Cup thing, because the tickets were good, and you got to see some good teams and some good players. And I wasn't going to pay for a Leaf game; the premium was ridiculous. But if you were willing to take some of the if you didn't pick Team USA, you could watch NHL players and some of these other international teams and have some great games in the arena and have some amazing. I think for $50, I was in the lower bowl. You cannot get that deal on a regular NHL game. No way. A nice arena, decent amenities for what it is. Like it was a modern arena when they built it. For the Raptors, I got a chance to go to the box for that one because I was working with the bank and MasterCard and American Express had a shared box. So I was able to experience the basketball game from the box, after which I said, I'm never going to another basketball game unless it's in the box. Like, why would I go down there with the peasants? Like, get out of here. For the hockey game, I did do the lower bowl, though. It was pretty good. Sight lines looked pretty good. I was looking around. Everything looked pretty decent, I thought.
I saw Van Halen there. It's the first time I was there since '95, since I see anything. And it was great. It was great. We had a little bit off the side of the stage in front. So it was really good. We had a great time. I think it was like $70 a ticket or something.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Back then it was cheap.
I think if you can do an event or something in like that price range, I think it's good. But if you're paying if it was like a Leafs game and you're doing like hundreds of dollars, I'm like, no, I'm not paying that for this. It's not good enough for that.
Yeah, it's $400, $500 for a lower bowl.
It's absurd. It's absurd.
It is.
And unjustifiable.
Per ticket, not even a pair.
Completely unjustifiable. So real quick, I'll get caught up on a couple of these. So this was the
Especially
list
when they get rid of Tuukka Rask,
Well, without Tuukka Rask, what are you going to do? So this is for the Nat Turner thing. The list he posted was 58 cards, Star Rubies, PMGs, 24 karat gold. So still good quality stuff, but like a lot of it. Big money cards equals handcuffing your wrist and bodyguards. Yep. So just talking about Potvin with the number of wins, and he did double check it. It was 266 wins for the Leafs, but Potvin was a homegrown guy originally. Highest save percentage of all time before the season. Now he sits in third, so that's Tuukka Rask. We did touch on that a little bit already here, more than Alan Beaster. Tuukka was the top two goalie in the league. Fans hating on makes no sense at all. Eric's for him.
Chris explains it.
Yep, there
right
you go.
here.
Regular season stats. Knock is that he had a few brutal losses in the playoffs, and he was a Leafs goaltender, so that could have come for the whole team. That could the whole team.
No way. No way.
Hey man, don't forget the Leafs beat the Bruins beat the Leafs when they were down 3-1 after being down 3-1.
Yeah,
and
that's the worst game ever.
Sorry, it was 4-1 in the game, but 3-1 in the series, I think, right?
Yes,
and then they came back, and that was the game 7.
In the last 3 minutes or something.
Yeah, it was like this. I right from the time I started watching hockey, I'm like, this fan base is stupid. I want no part of this. So I've been able to just be an observer from an enjoyable distance. But I watched that game and it was like, that's ridiculous. That's insanity.
It was totally,
Yeah.
That's why
I don't understand why
watch.
I don't understand where this came in 357. I know Baseball Collector Mike. I've had him on the show on the channel before.
Yeah,
but
very
I
nice
don't know where it
guy.
comes in. Yeah, from Texas. Yeah,
We didn't slander him, did we?
we didn't talk about him at all. Sometimes you'll get a comment where it's like, "Where's that coming from?"
Yeah. So what happened with that? So at some point, but I thought they did that with baseball. Buffalo started becoming the de facto Toronto. Is that what's going on in sports when it comes to hockey?
It's been like that a long time.
Yeah, Buffalo is one of those franchises at this point, like they can't do anything right. Like they're stuck. They're snake bit. Whatever they do, even if it should on paper be good, they're like, oh, you drafted a great player, and now it hasn't worked out, and now they want out. Great. They haven't been able. It's weird because I think the ownership that owns the Bills is the same one that owns the Bills, right? Because they think the Sabres and the Bills are owned by the same family
so.
now. Yeah, and on the Bills it seems to be working fine. But apparently the difference is they're hands off on the football team. They let the football people run the football team. So actually the Bills are doing well and they're slowly building a team.
Finally, yes.
Yeah. Whether they are able to succeed long term, that's a different conversation. But the pieces are there. They've got a capable contending team. The Sabres
the Leafs. Like the Leafs have a team now, but are they playing like a team? They have players, sorry.
Yeah, they have players. I agree with that.
They have a team. Yes.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think the Leafs can get hot in the playoffs. I think, anything's possible once you get there.
They get cool in the playoffs.
So the Leafs getting hot in the playoffs or us getting 100 consecutive BGS Black Label 10s?
Exactly.
Which has a greater probability and
odds.
likelihood? I'm kind of
odds.
50-50 on this. It's about the same, isn't it?
Yeah,
Well,
I could.
Do you work for Leaf? That's where that's where
Oh, good one.
Allegedly, Tim. Allegedly.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's where you have to decide because there's that curve that you have to deal with. I'm
That's
just kidding.
important.
I'm just kidding. Brian Gray's my guy. I love him. It's just,
We always have to put in the qualifier.
I know 'cause I like everybody.
Oh, we like everybody too. Just some more than others.
There you go. Saw something different today. 93 Harley Davidson built with 999.9 fine gold. It's kind of random.
What?
By Mitsubishi.
I don't know what that means.
The combination of things is kind of
Wow.
random. Interesting though. Interesting, but kind of random.
Yeah.
See, Tim likes weird stuff like that. That's the stuff Tim collects. He'd be all over something like that.
I'd be all over something like that. I'm a motorcycle guy.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know who this Albert Jones guy is, but he knows something that he shouldn't know. So he maybe follows me on Instagram, but that's a great question.
Could be.
No,
Yeah.
it's not a great question. Move on.
The Pagulas, yep. Old Eagle Eye. Yeah, we got to find out some more about this guy here. We got to find out some more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Press the red button.
Quickly.
Yep. Yep.
Wow.
But
Albert Jones from New Brunswick, I think maybe you guys
could
know?
be. Albert, are you from New Brunswick? You can fill in the blanks on that one. I know Albert was on the last live stream as well. So good evening, Albert. Thanks for popping in and asking your question. Appreciate the questions, folks. Apologize it took a little while. The conversation's been going well, so I kind of want to make sure I go back to the chat from time to time, make sure at least keep up with you guys. Yeah,
Eric,
so Albert
I'm
says
on
yes.
Yeah, oh, gotcha.
Perfect. Sounds good.
Just was checking these out to make sure it's still a go, but
All right.
But
What do you got?
these were originally scheduled for Fenway Park for August 25th, 2020. So now I'm coming back August 2022. August 5th
All
is
right.
the date.
Okay.
Def Leppard,
wow.
Motley Crue, and Joan Jett. Can't
Oh, okay. Okay.
wait.
Nice.
Super
Look at
pumped.
you. All right.
I've seen a concert at Fenway. They do a really good setup. You're gonna have a blast there. I've seen a
Yeah, we're
concert.
super psyched. So me, Sherry, and my daughter, 15, and we're taking an RV. We're gonna get an RV, go to the National in Atlantic City, and then drive from here, go to Atlantic through New York, Atlantic City, come back, go to Boston, and then back home. So we got a full
I've
trip.
seen all three, and they're great. But with Motley Crue, if his voice is gone, it's really bad.
Yeah.
But didn't they have their ending?
They did.
Final-
They had a major one cost
I-
thousands of dollars for a ticket for them to have their final concert. It was a pay-per-view. Yeah, I mean they didn't hold back anything. It was all and now they're like, no, we're back.
Eric,
Yeah.
the point of a retirement tour is that you've got at least like Cher has had like 12 retirement tours.
I think so. Yeah.
At least 12.
Her face has had 12.
Don't
Van
be
Halen.
rude.
So you got to balance it out.
She still looks good though.
Did you guys, Eric? Did you ever tell them about the concert that you went to at Fenway?
I didn't go to a con.
Did you, don't lie. Did you ever tell the boys the
Uh-oh.
concert that you had to
What's
go
that?
to?
Just out of curiosity, what's the name
You
of
know
the
her?
what's the name of the is it Wally the Green Monster is the mascot for the Red Sox, right?
Yeah.
Now, like just out of curiosity, did Eric get like accosted by Wally the Green Monster because he engenders anger in people. Like if he got randomly attacked by the mascot, that would be on brand. Is all I'm trying to say.
Tim, all right, I know what you're talking about now. That got canceled. Well, it didn't get canceled. The band that she wanted to see the most got COVID.
That she wanted to see, guys. Keep
Got-
in mind it's what she
got-
wanted.
Got
And what is the
COVID,
So was it
band's
Bieber?
name?
and
What was it?
we ended up getting our tickets back and the parking back, and we got all my money back, but we never ended up going.
Who was it?
Please tell us. Don't be embarrassed, Eric.
No,
We'll
I'm
only,
trying to.
We'll only laugh.
Honestly, I'm trying to
Look, just say
I'm trying to remember.
Bieber and we'll move on.
No, it was like 21 Pilots or something. I don't know.
He's lying.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. It was something.
I was going to say that
Tim.
that's highly unsatisfying. 21
us-
Pilots isn't going to cut the
Tim.
mustard here.
Tell us,
Yeah,
Tim. What
no,
is it?
I really don't remember because I didn't really care. I was just doing something with my daughter. But there was like 3 bands.
Come on.
One of them was Green Day. She had
Okay.
no interest in Green Day,
One of them was Green Day. You're right.
and
That was the coolest one.
yeah, and I don't remember what the other 2 were. But the
Ricky-
band that she wanted to
Ricky
see,
Market.
Ricky-
Ricky Martin.
yeah, Ricky Martin. So the band that she wanted to see got COVID and backed out, so she didn't want to go. So we didn't. But I got all my money back, so that was it.
When I saw Van Halen in Toronto, there it was the last concert I'll see of them. David Lee Roth's voice was shot. Eddie Van Halen at that time was playing with the pedals. He couldn't get his guitar right. It was just it was a really poor concert. The hype helped because I've seen them 4 times with 4 different singers. So over 4 decades.
Bob knows. So it was Fallout Boy had
Oh,
COVID.
yeah, Weezer.
Oh, so you were
Weezer.
wearing like the I Love Pete Wentz shirt? Like that pretty sweet,
don't-
man.
I don't know who that is, but I'm sure I had
Of course you don't. Absolutely.
Such a liar.
Whatever, man.
Look, he was out there head banging with Wally the Green Monster. Like they were fist bumping. It was crazy time. Crazy
Singing
time.
Buddy Holly with Weezer. Got it. Come on.
Yeah,
Amazing.
That's the only song I know that they sing. Do they have other songs? Do they just play that like 10 times and get off the stage?
No, they play "Say It Ain't So" once.
I have no idea what that is.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just know the Buddy Holly song. That's it.
Have you seen in concerts, Tim? There.
I saw Justin Timberlake and Jay-Z at Fenway. And I was sitting 24th row. I was trying to impress a girl. It didn't work. The concert was great though.
Hey, you won.
The concert was great. Girl didn't care. Tickets were expensive. Yeah, didn't work out.
You met the right girl anyway, so you're good.
Yeah, it wasn't Nikki. It wasn't who I'm with now. So
No, I know. I figured it. Yeah.
There you
Because if
go.
it didn't work, you wouldn't be. Yeah.
yeah, no, no.
There. Nice.
Jim, that was
Well,
an
well,
amazing concert. That was so good. I seen them in New York. It must have been at the same time, and it absolutely blew me away how
They
the
killed. Like,
production. It was
Yeah.
crazy.
did you? So you must have been on the same tour where basically the whole stage was an LED light, and they can do whatever they want with it. Like it was amazing. And then
Yeah,
it
and
was
the sound.
also. Yeah. So we had. It must have been, I don't know how long after, but Justin Timberlake had a guitar with the Boston Strong on it. So it was relatively in the same time period as the Boston bombing.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was wild. It was such a good show. They put on such a great show.
That's good. Nice.
I'd rather go see Weezer.
No, Brad, tell him, right? You said.
But at least now you can learn a 3rd song for Weezer.
Maybe.
I've given you a second one.
Justin Timberlake and Jay-Z is not something I'd pay to see.
Timberlake's
One of the
cool,
best
though.
concerts I've ever seen. 2 of the
Yeah.
greatest artists of all time.
Yeah, I've seen.
Not saying you have to like them, but you have to respect them. It was unbelievable.
All
I've
time,
seen.
I don't know
I've
about
seen
that.
Kiss.
Look,
10
I
times.
would love to help you guys, but I can't do the Tom Brady breakdown and Timberlake. I can't help you. I don't have enough institutionalized knowledge to do this for you. Sorry.
If I could pick one person to hang out with for a day besides Tiger Woods, hands
And
down,
me.
would be Justin Timberlake. Justin Timberlake would have so much. He's just a cool guy. His stories would be incredible. His talent is off the charts for everything he does. He's just
Just a goalie, you know.
Hey,
Yeah.
Brad,
Remember the movie?
when you take him out,
yeah.
just take him out for a few hours because I'm gonna go see what Jessica Biel's up to.
Oh yeah.
There you go. Right.
Sorry about that.
Are you
Let's
sure
back it
that
up.
Are you sure that Timberlake doesn't already have like a hotline with Marcel and everyone else that has a restraining order on you? Like it's like there's like maybe like a statewide restraining order. It's like you're out of here. It's like, but I live here. Get out. He's flying over. Get out. Stayed over.
Is he still talking about Marcel?
No, whenever we talk about one of his obsessions, we bring up Marcel.
Yeah,
I was gonna say because it's been months and Marcel has no idea who you are, Eric.
It's like the picture is like the only evidence is like, are you sure that was me? That was the Photoshop? Oh man, brutal.
Mhm.
When I had first met Eric, this is a true story. When I had first met Eric, because Eric really is, I mess with him a lot. But who'd I meet Eric? Bobby Hull, right?
Yeah.
So I met Bobby Hull, and me and Eric had just become friends, but I knew he's a big hockey guy. So I didn't get it on video, but I got pictures with Bobby Hull, and I said, hey, like, I forget exactly. I sent Eric but I said to him, like, hey, this is for my friend Eric. So I said, say hi, Eric. But so I got pictures of him like smiling and saying hi to Eric. But that was one of the cool things because I literally didn't, it's not that I didn't care about hockey. I couldn't skate as a kid. So I never was a fan of the sport because I couldn't play it. But honestly, meeting Eric, so like that was one of the cool experiences for me was being able to tell Bobby Hull and mess with Eric with it. I wish I had said something crazy to Bobby Hull about him though and had him like say on camera like I retired from hockey because of you, just to like really hit him.
Well, you could have done it like a cameo and been like, "Hey, Eric, I'm glad you're a fan. Hopefully, you get out of prison. That was really shame what happened there, but you'll become a better person after."
After the Weezer concert, yes.
Do you guys understand what he just told you? He had a picture taken and had Bobby Hull say hi, Eric. Not a video, a picture.
Oh,
Are you technology shaming Tim? You.
Thank you.
I need to take a second. Hold on. Back up. Do not bury the lead on this. He's being technology shamed. Hold on here.
Tim, did you meme him?
He is technology shaming somebody. This guy right here. Hold on. This individual technology shaming someone.
Oh well.
I got questions. Like a brand new set of questions have just cropped up in my mind is all I'm saying.
I can't find that damn picture. Jesus.
All right, real quick, I'll read a couple of these comments. Oh, by the way, thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul, for the reference, the Mocky Mock reference. Appreciate
Yes,
that.
Mocky Mock. All right, here you go.
And the best part is, hold on. The best part is the camera's there. Here you go. Over here. You got it?
That is Bobby. That's Bobby Hull though saying hi to Eric in picture form.
Yep.
Nice.
You should have had him wave. At least do include a wave in there, or give him the finger. One of the other.
No hat, Tim. Wow.
That's when. That's when I thought I needed to be professional, and I'm actually wearing like a collared polo. Not my style. Never happen again. Even my t-shirts have hoodies on them. So
look at this guy.
It's okay. And the hat is optional.
All right, so I got a question for Tim, but I'll quickly read this one here, and we'll come into the question here. So Buzzy, this is very, very important. We got the dating thing figured out. He did say July the 1st, so that's important. We did establish the date. Does $3,000 buy the Gretzky 2013 PMG after July the 1st? This is critically important. He might be in the
$1 million. Yeah, you're right. You might be.
Yeah. That's a good question.
Are you good in your prognostication on this one? This is very specific. Very specific.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Yeah, probably. That's probably be what it's worth.
That was about as definitive as we were going to get. All right,
Yeah.
Tim, question for you. I know you like being the roving guy and traveling around the other shows. We're going to have the national. Brad referenced the national, the RV thing as well. I'm not an Atlantic City guy. I wouldn't do the national right now. And Atlantic City is out for me. Even if I had like the money together and everything, I'm like, no chance. Atlantic City.
You get worse things than COVID there.
You can stay with me.
Correct. Facts. But
I got the RV.
that'll totally save it. Thank you, Brad. Well, why didn't you say so? You have the RV.
All right, we're going.
Yeah.
Party bus.
Yeah, exactly. But here's my question. Obviously, one of the things we talked about last time was that you're trying to build a brand, you're trying to build a business, you're trying to do all that. And you like doing the shows and you've done very well with them. But is the plan to keep doing the touring for a long time to come? Or is there a certain point where it's like, all right, I'm still going to hit the major shows, but right now you're hitting a bunch of shows, all kinds of shows. It's a big travel schedule. It's a lot of moving around.
And I got something to add to that, but keep going. Go ahead with it, Tim.
Yeah. So I right now I'm able to at minimum break even with my trips.
Okay.
Right.
So keep going and I'll come right back.
And then the break even from the trips usually ends up being, like a reorder. So like I'm making money from the trips, but I truly I really love this hobby. So
It's fun.
Not only did I build this company out of necessity for like changing my life and building a family,
Build friendships.
there's a whole lot of cars that I want to buy though, and I can't wait to just like say, okay, this is my budget for this month, and get the cars that I want and everything. So, me going to shows, I'll never stop doing that. I don't know. I can't see it. And then,
or as many. Are you going to keep on the pace? Is I think what Carlos is kind of saying. Or are you going to soften up the pace a little bit? Or are you just going to keep going full throttle? Like you're a full throttle kind of guy. I know it's like 0 to 90 and don't stop until we.
Yeah, as long on the business side of things, as long as it's feasible, But I mean, there's so many shows that I haven't even been to that I want. There's Wisconsin Dells, and there's a Bay Area show that my friends at Classic Materials put on. There's the Pachanga event in Southern California. There's a lot of shows that I still haven't been to, that I have personal connections with guys, but it's tough to go to like a one-day show. But I'm hoping, like I said, as long as I can break even, then I can justify getting to these shows. But I don't know, like I have such a good time going through dollar boxes, meeting new vendors that like just normally don't get to the East Coast or West Coast. They're Midwest guys, and they I don't know. I'm almost 40 years old. That's not even old, right? That's not even like, so I don't know. As long as I can do it, I definitely want to be going to shows. And then plus the way I market myself, I have a table coming up in Atlanta, and I have a table for Vegas, but that was strategic. I can walk around literally with a dumb necklace on and throw my slabs. Like I don't need to, be set and static. So I don't know. I can't really picture myself not going to as many shows as I can. I don't know. It's tough.
All right.
Okay.
No, the reason I ask is because, to your point, there is the break even part of it, but it is also a pretty hectic schedule. Like it does take a lot of time and planning and everything. And at a certain point, obviously, yeah, you want to promote the thing, but you also want to run a business. So it's like you want to be the face. You want to be out there chatting with people. Yeah, you have family and like other responsibilities. You still want to run the business responsibly. You still want to do that. It does become diminishing returns, though, if you're cycling through. Obviously, as you're going through the show circuit the first couple of times, you're new to everybody. But then as you go through the show circuit, and it's like, actually, you're seeing a lot of the same folks. You've met the new folks in the new place.
Yeah,
they've seen you at least 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
The effect diminishes a little bit because it's, oh, yeah, it's Tim. Hey, Tim, how's it going?
Yeah, it's definitely possible, though, for me right now, being so early, that it's troubling for me to see beyond that point, because I'm getting married October 1st this year. Obviously, I want to have kids with my fiance. So my answer might change, but it's truly hard for me because I'm so early in this process still, even though I'm doing well. It's really hard to see it not continuing like that.
I've been doing shows for 25 years, and I think that every show I'm excited, as probably Brad, or even I don't know about Carlos, but and I don't know about Eric, but always been excited about the next show. You're always as hyped up as the first day. It's always there, and it never leaves you if you have that purity of heart of collecting and enjoying the camaraderie and talking with your friends and meeting, going out for dinner. That it's such a social, a happy time that we enjoy together. So I don't think you're going to get old to it, but it does get old because you're running hard, right?
Yeah, but like for me, I'm still like this is one of those things that you talk about athletes with, right? This is a kid's game for me. I get real, I'll use the word giddy. Like I remember going to we had a great card show in Rhode Island. It was at the old community college, and I still get the feeling today like I wasn't in the hobby game, and now I'm talking to Bobby Rowe, I'm talking to Carlos, like PSA Canada, Brad's right there, like this,
and another guy.
Yeah, but
Valid.
If anything, I'm the most important person from New England. He's just riding the coattails. But no, seriously, like it's amazing to me the inside scoop of collectors and in this hobby that I'm getting, and I don't know, it's hard for me, like I said, to see beyond where it's not exciting anymore, and I don't want to, and I hope I don't get there, but at the same time, like schedule wise, yeah, I don't have kids at the moment. My fiance's working, so I can take 3 days and go somewhere, but yeah, I know it's hard to see beyond that.
I'll tell you this, and I'm not speaking for Tim. He can do that, but because of his personality and the connections he's made in such a short period of time and how hard he's worked, Tim now has the ability to send product across the country to one of his many connections, say in California, and they can push his product for him at a show, just putting it out on the table, putting it on slabs. People walk by that vendor's table and be like, hey, what's this? Oh, this is Slab Strong. They're out of Rhode Island. I mean, because of who he is and the hard work he's put in the last year, he has that ability now too. He doesn't have to fly to California because he got people out there that, as Carlos likes to say, he has people.
You gotta have people.
Gotta have people. And I know he has, his buddy Corey at Show You Slabs doing that at times for him, and he does it for some of Corey's products. And the more connections you make, the more ability you have to do that. And I think as Tim continues to grow, that's going to be even easier for him to get his product on people's tables all over 2 countries without him having to fly there.
Oh, yeah. Guaranteed. He'll be there, and I think he'll be like a top loader on a dealer's table. It'll, your product will be there, guaranteed.
I appreciate that. I just got 2 emails saying they want a refund because Eric's promoting my product. So, Eric, I really appreciate you, man. If you could just not ever talk good about me again.
The good news is that you can say he's not an influencer.
I won't. And I did say I'm not speaking for you, so I tried to put out a public service announcement on that.
So going off of that, Tim, I guess this is my last question for you. So where do you go from here? Is there something in the works that you're going to maybe move on to? Not like keeping that, but I mean, is there another product in your brain? Is there another side of the business that you want to run or something else you want to do too? As well as, multifaceted, whatever you want to be?
Yeah, I don't know. So I met a lot of people in the industry and some with products. So I'm definitely building with, guys like Dan from Stand Up Displays and Corey from Show You Slabs.
Sure.
We're similar in the sense that we all have big dreams and we want kind of this overall kind of marketplace feel. I don't know. I really just truly love this hobby, and I've said this before, is I just wanted to be somebody in it. I wanted someone to look at me and go, oh, you know, Slab Strong was the first, right? Like I have competition now, right? But
Really?
yeah, we don't need to talk about them. Don't worry about it. But yeah, I have competition now. I have people that literally stole my whole color pattern, right? So I just wanted to be somebody in the industry, and I really enjoy. I don't know, like it's tough, right? Because Eric knows how I am, and even with my competition, I've met 3 of them. They've all called me, and I gave them kind of that blessing of like, hey, you're good people. Like I can't be mad at that. So it's been tough to kind of come from where I'm coming from to a business mindset to where now my competition, I should look at them like enemies, but they're good people. And I don't know. So a part of me has always wanted to bring the hobby together and be that connection of where I can go anywhere and connect anybody. So I have different products in mind. I wouldn't say I want to be an influencer, but I want to at least show the hobby in a good light. But overall, I just want to provide for my family with this. You know, I wouldn't say I necessarily need to be like hobby famous, but it helps, right? It helps for people to know who I am for the product and have that like general brand awareness. But it's really about my family and my love of cards. Like I just want to be able to afford all my Providence College stuff.
Every show, there's competition from everybody to everybody. So
Yeah.
having competition is just kind of like, okay, no problem.
Yeah, well, if you come up with a mod, and we'll talk about it like this way. We talked about previously how Jeff Wilson, everybody's personal favorite. We talked about the hobby, his recent video about the hobby drama thing. We had a nice conversation about that, but also like he is a polarizing figure, but he's also invested in your company, and he helped promote your company and brought you on to do some of that as well. So like there's that combination of things. So you obviously are doing business with Jeff. You work with him, and one of the things that happens is when he came out with that, what he came up with, his product for the hobby, you know, the sports analytics, you know, tool to do all the cards and everything. He was the first to do it for cards, but the concept of an analytics tool to calculate and measure price data, that's not new. He didn't invent that. Stock markets have been doing that. The Bloomberg terminal is basically a bunch of the information, and then it gets sucked in, and you can analyze it to your heart's content. There are people who do technical analysis like that all day long on stocks and bonds and whatever you want. But he was the first to market in the hobby space. Well, Card Ladder came out and did their thing. They decided to differentiate themselves in certain ways, but there's competition, and it's kind of fun. You know, as somebody who is, again, I'm not sponsored by either one of them. I've used both tools. I compared the tools against each other. I use one, but I don't put it on here all the time. I'll use it when it's appropriate. I'm very specific. We had the card earlier tonight that Brad had, and I was able to bring up the chart for that. 99% of the time, you can go hundreds of videos on this channel and live streams and not see a single graph, because most of the time it's not important for me to bring it up. Yeah. But they're competing with each other, and they got bought by collectors. Jeff's doing his thing. He's got his own thing going on. And you've got these two competing things. And of course, do they snipe at each other? You want to talk about hobby drama? Go watch the crossover.
Yeah.
There are references. There are sideways swipes. I hear them.
So I'm actually friends with, so Jeff's my business partner, but I consider him a friend, right?
Yeah.
I'm friends with Hose too.
Well, you had a wrap off. We know this.
Yeah. So the one thing I'll say about that is, so I'm never going to stop being me. And it was tough because I was at Dallas for that whole situation. And I was like right in it. Like I was recording. I actually prevented one of the other guys from leaving. And I realized hobby drama is a really general term, right? So if someone is scamming people, right? If someone is scamming people in the hobby and I call that guy an ass, am I contributing to the negativity of the hobby, or am I positively bringing to light that this guy's an ass? So I started to realize that I just need to be me, and I can't really put myself and say, okay, I'm going to be this hobby angel, because there's going to be situations where I want to go, hey, this person's an ass, right? And I think hobby drama is really just too broad of a term to use. It's like, we need to be able to point out when things are bad, and it's okay. Look, I have a product, right? People are going to complain about my product. There's going to be someone that's a detractor. There's going to be someone that I'm going to have to refund one day. There's going to be something. It's not drama to point out truths, and it's not to have an opinion doesn't mean drama. So I think that's where when the hobby is like, where is it drama, and where are you just telling the truth about a situation? You know, like it's okay to call someone an ass in a positive manner. I feel, and that's why I don't know where I just want to continue being me. If I have an opinion about something, I'm going to state my opinion. I'm not going to change. Like, I don't want to worry about what I have to say in this hobby. I know in my heart, I'm not going to say anything too crazy.
Yeah, well, that's disclosure where we have that line that we do not cross or we come to. So, and we're all kind of the same because we have some presence in the hobby, and you know, it's a good presence, not a bad presence.
A very good
And
presence. Yes. Nothing negative about it at all, ever.
No, not for people, not to what we do, not in that sense. Ass.
So I'm getting to the BGS rant shortly. Like I want to preempt it. Like positivity. I agree with Tim. Positivity. I can call people an ass positively. This is important.
Yeah.
Write that down. Write that shit down. Eric, write that shit down.
Like BGS, get a hold of yourself. Let's do something here. You're the name brand. You're my guys. You're why I was collecting cards, Beckett. Like, let's step up here. And so I don't know if that's where you were going, but I look at a brand like Beckett and like, come on, you're like my name brand. You are the guys.
We're gonna be very positive about BGS today. Eric, tell us why BGS is awesome.
Or
BGS is not awesome. Exactly like Tim said. If anything, it's like a parent that let you down, you know, and you know,
parent that left you.
No, yeah, and so
Continue.
Positively an ass there. I was positive. Good job, Bob. Yeah, it's like a parent that really let you down. You grew up as a little kid thinking that they were perfect and wonderful and they had your best interests and they were going to work hard for you every day. And then you got older and realized that your parents suck. And they don't care about you at all. They don't put any effort into you. They don't care about your happiness, but they're still going to make you go out and weed the garden and wash the car and make you do all the work. They're absolutely useless.
Realize they're the milkman and
they're absolutely useless. Their website is absolutely disgusting. They're 3 different slabs, and you know the BCCCCCCCs and the B in the B very goods, and then you got your Beckett, and then you got your black slab, your black ones and your gold ones and your silver ones and your subsets.
This?
And they are the biggest freaking joke. I hope SGC eats their lunch.
Or crams those.
I love Beckett. I love
cards down their neck or something.
It was very important. It was very important that I had been waiting for the right moment to unleash Eric on Beckett.
If we'll go back to the start of this, and I am enunciating the word if.
Oh, bless you. Thank you.
Hashtagging that.
If this whole thing about the black labels that we discussed at the beginning of the show is true,
the man has the grading eye of God,
and then this is just another thing that should make that company disappear.
By the way, their database is also, by the way, unrelated, but their database is also shit. Just to be clear, like their database is real. That online database, like it's real bad.
Yeah, there's nothing positive about their company anymore. Their prices, and now this isn't entirely their fault, I guess, because we all know that books, magazines, and things like that are a dying breed, and even Bobby's going to the internet with his next book. But have you seen the price of a Beckett price guide in the last couple of years? Holy
$15. 15.
It's you got to be out of your mind to buy one of those.
And then it's actually another 30% for Canadians. So
you got to be completely out of your mind to pick up a price guide.
It's not every month, though.
It's been real bad for a while.
I'm not paying that kind of money and there's nothing in it anymore. They used to have good photos of cards and good stories about the history of cards and this, and now it's filled with ads.
I need three-time reading glasses because they have 7 rows now. It's like
it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible.
So real quick here, I'll read this one. No, you don't need to go back. It's actually the same old story from 2019. It was the guy that works at Leaf. It got brought back in because Sports Card Radio did a recent video about it. But like in 2019, Blowout circulated a post that went for quite a while. It's still there. I'll include it in. I mentioned earlier tonight, but I'll include it in the description if anybody has a lot of time in their hands, and it's a lot of time if you want to go through it. Although I think the first post, they updated it several times and took a bunch of the information together. So I'll include the link to the article and include the link to the Blowout post if you want to check it out on your own. But it's the same thing for 2019. One guy with the grading eye of God got a disproportionately high amount of black labels. So the suspicion is something's up. Something happened here. And he works for Leaf. And then, of course, Brian Gray's been asked about it a number of times. And then rather than answer like, I don't know what's going on with that, but I don't, I trust so-and-so because they work for me and blah, blah, blah. He decided to come up with different justifications, which leads people to kind of like go, so do you know more about this than you're letting on? Why are you the one delivering the excuses for why
Brian
this could be
likes
the
to
case?
talk. Brian likes to talk.
So when you interject yourself in that and you're the one providing the excuses, just let the guy provide his own and his own explanation. But you're giving these scenarios of how this is possible. Why are you the one doing damage control for one of your employees in that specific instance? You could just be the CEO and be like, I don't know what that's about, but I trust them because I hired them, and you still got a separation between you and the individual on. So you kind of covered on both ends because nobody's really going to go after Brian unless they can definitively prove he had something to do with it. But they're going to ask him about it. It's his company, right?
And nobody ever says guilty. So
Yeah, but Brian will answer. That's the best part about him is that he'll answer.
He will, yeah. You're 100%
That's
right.
what I mean.
might not what you want to hear, but
I know, but he does. Like
he'll give you some kind of take you through a tour, and then okay.
Listen, during that whole time, I was just thinking to myself, Eric was waxing poetic about his love of Beckett and all things Beckett. And I'm thinking to myself, like, how can you not trust things run by wonderful, glorious individuals? How can you not trust that?
That guy scares me.
It's words. It's just words.
The man in the yellow background can't hurt you, Eric.
So what happened to the
it.
words? I think every week I keep bringing this up. Why, they're supposed to give us words and there's no words. So you announce he's going to come and speak words, and then now it's been a month and a half, 2 months. And no.
So you're saying that you
words.
want this man to speak words?
Well, they said he was going to. Where did he go?
Bob here has like the perfect comment for this. He'll push, yes, I will.
Mm-hmm.
How could you not trust this man? Tim, how could you not trust this man?
He scares me.
So can I be honest with you? I like, because I have it right here where it just goes gray, and it really helps with like people like, oh, that really looks good. I enjoy that Mr. Fantastic white gray.
I love it. Yeah.
All right.
It gives you that cachet that I could never get because I'm already balding.
Gotcha.
I shaved my head today, so I can't complain. But what happens to us if, because I like what SCG is doing, or SGC, I'm still confused at this point, but if we only have top 2, and what do we really do if we go down to just PSA and SGC?
I don't think it's going to be like, so let me take a stab at this first, and then Brad, I would love for you to actually chime in. General thoughts. I don't think it's going to be 2. I actually think we have more than enough third-party graders that are legitimate. I think SGC is doing its thing. I think they're chugging along. I think PSA is doing its thing. They're fine. I think Beckett has already disqualified themselves. Just they've already shot themselves in the foot without our help. They don't need scandals. They're just underperforming as a company.
One more thing.
Go ahead.
They're a grading company. They have 3 different products, and they tell you we grade them all different. If you got
BVG, BGS, and BCCG.
BCCC, we're going to grade it this way. BVG, we're going to grade it this way. A 5 is really a 7. A 7 is really a 6 over here. And then if you go over here, you got an 8's really a 9, and a 7's really a 9, and then you get this
Vintage,
label
modern,
and that
yeah, we get
label,
it.
and it is the biggest bunch of bullshit I've ever heard. You're a grading company. I'm going to hand you a card. Is this a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10? I don't want to hear anything else. Well, if you only paid us $5 and we're going to put it in the B triple C, well, we're going to grade it a 10. Every card's a 10. Every card's a 10 if you pay us to put it in the B triple C.
Pristine, you mean?
Yeah. But if
Black
you
label.
pay us to put it in a regular one, then that same card is a 7. But if it was made before 1980, we're going to put it in this one and we're going to give it an 8. It's all the same fucking card.
The end really is where he landed the plane beautifully on that. I really appreciate it. Tim,
Yeah.
I've been holding that one in reserve for weeks of live streams. I knew Eric had it in it. It was just a matter of the right time to be like, tonight's your night, kid. I'm tapping you on the shoulder. Go! Make me proud, boy! Make me proud!
It
That
took
was
Tim
like
to
the
drive
first
it out.
time hearing my dad swear. I was like, what is that?
Tim, this could not have turned out any more marvelously if I hadn't already planned it for weeks.
We refer to him, Tim, more as the mother rather than the father.
There you go.
That's the prefix. I'm sorry to that.
There you go.
No,
There
Brad,
you go.
yeah,
Brad.
laughing, being
Brad.
in business with PSA, he must love hearing the Beckett bashing.
No,
I think everyone loves Beckett bashing. Okay, I ask a serious question.
Maybe a little more.
Chat. I'm a biased party. I enjoy slander in all its various forms. Alleged slander. I enjoy alleged slander in all its forms. For legal purposes, alleged only. But did anyone have any moral? Does anyone wish to defend the good name of Beckett Grading Services? Anyone? I'll give you a moment.
Only when I own it.
There you
Well,
go.
I have a question. I have a
Go
question
ahead.
for Brad, basically. So, in my opinion, how it was, PSA can be anything. SGC was vintage. Beckett was more for like the RPAs. Have you seen? Was I wrong thinking that, or have you seen more RPAs coming through PSA because of the brand? Because in my mind, Beckett has always been the best for thicker patches, essentially. Am I just wrong for thinking that, or?
No, I think that's how I always used to think of it before I even started with PSA. But again, this is how I feel personally. I think PSA is going to dominate in all fields for a very long time, regardless. If I'm not working with them tomorrow, I'm still going to say the exact same thing. Like they've built that company into something so big now. It's a Goliath, and they are going to dominate this space, in my opinion, for the next 10, 20, whatever years. It's not just like it's cards, it's the coins, it's the video WADA now. It's like there's so many facets of collectors.
Yeah.
And it's billions of dollars. Like it's huge.
It's
Opening
big.
up facilities in New Jersey, opening facilities in Europe and Japan, and like how can you compete with that, right? And when the price gets down to the point when there's cards back to the $20 to the even $10 potentially or $15, why would you go to another grading company? There is the people that you see all the haters on PSA, but at the same time, once they get their cards and you make the most return on them, people's
love it.
tunes change, right? So
Yeah.
I don't know.
I
That's
think,
just my thought. They're dominant.
I will include them, even though they're having their own struggles, and I want to touch on a topic since it actually moves very smoothly from here. We've also got CSG, because right now they've entered into the market a little bit later. They took some Beckett graders in there. Bob just saying that he likes the Beckett holders. By the way, my point was that, and I think that's a reasonable point, I think for some cards the holder is decent. A lot of it is going to be personal preference, but I do agree that different holders have different purposes, in my opinion. And I did a Instagram post the other day where I think it laid it out very well. So like in the theme of the football thing, I put up a Joe Burrow card and it was in an SGC holder. And I had a dark background on it. I didn't think of it originally when I took the picture, but when I took the picture, the texture of the background actually blended in beautifully into it. And someone made the comment, and it was a very good one. He goes, with the background you put on it, it almost felt like it was transparent. And he goes, I actually preferred that. So they actually liked it better with this card if it had been more of a transparent instead of the tuxedo. If I had put a white background or something on it, it would have looked different. But just the visual thing about that is like, I agree. There's some cards that feel like they're better in certain combinations for other cards. To that point that Tim said, for a long time, one of Beckett's things was that they had a very good holder for thick cards, for like patches. PSA has been working. I know they've done some work on that. If they perfect it and to give a holder that's good and solid for those patches and people are satisfied with it, well, that's just another area that they can have a big market share in.
Imagine if you would have had a slab strong on that too, the blackout that, and then it would just been.
That's
Amazing.
coming.
Well,
Okay. Can I break some news? Can I break some news?
Go ahead.
It's already been broken, but I haven't told you guys.
Sure.
Contacted by Peter at SGC. I should probably get it correct. I'm sorry about the 3 name brands. PSA, you're on my mind. SGC or SCG. What guys?
SGC is the second oldest one.
Okay, yeah. Contacted by Peter to make a slab strong for SGC, and he will be getting that within the next 3 weeks, and we'll see what he says. But he officially SGC has asked for a slab strong.
Great.
There you go,
buddy.
Well, congratulations.
So real quick, since we brought him up, this is the picture I'm talking about. So
I see it.
So you see, like it's got the black, but I actually used my iPad case. I just used it as the background. I didn't even think about it, but with the texture and everything, it almost feels like it blends in, and then the card's kind of floating in space. It's actually a cool effect.
It is nice.
But it got, Bob here said that photo makes the SCG slab look clear, and I'm thinking I would like it without the black, which, by the way,
For this
some
card,
folks,
maybe. Yeah.
that's what I mean. For
But
certain cards,
Your
the black
picture
background
lightens
works.
that up. You're at a gray opposed to a black.
That's
and,
right.
That's the problem with photos. And people don't realize that when I take pictures of things, I have to really rely on that for the book and what have you.
Agreed.
That the background is either black or white. It's never usually any other color. Sometimes it is because I can't get it out. But I mean, and that makes things pop better. And, it really makes a big difference. And I've only learned that because I'm horrible at photography, but I've gotten better, obviously, because of by default.
Yep.
And I have my little story about SGC or CSG, but no, SGC and PSA. Would you like me to tell that?
Yeah,
Carlos?
we can do that. Yeah, we'll do it in 2 seconds. Here, I'll read a couple of these.
Kind of
comments.
leads into it, so I'm just kind of waiting till the end.
Now, the funny thing is, I didn't realize it at first when I took the picture. My goal, my objective is I wanted to capture some of that prism shock pattern, so that I had a light that I pointed downward towards me to try to get that thing, at least some of it, because I think it's a cool looking card in person. When you move it around in the light, it's fun. But the end result was actually it got some folks thinking about it. But SGC has really leaned into that tuxedo. That's part of their branding. That's part of what they do. For some cards, works really well. For the purple shock, if you've got it in the right light, it still looks good. But I would agree that it actually would look better with this type of card, with the dark border and the whole thing. But with a white bordered card, the tuxedo looks great. Or with a vintage card with a lighter border, the tuxedo looks great. It's card by card specific.
Well,
That's what-
I have to give you kudos, Carlos, because you got no reflection in that shot, and that's really hard.
It was very tricky, but I got the light in the right spot.
It's like,
Yeah. But sometimes if you get it just right, but then you get a good effect. That comment was one of my favorite comments because it means I got something that I was trying to be like, I just want you to focus on the card. That's really all I want you to do, because that was the point of that picture. But it is what it is. And that's done with an iPhone. Technology is a wonderful thing. I didn't even use my good camera, and I have a nice camera that I could do it with, but I didn't.
I find the iPhones kind of work a little better, a little bit.
They've done a good
more
job.
maneuverable.
They've done a good job with it.
Yeah.
So go ahead, tell your story, and while we're doing, I'll just grab a couple of these comments here. BGS holder preference. Jay here, good evening. So positive BGS comment, BGS grade Starco. That is true. Actually, real quick here, we'll grab this one. So AW blasters are stacked, pulled 11 relics and 1 out of 10 boxes. Very nicely done. So 2 questions for Brad from Mike here. PSA still at 100. The $50 is available, I think. And subs go out monthly. Do you want to touch on that?
Yeah. So we don't have our economy open up yet,
Okay.
just because we have such a small allotment. There's no way
Sure.
I could do it. I just could. I can't. it's impossible to monitor. But that's going to change very, very soon. And we ship every week. So we ship every week for all services, and PSA ships back to us every week as well. So
yeah. One other thing that I'll touch on that actually plays into this as well, to Brad's point. So thank you for that clarification, Brad. Kevin Lenane came on the crossover and did a discussion about the Marks cards thing predominantly. But towards the end of that conversation, I think I touched on it briefly in one of my videos, but I'll quickly reiterate here. He also made reference to the backlog. And he actually suggested that he feels that they can actually clear the backlog by the fall. So they feel like they're on track. And if that plays, that means you can expect that the levels will come down ahead of that in accordance. You won't get all the way down to the low until the backlog is right at its tail end, but you can expect 50 to be suddenly opened up quite a bit more, and then potentially one more level down before we get there. That would be my expectation.
yeah, there's a new show out too that was really good. It's I forget the name. I should know the name of it. It's a podcast that PSA is doing every week now, and it's presented by a guy. Yeah, Steve Sloan is going to be doing it every week.
Oh, wow.
And
Okay.
and another gentleman, I think his name, I forget what his name was now, but the first episode was, and they had Kevin Lenane on it. The first episode was this week,
Yep.
and they get into all the details. It was really, really good. They said,
Where do you
there's,
find that, Brad? Where do you find that? Is it on their like PSA's YouTube channel, their Instagram? I
It's
mean,
in Clubhouse.
it was a podcast. I had to go through Anchor to.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
they-
Anchor does have podcasts, and it might actually be available in like regular,
you could
because
get
I
it
know
on
Anchor.
Spotify.
I know Anchor sends it out. Yeah.
Yeah, and you could get it on Spotify, but they flat out like, and it's all about PSA trying to be more transparent. But they say there's 6 million, just under 6 million cards left in the backlog.
Okay.
They get into all the specifics. They talk about how they're running right now at. Make sure I say this right. I'm pretty sure this is what they have. 80% of the capacity is going to the backlog. 20% for new submissions, but they're actually only utilizing like 5 to 10% right now with the current. So they're still doing 90% of the workforce is still dealing with the backlog. So they're figuring out that balance still. So that was really good to hear. It's like, okay, well, the demand at this is only taking up 5 to 10% at these levels right now. So you're going to see things, maybe it goes to 10 cards, maybe it goes to 20 cards per person, but they're always going to monitor that. And they talk about not having cards longer than 90 days ever. Like they're not looking, they won't go down that route again, right? But it's called the PSA pod on Spotify.
Okay. That's good.
Really,
I'll have to add it. Yeah, because it's good getting it directly from the source. That's always a good thing. That's probably a good spot for them to mention some of those things, because then they can give us real numbers. I don't need speculation from random sources. It's like, no, if you can give me something resembling real numbers, that would be better.
I think we mentioned that 6 months ago or so, Brad, about that they should have their own.
Yeah.
Like,
They're finally listening to us, Bobby. It only took them 6 months.
Yeah.
So that's good. I agree. And it feels like that all these steps are leading to the suggestion now that they feel confident that they're approaching that point. So maybe you don't have to wait too long. You might be able to get some of those better price points and price levels, and it becomes a lot more. The market becomes a lot more interesting if PSA can be competitive at $25 ish per card or thereabouts, because a lot of stuff suddenly comes into play, or even $20 would be great. But like a lot of other things come into play, and you can think about some possibilities.
Back to my April 1st, remember, Bobby? April 1st, big day.
It's tracking okay for you. It's tracking okay
It
for you
is.
now.
I know.
Yeah. Thank you, Name. Appreciate that. No problem, Mike. Sounds good.
Since you brought up Name,
Yeah.
it's time for our weekly excuse for not coming on the show. Last week, he did come on.
His personal hatred of you is not enough?
But but first he said that he couldn't because he was having chocolate covered almonds, and so today he can't come on because he was eating a popsicle, and it dripped on his hands, and his hands are all sticky, and he can't use his computer.
Good excuse, I think.
I think it's
So,
solid. Yeah. But and unfortunately, he'd call someone. You can call people to have you send hand soap. The problem is, if your hands are sticky, you can't be touching electronics, so you can't even make a call. It's a tragedy, is what it is.
Yeah, so that's why he can't join us. He's
Name
got
thoughts and prayers, buddy.
He's
Name,
got
thoughts and prayers.
He's got sticky popsicle fingers.
We're with you. Yeah, we're with you on that one.
We support you in this name. We support you.
That's where technology hurts us, because once you get into touch screens, you can't have sticky fingers.
No.
No.
We may never see him again because I don't know if that stuff comes off.
That's true.
I know. It's like
This could be a long-term problem. This may never be fully resolved.
It may never.
Well, then
Terry, there you go.
Look at you. Look at you with the quick response. I like what you did there. I like what you did there. Okay.
Back up.
So Bobby, if you want to tell the story, I got something CSU related, but if you want to tell your story, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I'm working on the book, obviously, or the website and what have you. So
No, he's not.
no, I'm not really, but not with Eric around. But you guys all seen it because I.
Tim, you got access to
invited
the
you
new site like the last 6 months, right? Like Eric's the only one we've left out so far. Have you been enjoying the new community? Just nod your head. Have you been enjoying the new community? You know, all the different features. It's been incredible. We're gonna send Eric the invitation eventually, but we were happy to have you on as one of the first people 6 months ago.
Yeah, it's just a PDF file that just says login that he's just been pressing now for 6 months.
Yeah,
Well, that's what we sent him. Yeah.
Pretty simple like that.
It's actually only a piece of paper. It's not even on a tablet. It's actually just a piece of paper, and he's still trying to make it work. It's great.
Yeah, so we're going through some a few name corrections because a lot of the newspapers back in the day, back in the 20s, they would misspell a name or there'd be a nickname used. So I'm going back and trading things. So what I'm doing is I'm looking back in the 20s, and I don't go into that file too often. It's a very small file for the most part of the 20s hockey cards, and I'm in there and. Just something came over me. It irked me again that the 1923 Crescent Selkirks, the Paulings is wrong. With PSA, with SGC, with most of the websites out there. So it's still wrong. It's been how many years? I'd have to say for the Crescent Selkirk, it's been since my 2006 book that has not been corrected. And the other ones have been since my 2015, so 7 years. So I got this inclination just to go, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send an email to both SGC, Peter, and Nat at PSA.
Yeah.
And I sent them both the same email. And I said, okay, let's see what respond. And the reason why I did this, I guess, is I want them to be ahead of the game so that it doesn't take long for people to accept or understand what they're going to be looking at a new date on something. So if they're on board too, that helps the people out there, opposed to just my word, because I know I put things in the book that, well, obviously since 2006, nobody's changed it. Mm-hmm. So I want going forward, I want those things to be changed so it'll be recognized across the board. And I think it'll be an easier conversion, because things that are issued by post serials back in 10, 15 years ago, I confirmed at General Mills, but it's still listed on eBay as post General Mills because nobody can get away from that old mantra that everybody has. So I sent them both an email. Okay. Nat got back to me in a day, less than a day. And he sent a message to me, and he said, sure. And then I sent him some more information, then got back to me, and we talked a little bit. And then he got some of his people to get back to me at PSA. I'm still waiting to hear from Peter, and I haven't heard anything yet. So that really kind of leaves me at a point that you can see. And I kind of got a little, a bad email from Jackie Curl there. I've been dealing with her for 10 years, that I didn't go through her. And I said, Jackie, it isn't that. I said, I gave you my book in 2015. I gave him a freebie. I said, it's up to you to go through it. It's not for me to go through it and to tell you guys what to do. I said, you have to go through it and go against your thing. Like, that's what the book is about. It's not my job. I don't get paid. I'm not a retainer for you. And she took it personally that I went around her. I said, no, I went straight to the top. You can go in at the bottom and wiggle your way through it. And I can come to you with all these little things. I went right to him. And I wanted to see, because he's an open guy. He's obviously on all these talk shows and what.
Yeah, he's still available. Yeah, he's still available.
And
the hobby people are fairly accessible
too. I wanted to see that too about him, and sure enough, so he was kind and gracious and what have you, and here we are. So PSA is on the road to getting those issues fixed. You know, it's not that they're just wrong. It's we're not doing any justice to the players who played back in that time period. We have things wrong. They didn't play then. What if your dad played for that team and they had the wrong year? No, he played in 23-4, but it was 22-3. Like, how are you justifying the historical record by disrespecting the dates and avoiding that change? and I have it clearly stated. And it took me 5 minutes to research, honestly. So nobody has really done that, which I really appreciate. But I'm glad that PSA did go that way. And SGC, I haven't heard anything back yet. Will I hear anything back? I don't imagine unless he sees this video. But I'm glad, Tim, that you did get a message back for your product from him.
Well, now I don't hope he sees this video.
Well, it's the truth. It's not. Well, here we go.
So, my next logical step is that I got to get Peter from SGC on here to be like, why have you not answered the email of the Brill?
Well, actually, I tried
Explain yourself, young man.
a year ago.
I am sending you to your room.
Oh, please. A year ago, I talked to one of the, I don't know, not Peter, but obviously one of his managers or what have you. And I said, do you have my book on file? He goes, oh, we have lots of books. I went, okay, all right. How many
Did you ask him if they had Catcher in the Rye? That was an interesting book.
They might have had it. I think they had the first printing.
Nothing good comes from that book.
But it's still worth a question. I'm just curious if they happen to have it. Grapes of Wrath is a bit of a slog. 100 Years of Solitude, slog. Super slog. My God.
Gone with the Wind? Perfect.
Great.
Um,
I'll take some Tolstoy, thank you.
so I actually talked to the guy and I said, listen, I have things that you haven't changed in there. Maybe you're best to take a look at it again. And I never got a message back from him either. So, coming back again roundabout is like, we got to see who is accessible out there and who's willing to change things. I'm going to change it anyways. I don't really care, but I obviously cared enough that I'd like to see it going forward. And I'd like to see the whole hobby change opposed to just me forcing the change. And that's great. And there's a lot more things to change. So they come back to me, go, what other things do you know? I said, I don't know. There's there's probably another 30 or 40 things we need to change. One was the rookie card for the 1924 Patterson's Bill Cook. I said, you have Bun Cook there. It's the wrong guy. It's the wrong pitcher. Now his rookie card's 1933 Canadian chewing gum and OPC. And he goes, oh, okay, thanks. Anything else? I said, dude, I'm not doing your work for you. You get to work. You got my book. You do the cross-reference. I don't get paid. You're getting paid. Go enjoy. I gave you everything, and it's up to you to do the rest. So we're going to see if they're going to do that, because I know the other changes. There's a bunch, and we'll see if they do go through it. It is a time-taking thing, but that's the time investment. If I went to the time to do all this and write this book for really next to no money, it's at least up to them to do that, and that's where I'll see the follow-through of the PSA to that degree. We'll see how it goes. At this point, I'm very happy. See SGC, I don't know. And Beckett, I didn't even contact them because I don't know how. I don't even know if they're in business. Anyways, that's my story, and that's what I did, and that's what I'm hoping to see.
Listen, Bobby, I think that's great, and I hope that PSA does, do exactly what you hope they do. With 6 million backlog cards, I don't know if they got the time of the inclination. They're just so focused on trying to get that mess fixed.
They have a research department. Trust me, they're okay.
Yeah, I think a lot of the cards in that backlog don't require a ton of research. Zion Prisms. How many Zion Prisms we got? 48,000.
LaMelo Ball. Oh yeah, Zion Prism.
It's like, what's this? It's not a Zion Prism, is it? No, it's not. It's a
Michael
Zion.
Jordan. It's a
different Zion. It's a Zion Select. Damn it! Come on.
So it's not bad news. It's not good news. It's just news. We're going forward. It's not negative. It's not. It's no slight of SGC. They have the opportunity. You can Google my name and figure out who I am pretty quickly. So if he did that and I Googled his name, it's out there. If you want to listen to a historian who does this for sort of a living hobby, whatever you want to call it, that's fine. Or you can just keep going on your way with your blinders on, and best of luck to you. So you're going to be left behind.
General question. So when obviously one of the things, and I've said this before, in this hobby, a lot of the personalities in the hobby are fairly accessible. The world is small. Our world is fairly small. You can get a hold of a lot of folks. And I think a lot of folks outside of it don't understand that. Brad's doing his thing, PSA Canada. At the end of the day, he doesn't work for PSA, but he works with PSA, so there is at least a relationship there. Tim, CEO of Slabstring, my God. Eric, whatever he is. But the point is, there are people in the hobby. We've got the Burrell here. The point is that, and then when I wanted to talk the AEW thing, I reached out to Billy, who designed the set. And I talked to the guy who designed the set, and we talked about the set. So it's like, you can do that. And then he came on and we shot the breeze for hours. So it's like, people in this hobby are predominantly accessible. When Bobby reached out, he reached out to Nat, who's got a lot on his plate, but at the same time, he's still accessible. People can still, he won't answer everybody, but at least he does answer to a fair degree where he can and where it makes sense and where it's helpful. And at the end of the day, he was at least able to get a couple of steps forward in the process.
Well, the email did, just to preface that, the email did say Bobby Burrell, hobby historian for 25 years, preempted, you know. So they knew going in that this isn't just, hey, I'm doing, you know, whatever. So anyways, just to say, not me and that Nate are but besties now. So any guys want anything, let me know.
That's important. That'll be, we'll talk more offline. There's I've got ideas, but the point is that, you know, we'll get to see, because it's one of those things. I actually thought about reaching out to Peter from SGC, but he's literally been doing the podcast circuit recently, like interview. And I've seen like 10 of them already, like from the last week and a half. Like, it's been a lot.
Well, no wonder he hasn't answered my email. Okay.
Yeah, but it's been a lot. It doesn't mean I'm not going to reach out to him at some point. I still think there's some value to being like, all right, let's come on and we'll talk about some stuff. I'm very much third-party grader agnostic. Brad here is just a friend of the channel in general. So, but we'll talk about PSA. We'll talk about all that going on there. We'll talk about SGC. We'll talk about Beckett with great reluctance. And we'll even make fun of HGA when the time is right. You know, I mean, talk about them. I didn't mean make fun of. But the point is that coasters. But the point is that we'll talk about these
nice
things.
labels.
Yeah, really nice, very very colorful. When they don't steal the art from somebody. But the point is, you know, the point is wonderful coasters, like spectacular. I'm just saying, wonderful. But
it'll be better to slap strong on them. That'll be good. That won't slide around on the table. That's good for you.
I like that. That's good. I like that. That's good. But
more business for you, Tim. There, to say.
Hey, anytime you say slap strong, you know you're getting that check, Bobby.
Nice.
I'm waiting for the first one. Okay.
So it's Tim. He's like, it'll get there eventually. It'll get there eventually. When he gets a check, everybody else gets a check.
The shipping's a lot. He can't just send you a check every week. He's got to let them add up a little bit.
There you go.
Yeah. 1 cent, 2 cent, 3 cent. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. I'm only interested if it's very evil, very evil. No, I'm not doing very nice, very evil. I'm doing very evil, very evil. Yep. So Bob says, imagine doing research. Very true. Bob, MJF. And the cracked is insulting me. MJF has a terrible haircut, and that facial hair is embarrassing. I enjoy his character, but like, we got to do better than that. And by the way, that scarf's fake. This is a real one.
Michael J. Fox.
Please. Just please.
Yeah. Is that who MJF is?
No, MJF. No.
I don't know either, Tim. Brother.
MJF is a wrestling character, Tim. It's a wrestling character.
That's all that's all I knew.
That's all you need to know. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Wouldn't know him if he fell on me.
Yeah. So Bob was just saying, you forgot to ask if they actually referenced the book. Speaking of when you did say if they had the book, as having the book, even if they did have the book, do they reference the book? That's a different thing if their research department does that.
Oh, they all have it. Whether SGC has it or not, I can't really remember. I pretty much think they would, but they have a lot of books, as I was told. Yeah. So it's probably got to be in that lot of books.
I'm still interested in what's in there. I'm wondering if you know. Tale of Two Cities. Tale of Two Cities.
2001.
2002.
I Am the Cheese. That was my favorite book.
There you go. That's a fair one. Yeah, that's a good one.
Encyclopedia Brown.
Dude, that'd be amazing.
I was there's something I haven't heard in a long time.
Look, that would raise SGC stock in my eyes just a little bit. Just a little bit. You know, it would raise the stock just a little bit there.
My favorite book is Hello God. It's Me, Margaret. It's one of my favorites.
All right.
Wow, that's kind of everything you say is weird, but I mean,
I was gonna say, yeah.
I'm not gonna go to sleep tonight now.
Yeah, I know. Maybe not. I'm gonna think of who the fuck is Margaret.
If you guys know what that book is, you'd be laughing harder.
Oh, really? I like 1984. Thank you for that Korean cover. That's a good one. Oh. That's a good one. Well played. All right. I'll answer Bob's question, and then I actually have. I'm going to bring something up on the screen that'll play into the CSG piece that we were talking about a second ago. So if I had to pick one, all right. So this is the ultimate question. All right. So last week I had my heartwarming Brady tribute. Some would say Brady slander, but I think it was. I felt moved. I felt moved by it. I thought it was wonderful. I thought it was wonderful. It's like, Brad, did you see my moving tribute? I had pictures and video, man.
Oh, I know. I watched it. I watched the whole thing.
Single tear, bro. Single tear. There was not a dry eye in the house. I thought it was a moving tribute.
Moving.
It was.
He's not
It
done
was.
yet. He's not done yet.
It's okay. I said it before and I'll say it again. He could be in Ken delivering his speech and I'll be there to heckle him. Your speech sucks too. Oh my God. You could have gotten Gronk to write it. Jerk. That said, I'll pick Brady because at least he's done something and he actually plays the sport. He plays the sport. Trout only plays it allegedly. At least the last several years. But like I said, if Brady is in fact still retired, Fish Boy's still mine.
He's
getting
back.
his. I'll be there for him. Don't worry. Go ahead, Tim. You were going to say something?
No, I just said Brady's coming back.
Oh, he's always coming back. Look. I lived through the Brett Favre retirement, unretirement. Look, unless he gets hit by a bus and dies, I'm not going to count him out entirely. But it doesn't matter. The movie tribute was still good either way. Like, I enjoyed it. I had fun. It was a good time. But I would pick between those two. I would pick Brady because at least he played the sport.
I did get 3 more Brady cards this week.
Oh, please, could you show him a little closer? Do that again? Yeah, great. Anyway, so good day there, my American amigos. Great, that's beautiful. Sport card. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Absolutely. Have a great evening. Just Google it. It explains a lot of things, Eric. It really does. It really does. Don't take it to heart, Bobby. Some of these slab companies have the singer James Brown's picture as a picture of him. Jim Brown, the football player, noted on their websites. Very nice, Baz.
No
Very nice.
way.
I have no doubt. Trust me. People don't seem to understand that, like, when it comes, look, the third-party grading companies, I'm going to repeat what I've said before. They serve a purpose. They do. I promise. They really do. But we have to remember that when you hire these folks to do these things, the level of expertise is spotty. Like, look, I'd love to. There are some of us collectors that have way more institutional knowledge in some of this stuff. It is what it is. But I also wouldn't want to be a grader. Honestly, I probably wouldn't take the pay cut. Like, it wouldn't be worth it, especially to do that kind of a job because it's this robotic. You're looking at cards, yes, but you're looking at cards one after another all day long. Like, my time is worth more than that. So, like, there's other things I could be doing.
Like,
Go ahead.
no matter how much we say, like, being hobby lifelong guys and we know these cards inside out, when you get like a new Prism hyper pink, like, you try to figure out what that card is.
Yeah.
It can take forever. Like, I go through all the sources, especially now where I have to put some of these orders together. So I have to submit them together. And all of a sudden I'm like, I'm not just cutting and pasting someone's submission form. I'm looking at the card, trying to figure out what it is. And I'm like, and then you add in the whole gaming side. Try to figure out what some of these Pokemon cards are, especially the Japanese Pokemon cards. Like,
Yes.
good luck. Like, it takes forever. I spent at least the other day, one order was 10 cards. I probably spent 2 hours to try to figure out what they were. It was tough.
Carlos, you mind if I ask Brad something?
Go.
So for me, I see things almost every day where I'm like, wow, I didn't even know that was part of a set, right? How often do you see cards where you're just like, you didn't even know they existed? Do you still see things where you're just like, I didn't know this was even an insert?
Yeah. No, honestly, there's lots of things that come through for not just like the modern stuff, but there's some vintage stuff. There's a lot of stuff from Europe. We do a lot of with the CR, the research department, where there's cards that I've never seen. We get things like, this is pretty cool. I'll be quick. But
Sure, no problem.
I had
It's gotten miserable, I'll say, with some of the parallels. Bob is joking about that, but here's the thing. If I didn't know anything about the hobby, given what Select and what Panini's done with some of that stuff, you could probably talk me into this being an actual thing.
Yeah.
It's not completely as silly as it sounds. Is it that far removed from like what's actually available?
No.
It's
no.
not that
because
ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
there's tiger prints, right?
There is.
Isn't
That's what
it-
I mean. Like, there's prints.
Tiger.
There's different types of animal prints. It's like those are actual parallel names.
So
Like, that's
this
real.
was
The disco is a real parallel.
So I got this from a guy, and I don't mind. Crap, he wouldn't mind me showing it.
Oh,
inside.
You're going to need to reach out to a guy. I think I can still get a BGS Black Label on that for you.
Oh,
absolutely.
But like,
Too
in
soon?
that, like,
Sorry, are we still live? Oh, this is gonna get awkward. Go ahead.
It's all like Jordan inserts,
Okay, cool, nice.
like gold.
Okay, that's
and
yeah,
numbers.
that's the yep.
Like some of these cards. So this guy, I
What's
graded-
funny is when we're trying to show the cards is when you go blurry. You're actually
Oh,
clear
really?
sometimes, and then sometimes it goes blurry on us. Like, what the heck? Yeah,
But
there's the
just
Barry
like-
Sanders rookies. Yeah,
Barry,
I can see
yeah.
that.
yeah, like random
Hey,
stuff. In
can you
boxes,
send me
but
one
this
of
guy-
those, Brad? You seem to have plenty.
Well, no, this guy sent me this box. I met him at the Toronto Expo. Super
Yep.
nice guy. Went through, graded 20 cards for him, and he got I got to be careful what I say, but he got absolutely incredible grades back, and he got I can say this, Joe Burrow gold auto
Okay.
out of Prism.
Yeah,
That
so
came
that's
back at
be like a
10.
10. The beta got a 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Out of 10, and it came back at 10 off. Super
Nice.
nice guy, but he's got tons of boxes, and so I said, just send them to me if you're in no rush. I actually enjoy, I'm going to go through
Yeah.
all his cards, take a look, let him know what I think. That's not a service we offer, but for this guy, it's just and it's fun. I'm sure in here, who knows? There could be a PMG, there could be anything in there, right? This guy has serious stuff, and just has it.
Oh,
in
you better
boxes.
send it in and get it graded and sold before the July the 1st, or it'll be under
Yeah,
$3,000.
there's another, I know that one's a tough one. That's the gold rare Jordan.
Okay, so is that the refractor or the regular? It'll be on the
No,
back.
that's just the regular.
Okay. So the gold's still
Yeah.
tough for Jordan. The gold's still tough for Jordan.
Oh yeah,
Don't leave them in your car.
Yeah, don't do that.
yeah, I know it.
No, leave it in your car. Just let me know where your car's parked. That's what
Nova
we do.
Scotia.
Oh,
Nice.
Oak Island. I've always wanted to die. Do you think it's PMGs at the bottom of Oak Island?
I think there is. I believe it 100%. I got suckered into that show for so many years, and they found a ring in a freaking whatever. I
Yeah,
don't know.
me too.
I don't think there's anything there.
I haven't watched it this year. Is there anything going on?
They just keep finding more Bobby Dazzlers, if you know what I mean. If you really watch the show, you understand.
Nice.
The English guy. That's a Bobby Dazzler. I'll put that in the pocket.
There you go. So there you go. So from Korean
Entertainment
cardboard, Brad, if you ever need any help Korean and some Japanese, so you can let Korean cardboard know. So it might be helpful with the translations and some of that stuff. So Bobby was talking about the Prism. Yeah, 40 parallels and 5 1-1s. It's a lot of stuff. Yeah, there's way too many parallels in some of those sets. Cheetah print, I agree with that. Sasquatch cam, yeah. It comes and goes because his camera's fine right now. It was just occasionally it would blur out on some of the stuff when he was showing some of the cards. It would come and go.
Yeah.
Right now it's actually okay. So it's weird, kind of. I don't know.
But you know what the problem is, and they're smart though. Prism's smart because, so especially with animals. So it just so happens my fiance likes giraffes. I've been actively looking for, Prism baseball giraffes because I don't really care. I just want to involve her in the hobby community.
Sure.
So they're very smart by doing animals because the animals they're choosing, people are actually fans of elephants. People love elephants, giraffes, snakes, they're tigers. They're very smart what they're doing. However, it's killing me trying to complete my rainbows.
Yeah.
The bubbles cam. I like that callback. Very nice, Baz. I like that.
That's good.
All right. So we talked about CSG a little bit briefly, and previously we have talked about the eBay authentication program. I actually want to get a couple of your guys' takes on this because we've started to get some returns on some big cards coming back with the eBay authentication thing. There's been some that have been okay and some that are not so great. So some of them have been shared on social media. And what happens? You know how this works. Stuff happens. Remember what I said earlier tonight, though? I was very specific when I said that analogy. You could send out 100,000 of these. Everybody will remember the ones you screwed up on. But the point is, high-profile screwed up get remembered. They get remembered for a while, and then becomes your narrative going forward. So you got to be real careful with that stuff. So let's take a look at this one. So this is a Donruss Crusade Ken Griffey Jr. And a lot of the issues that I've been seeing on the ones that people have been sharing have been these Card Saver 1s and cards that don't seem to be all the way into the Card Saver 1. Now, if you guys know anything about Card Saver 1s, is that if the card is properly put in and the Card Saver 1 is appropriate for the card, there shouldn't be that much play unless you're literally shaking the box like crazy.
Well, you know why? I can tell you
Go ahead.
right now. It's because you have a penny sleeve in with that, and you're not supposed to put penny sleeve with it because the penny sleeve overrides the sliding. So there's no grip on the holder itself, and the penny sleeve is just a preforming. So that's why. Otherwise, you just go straight in, and it wouldn't move at all. 100%.
I get you, but then the card saver one is a bad call because you're not going to send it to somebody with no penny sleeve. Their opportunity for, I understand what you're saying. Like, I get it. If you're a hobbyist and you know what you're doing, I'd be comfortable putting a card in without a penny sleeve. But if I'm shipping it to somebody, I'm sure as hell not doing that. And maybe a card saver one is the wrong vehicle. Maybe it's the wrong thing. Honestly, you could do a top loader and put it in a team bag and you'd be fine. Like,
you're protected.
Put the team bag in there. Like, this Griffey card was $33,000 it sold for. For a $33,000 card, you better make sure you figure out a way to lock it into position.
These were never meant for penny sleeves ever. They're not. It defeats the purpose, really, of the card, and they'll slide out every time.
Yeah, but the bottom line is, like, you can
It was
imagine
$35,000.
it was like, I think 33, but yeah, like because the Crusades, some of those, because this was a late '90s parallel, they were in a bunch of different sets, and they're like to these fairly low serial numbers again for late '90s standards, and a lot of them never made it out. So a Griffey is going to be right at the top of the line, late '90s. Griffey's at the peak of his powers playing for the Mariners. So this card is going to go for pretty penny. This is what it comes out looking like. And I've seen other cards that basically had the same kind of issue where it seems like it's coming out of the card saver. Well, if you're paying tens of thousands of dollars and you get this, even if it's a little eBay box, thank you, eBay, for your authentication, but my card is about to get damaged.
Well, anytime I've sent in a card, I'd send it in without. I put it in that sleeve, and I without the penny sleeve. So I just that holder in it, and it's perfectly fine. But then you would put some support in behind something like that, and team bang it. You could team bag that too.
You could,
And
yeah.
You don't have to, but I'm just saying.
So,
Team bag.
like, look,
penny sleeve.
by comparison, I'll use a simple analogy, and I see a couple of comments. I'll grab them here in a second. I'll use a different analogy. I talked about this already. I sent over some cards to Brad to go and do PSA for grading. My cards are not tens of thousands of dollars, but some of them are. They were worth the value for what I was getting them graded for. It made perfect sense. I had them in the little Beckett Shield versions of their semi-rigids, but I had them all together, and I had the batches inside of team bags, in groups of 5, so in team bags, and then I packed them together, and then I carefully packed it in with the bubble wrap inside of a box. All the cards that I had combined were not worth the value of that one card, and I packed it 1,000 times better.
Yeah.
And Brad, you can testify to that. Like, I made sure to take care to minimize the amount of movement inside of the box.
Swear to God.
Yeah.
This was my first. The guy sent, this was inside a box with bubble wrap, inside another box, and he sent me the code. I had to open up the lockbox, and inside the lockbox was one card. And it was, I think it was Yu-Gi-Oh or Magic, whatever it was. But this guy went through all the efforts. That was I said to Len, I was like, have you ever got anything in its own lockbox sent to you? He was like, no. So the guy said, when the card comes back, put it in the lockbox, rewrap it the exact same way. I'm like, no problem, man.
Brad,
Nice.
it's Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yep, Yu-Gi-Oh. Yep.
Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, but isn't that? But think about that. My point isn't that's not my expectation of eBay. I get it, but if a card's $33,000, you can do better than a card saver one. Like, I think we can do better. Like, we could probably spring for a little effort. You know, let's put that in a team bag. Let's make sure like it doesn't shift around a little bit. You know, one of Bobby's favorite channels, Allie from Titan Cards. You know, he's a freaking fan, watches all the time. She did a video, and in the video was the eBay thing. She actually opened one of those eBay things for a card that they had purchased, and it was like a folding card, one of those booklet cards, and it was 4 1-of-1s. You know, for like Doctor Strange, it was like one of the comic ones, whatever. They put it inside of a very big semi-rigid, this big thick card that could literally just slide out because of weight alone. And they put it in a team bag inside of a semi-rigid that was so loose that the thing would go flying out if you shook it right.
Uh-huh.
And they did it. They opened the box live on video just to make sure you could see it, to be like, but imagine In this case, nothing happened. They lucked out. In this case, nothing happened. They lucked out. But man, you guys are introducing this thing. It's not optional. And you're sending out very expensive stuff in a card saver 1, not secured in any way inside of the box itself looks okay. The little blue box thing, it looks fine. But the card itself is not secured. So what are we doing here?
You're paying for the service.
Indirectly.
Oh, indirectly, yeah.
Yeah, like it's not official, but they will charge you for
They
it
will.
eventually.
Oh, yeah.
But just imagine, like, this is our start. We just got going. You're not millions of cards into this process yet. You don't have the luxury of being screwing up this much this early on high profile stuff. That's not great.
Carlos, did you talk or ask them if they had an opinion on it?
On which?
On the sending away for grading, sending away for the opinions there with the eBay thing. eBay.
Oh, no. I wanted to make sure we got the story cleared all the way through. So now we've got it all figured out. So here's my question. You can touch on either piece or both. What do you think about eBay having this as a thing that is mandatory right now for 750 and over to be eventually 250 and over? First, if you haven't touched on it, you can touch on that. Second, what are we getting for our service here if this is the kind of returns that we're getting? So Tim, you want to take a stab at that first?
I think that they mean well. I know a situation where it didn't meet that threshold and it still went through the certification process.
Okay.
And the person got a letter saying, hey, basically, I know your card's a week late and it shouldn't have went through this process. Sorry, but it went through the process. I think they mean well. I think it's tough for them because right now we're relying on these grading companies to grade our cards and authenticate our cards. And you're now going through eBay. So has eBay hired authenticators at this point? So
CSG is the one who's supposed to be doing it. CSG and CGC.
Yeah.
But so now is that taken away from their grading process? I don't know.
Good question. No, like we don't know the answer to that. It's a good question.
Right. I think they mean well. I think I get it, and it makes sense. With watches and sneakers, they started doing it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it makes sense. But at this point, the way everything is, a week late from eBay,
Mm-hmm.
does that mean that you lose money? I don't know. Like I said, I think what they're doing is they're trying to do it the right way. Everybody just has to get better. They're new to it. But the way the market is right now, there can't be any delays, right? So like I said, I know someone that got their card a week late. Who knows? It wasn't supposed to go through the process, but it's all new.
Okay.
They don't have much of an excuse though, because they're not really a small business, right? So they don't have the excuse of them messing up. But I think they mean well. I think you got to do something, right? Because there's so many. I think what's happening is it's the eBay guarantee that's killing them. They're spending so much money on people back charging and all this other thing that they're dealing with, to where that's just the evolution of them not having to refund money.
I agree. Can I ask a question? Let me throw something out, and as we go through and everybody gets a shot. So I'll give you first crack, Tim, but let me pose a question here. So we saw this, and it goes back to what I said earlier tonight about perception. Here's what we know. We know that if it gets sent there, CSG or CGC, which is basically the same umbrella company, but whatever, for the sake of argument, we know they do the authentication thing. I didn't say they shipped it. I said they authenticated it. But when stuff like this happens, and I've seen this already on Discord and some social media, people are like, "Oh man, CGC or CSG, they're incompetent. They shipped this out." Who said they're the ones who shipped it out?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It could be somebody commissioned by eBay, because eBay, for international shipping, people have to send it to Kentucky. Kentucky sends it over to here, and we pay a fortune for the privilege of Pitney Bowes, sending me my own package. If you've got so if CSG is the third party, they do their authentication thing. They hand it off to Pitney Bowes or somebody equivalent to actually do the shipping. Somebody's got to put it in that box in the Card Saver one. I didn't tell you necessarily it's the same person who does the authentication. It could be. But
Right.
we're assuming right now. We're assuming. But the customer is going to connect the two and put the pieces together and say, oh, CSG is the one who incompetently put this card in to this Card Saver 1 and then shipped it out to me in this terrible way. That's not necessarily true, but they take the reputational hit anyway. Even if they did their part of the job fine, they authenticated the card, they did their piece, handed it off, and now somebody else screws it up, and now I get to take the blame for it, even though I did my job.
Yeah, I think in this industry it's tough, right? Because the more hands it goes through, I guess people might. I don't know, because I don't think a lot of people understand the process, how it comes from Panini or Upper Deck, anyways, where it's going through 11 hands, and the odds of you getting a 10 are just so minimal, anyways, for the reality. I don't know. The more hands it goes through, like I said, I think they mean well. I think over time it'll get better, and they'll get the process down packed, but it's definitely a shock to the industry but like, look, like during the pandemic, there's so many people that started to realize that you can just charge back and all this. Like I said, it just goes back to they mean well, but it's gonna be a few years before the process is legit.
All right. No, I understand. I understand the problem they're trying to solve. I get what you're saying. I agree with you.
Tough.
Yeah, I get you. So, Brad, do you want to touch on? There's a couple of pieces here. There's the eBay authentication piece itself. What do you think about that? And then also, I gave a little bit of an alternative scenario, because our issue with what that picture was is that's not a great way of shipping. However, I don't know who's actually doing the shipping. So CSG, potentially, it could still be them, but then they're in a position to be taking the heat for something that might not be their doing. And maybe they don't have control over it, but all of a sudden now they're still establishing themselves. Even though they're the bigger company, has a history and a track record, they're still establishing themselves in this. And CSG is still sitting, if I want to put PSA at the top, which I think is fair, SGC's been gaining a lot of ground. Beckett has decided just to bequeath its, territory and land, despite Eric's, passionate love of BGS that he gave earlier tonight. Despite that, they've pushed themselves further and further down. CSG could take a third position here if they play their cards right, which is not a bad place to be, by the way. But then they could be shooting themselves in the foot with this relationship. Kind of, what do you think about those different moving parts?
I'm just, I'm not a fan of eBay right now. From a selling standpoint, and I'm just very frustrated with all the decisions they're making. The list would be, there'd be at least 20 things that I could say that are just frustrating. Like Tim said, I get their point. And they're trying to prevent these, chargebacks and things. But every time you turn around now, a guy that has feedback of 2. So he had feedback of 2. He's been on eBay for a month. Mailed out a card. I mean, my rules, over $75, it gets tracking. Under $75, it's regular mail. I ship it out. He just, I didn't get the card. And it's like, really? You know what I mean? Like, it was a $60 card, but you didn't get it. Nothing I can do about it. Nothing I can say about it. And he gets refunded on it. Now, I've been a member on eBay since 98, 97. With, I think in our accounts, we got 25,000 or 30,000 of feedback on one of them. Like, if we have, why should I, excuse me, as a seller, like when I look at it, I should have some clout. I should have some trust with me, the seller, with this feedback, with everything else. If I say this guy with 2 feedback that just joined eBay says he didn't get it, so I'm out the money. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many little things, and I think that the whole same as verification. I don't think you have to go through this process. If I sell a card to someone for $2,000 or $5,000 on eBay, and they're not happy with it, or there was an issue, then bring the card back. I'm happy to. I'm going to take care of the customer myself because I'm a reliable, good eBay seller. Mm-hmm. So I think they're just taking this. They're forgetting about all these other avenues, other ways that they could fix these problems by just doing it this way, right? Mm-hmm. I just don't understand it. For a company that big, there's zero protection for sellers, and there's going to be other platforms, which we've seen. Excuse me, but someone's going to step up to the plate and have a really good platform, and it could be a combination of all of them. Someone's going to have, maybe it's a combination with Star Stock and PWCC's platform or Golden's platform. Like, somehow there's
Star Stock is a bit ixnay right now. Star Stock is a bit. I get your point, but Star Stock's a bit ixnay right now.
But our ComC, like however it's
Yeah,
going
yeah.
to be, there's going to be another platform that's going to come that's going to take over the trading card industry.
It
I
could
think
be.
because I think eBay's like I really am contemplating now just not selling, and I've sold 50 to 100 cards every week for the last 20 years.
Sure. Yeah.
I
No, I
just
think
might not
that's.
want
I
to
think
do
it's
it.
fair. I think it's fair.
Mhm.
It actually is a good. It actually is a good segue, but I want to finish this thought, this category before. But you touched on something beautiful, which actually flows right off of this. Bobby, please.
Brad, I was going to just talk about, you can always put the minimum that they have minimum 5 feedback or 10 feedback.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can mechanize
for
that.
bidding or buy.
That's right.
So
Yeah.
you can
Yeah.
sort of eliminate a lot of those early guys. And,
Yeah.
you know, I always look at the feedback of somebody and I say, well, you know, you got 2 feedback, you bought a $400 item. I think we're going to have to, because I do have a minimum, but it's very low. I can just say, hey, listen, I'm going to charge you more for shipping because I need to insure it. And
and I do everything over
or take the hit. I do too. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I always look at their feedback and see if they have feedback left for others.
Mm-hmm.
So there's always looking into the details of how good the seller is, and that's a good sign. But it's hard to do it for every card. But on those suspect ones like those guys, and that'll carry over from them people sending their cards away to get the pre-grading done for eBay. Like for all these cards that are lost in the mail, is like how many more cards? Like I don't believe it's the same level as that people say, because there's a lot of people who lie and say I never got the
Yeah.
card or never got the item. Sure,
Right.
but if we do get lost mail and you sent them a $25,000, $30,000 that other card, if you lost it in the mail, like how do you replace that? Because I think it was a 10. They're going to give you what grade? What recourse do you have to say that I think it was a 10 all day? You're going to give it 8 value back or whatever you put on the value shipping. I don't know what's going to happen there. Getting back into eBay again, okay, the percentages are so high. It's always the third party who always wants to extend. You need another service. You need extra this. You know, Carlos. You know, you were in the call center.
Mhm.
Upsell, right?
Yeah.
On everything.
Well, the problem always was I understood their obsession with the upsell, but I always found it problematic that they were so tone deaf, and I had this argument for the better part of 2 years with my supervisors and managers. You are asking me to upsell. I'm technical support.
Mhm.
You're calling me because it's already not working and you had to wait 3 hours to talk to me. Now, it's a privilege and a joy to speak to me, of course.
Sure.
But like that's not going to compensate for 3 hours of waiting for the privilege. So you're already irritated that your service isn't working. You know, I'm talking to me is cushioning the blow, but not enough to compensate you all the way. But then I'm going to upsell you. Hey, would you like some HBO? Like, are you serious? Like, and they had a certain bar of amount of upgrades and things that they wanted to have. I was like, are you guys dumb?
Yeah.
Do you realize the only reason that it's a 3-hour wait time is that most of your operators are incompetent? Those of us that are good, like I can only do so much. I can only answer 100 calls a day or 120 calls a day. Doesn't matter how good I am. And I was far and above. I was answering twice as many calls as the average agent. And effectively, and they didn't have to call back, and I got it done on the first shot. But guess what? I've only got so many hours in the day, and I work 12-hour days because it was time and a half. So I was like, I'll take your extra money, but I still only have so much time. Like, it's not possible. We could only put a dent. There were literally hundreds of calls in the queue at a time. Hundreds. Backed up, backlog, for 2 straight years. And they still thought it was okay to ask for upcharges.
Yeah, of course.
You're insane. And I was supposed to sell new service. I'm like, how am I selling new service when I'm fixing things all the time? It's like, well, maybe their neighbors need it. Yes, their neighbors are going to want to get the same service. They have to wait 3 hours to get fixed.
Yeah.
That's a selling point.
Great reference point.
It really is.
I think there's a little bit of an overreach with the third parties. Always trying to get that extra nickel out of you. It's not like eBay fees are small, and I'm with you, Brad, on that. You know, eBay is sort of turned into that kind of place.
They're also apparently bumping it up a little bit more soon.
And who's
Oh,
buying
really?
like
They're
that?
doing it like an across the board. They're doing like an across the board in almost every category. Another one.
Yeah, and they're just driving themselves out of business now. They're a publicly traded company. I get that. I understand it 100%. But you know, you get more people by dropping your prices, not by, you know, you're going to lose people and not keep replacing them. At a point, the recession, you know, gets the whatever it's called, the customers going away will exceed the new customers coming in.
Yeah.
So
The churn. It's the churn.
Yeah.
And the other thing,
So-
like, who's buying that card? Who's buying that Ken Griffey card, a $35,000 card, ungraded? You know what I mean? Like,
well, that's a good question. Yeah, I never thought of that. Huh.
I just, I
Why
like to
would
consider
you?
myself. Yeah, why
Well, there's
would you?
a
Like,
there's
I
a
would
there's a
never-
large contingent now of those ones that do get trimmed quite a bit.
Oh, 100%.
Maybe-
Like, I just would never even think about it. I would never buy a raw
You'd
card
send
for
it in.
above $5,000, like, or even even $1,000. I'd kind of be like, well, why isn't this graded? You know what I mean? Like, that's always my question now, right?
Yeah, I think if you dealt with like a dealer at that point, you would be like, "Hey, I'll pay to have it graded. Can you send it in, and then we'll finalize the deal based on that? Like, make it a contingent of the deal. Let's get it in to
Yeah.
so that I have that extra assurance, because then you also have that guarantee built in, and that's something
Yeah.
that gives you a little. It also makes it more liquid for you if down the road you want to flip it or whatever. You buy it now, and then June 27th you sell it before the bottom falls out. You only got days to go. Get it out of here quickly.
So
But yeah, no, I
overall-
agree with you. I agree with
Overall,
you.
I'm in the same boat as most people. I think it's a little bit of overreach. I think it's really a shame that you have to go through this process to sell a $1,000, $1,500 card, and then you want to go through a grading company that's going to pay the upside. Like, you just want to kind of make some money and just throw some stuff out there. Now I know 1,000 or seven. What's it? 750?
It's $750 right now, but they want to drop it to $250.
Oh yeah, they'd love that, wouldn't they?
No, they're planning
Then
on
they'll
it.
start charging.
They're planning
See,
on it.
That's right. See, it's everything's free now, and then it's just another charge. It's just another across the board. They're going to start doing stuff, and they keep on taking the dollars and cents out of you. You have to buy a card at like 10% of the value to really get anything if you're going to do any business. As Brad does with the company, and you have overhead and all these other things. You can't be selling at 10% profit.
Yeah.
It doesn't work out well for you in the end. So I think it's too much. It's too much. The benefit for me is I don't deal in cards, so it's beneficial to me. But who knows what they're going to get into officially with other stuff.
Well, that's the thing in collectibles. If they provide a similar guarantee down the road, Tim mentioned it. Watches, they've done it. Shoes,
Yes.
they've done it. But basically, any collectible category where there's the possibility of a forgery.
Like a Rolex, I can see. Yeah, there's other things. Yeah, because there's a lot of fakes out there.
Yeah, and the card market has tons of options to certify that card, and it's easy to be done. I bought a pair of sneakers, my first pair of investment sneakers for my daughter for her for Christmas to try to. Anyways, and it came with the little tag, the eBay certificate, and everything, and I felt comfortable about it, and I really appreciated it. But you can also, if I would have the choice to buy a slabbed pair of sneakers versus the ones, I'm buying the slabbed ones every time. So when it doesn't
It's gonna be
happen,
really
but
awkward in wearing, but I suppose they're good in the
Exactly.
rain. But like, dang,
But you don't have the option in shoes. You have the option in cards, right? So it's like, I don't know. I'm lost by it. I think it's.
But there's a good side to it. This is actually the upside of all of this. LCSs increase business because people are saying, "Hey, I'll just go down and what's his name?" And eBay's going to take 15% anyway, so I'll just sell him to it for this price, whatever. Right? And if he wants to send it in for it, I'll let him do it. So it's good for that. It's good for all the other side business. I'm going to go show. I'm going to do a side deal on the side with a guy. I'm going to trade a guy. It's going to increase those businesses a lot more exponentially. And I think you'll see shows increase. I think card shops will actually benefit from this. So there is that upside of it. So
I agree.
it does lead business to other markets, so that's always a possibility. I'll get to this question in a minute, Baz. I did see it. I'll come back to it in a second here. Big unit, Griffey sticking out of the penny sleeve as well at the card saver. Yes, both. Korean Cardboard never had an issue with penny sleeve in a card saver one. A lot of times with those ones, I've never had too much issue. Bob was just saying the Magic card, was it a Black Lotus? Because that would be one of the valuable ones that could justify being in a ridiculous lockbox in the whole 9 yards. Because the Black Lotuses, all of them are expensive. All of them now. Every variant of it, they're all very expensive.
Graded or ungraded?
Yes. It doesn't matter. Like if you buy it from a good seller where you're comfortable that it's real, people will buy the ungraded and pay good money because they only printed it for the first several series. Yeah. And then it went on the reserve list and it never gets printed again.
Yeah.
No, I'm going to find out what it was.
Yeah, for sure. So I'll read a couple of these here while you're doing that. I'm unsure it doesn't matter to me, but I've heard PSA cuts the card saver just above where the card is sitting and said card saver. True, false? Not familiar with that one. I've heard of what you're talking about, but I'm not too sure.
Would that be in that same card saver, or we're talking pennies? Not
This is
pennies,
a PSA. You're talking about the card saver cutting off the lip, the little top part.
Yeah, because it can get stuck there if you don't, if it's kind of warped, it could, but actually, if anything, your finger should be going in to circumvent that from happening. So, yeah.
eBay's come the Wild West buyer's favor over the years, very much so. Government takes that extra money. Yeah, I think eBay's not giving that to the government. Tax, you are getting charged taxes on some stuff, but that eBay fee is eBay's fee. That's eBay taking a cut.
eBay fee, the $600 selling, this thing sending your card away. It's just sort of like, they don't want new business?
Yeah, well, the $600 thing is basically a 1099 in the U.S. They're doing that in general. So to be honest, though, like if you're selling any decent amount, you have to fill those up for years. That threshold is low and everything. I get that, but if you were selling a decent amount, you were making enough money that you had to file your taxes on it anyway. I know everybody tries to skirt it, but it's like, it's sorry. Deal with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the frog in the pot is slowly increasing the temperature, and that's kind of what eBay's been doing with the fees over the years. So,
yeah.
True. Likely foresee of sales off eBay, and I'll touch on that in a minute here. How often we suggest it worth it to pull cards from Ship My Cards? Depends on how much patience you have. I'm an impatient guy, so I'll probably do it more than it's necessary. I enjoy having my cards in. I like having. I will let it build up a little bit. It's just a matter of how much you're comfortable. They're doing a pretty good job turning it around. So usually, if I ask them to ship it out, they'll ship it out within the week, and then it's there in a day or two. If you pick a slower shipping option, it'll go slower. It's just a matter of how patient you are.
Yeah, I got beat on the international shipping this time around. A little folder, and the guy put me through international shipping, so it was like $30 shipping for something that would cost $5 to ship directly, and then it went to where Texas, came to Texas, then it went to Ohio, and then back down to Kentucky. And this has been a week and a half now, and I'm sitting there going, it's still. And I emailed the guy. He goes, well, everything goes through Kentucky, and I said, after like 7 business days, it's still in Kentucky. Like, what the hell?
Oh no, that was always a very slow process.
Nightmare.
Okay,
I
so Albert,
usually go through the U.S., but I was logged on the wrong account, and I went, oh.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So Albert here is talking about the overtime pay. The government takes that extra money. Everybody in the call center thought that's true. It's not.
No,
it's true if you suck at math.
It's extra money.
It is extra money. If you're in a higher tax bracket, it gets taxed at a higher rate, but it's at different levels. You have to get up to a certain amount.
Overtime.
Yeah, and I did do enough overtime to bump me up a tax bracket, but I still made more money.
It's still
the ones who avoided it because they didn't want to pay the tax, I made more money than they did.
When you make a few tax bracket jumps, then you're in trouble.
Yeah, but it's like, at a call center, you're not making enough to jump 2 tax brackets.
No way.
You can jump 1, and I did because I did enough overtime over the year. But no, you make more.
Marginal.
And it's really easy. Say you're at 30%, whatever. Every $100, they take 30 off. Great. Okay, at the next tax bracket, it's 35. So that means for every additional $100, you're making 65 instead of 70. I still made 65 more.
Yeah.
It's easy math.
Can you shill yourself in that situation? Can you get a cell phone and then call your own self?
Yes.
Say your numbers.
Shilling is everything too.
Yeah. The problem is if you tried with the backup we had and that thing, it would take me 3 hours to connect to myself. I'd have to have the phone on for 3 hours just to reach myself.
Well, you've been winding Eric up for such a long time here, so
yeah, I know. I wanted to make sure I read through.
No, you have to get him wind up because it wound up.
There you go. Yeah. All right, Eric. So you got a couple different angles you can touch on it. I do want to touch on the other platform thing, but I want to let you have a crack at this. eBay authentication, the extra fees upcoming, the possibility to drive stuff off the platform, and also the way they packaged it, and also CSG can get blamed for a lot of this, whether they're doing it or not. Which piece would you like? You got a lot to choose from.
Eric, before you start, boys, I got to take off. Eric,
no worries, Brad.
I'm
Go
not
for it.
cutting off, but boys, it's
Brad,
been a
good
pleasure.
seeing you, buddy.
Have a good night, Brad. Take her easy.
It was a Pokemon card. It wasn't Yu-Gi-Oh! I made a mistake. It was a 2005 Pokemon promo card.
In a clear sealed box? All right.
Well, I'm glad we straightened that out.
Have a good night, buddy. Take it easy.
Thanks, guys. See you.
All right. Take it easy.
They
must have really liked that Pokemon card. I can't believe that for the lockbox. That seems excessive. The Black Lotus I actually get. I know how much those go for. I don't know about the Pokemon card. All right, Eric, go for it.
Well, I think Tim said pretty much nailed most of it. What he was saying about, I think eBay's trying And
I said nothing. I know.
and they're
Whatever.
going to, they're trying to do the right thing, and they're gonna take a while before it gets better. But the issue is that eBay created all this. eBay is trying to clean up its mess. Bob made a comment about it being the Wild West for buyers. This, without, and I think we've talked about this maybe last week or the week before when this all came out. Without sellers, you don't have eBay. Okay. If people don't trust the site and they don't want to put things on there, and they're not going to. So the reason this is all happening is because of the bad actors that are the buyers that not only lied about whether or not they receive things, but are lying about what kind of condition they receive things in. They're purchasing something at one price. A week goes by, they get the item in, they check eBay, and they see that the price went down, and they can buy another one for a cheaper price. So they damage the card that came in and then send it back and get their money back. It's a huge scam, and this has been going on. And because eBay has been choosing the side of the buyers for so long and disrespecting sellers, it's been very easy. So this authentication thing isn't just about, is this card real? It is, when eBay gets it, they look at it and they say, it is not scratched, it is not damaged, it is real, it's in a proper holder, and then they ship it out. So when the buyer gets it, they can no longer say, oh, there's a scratch, it's bent, it's got a ding, because eBay is going to go, no, it left here in perfect condition. You're not getting your money back. So they're trying to stop that scam. And if they didn't allow this Wild West atmosphere to begin with, like Bob said, they wouldn't have to take these steps. But they abused their sellers for so long, thinking that it was all about the buyers, that the buyers took advantage and the bad actors took advantage, and now they're trying to clean up the mess. And it's going to take a while for them to perfect it.
It was funny.
No perfecting it, so
yeah, there still are. It was funny because I had an instance of this today, because I went to the mailbox, and earlier in the day I was looking through some of my purchased items, and I do a little audit, because sometimes I'll buy some stuff and sometimes it takes a little while, so I'll keep doing my thing. But then I went to check, and I had some stuff, a couple of cards for a 70s baseball set that I was finishing up, and I bought them before Christmas, and they still hadn't come in. And I was sitting there like, what the heck? Like, doesn't seem to be anything going on with it. I looked around just to double check and make sure the dates, make sure when did you ship it, whatever. And it had been like pushing a month and a half, almost 2 months. And I was like, all right, I've been getting a lot of stuff. It is from the States, but I've been getting a lot of stuff in. And it was like, it's been enough time. We're past the holiday rush. Like, what the heck? So I was like, okay, well, I'll initiate the little button that you put on eBay. Hey, item hasn't been received, whatever. I did that at lunchtime. I went to the mailbox at the end of the day. Today's Friday. I literally walked in and I looked at it. I was like, what the heck's this? I opened it up. Okay, you are so lucky, bro. Like, the same day that I filled in the thing, because I didn't want to wait too long, because you only have so much time to press the thing to get your refund. And I was like, okay, well, you lucked out, my man. Like, it literally came in the very same day I filled it out. I'm like, all right, hold on. I can retract it. It's like, fine. I just told him, hey, you know what? If you get the message, don't worry about it. I literally just got it in the mail today. From December 21st. I got it in February 11th. I was like, wow, okay. And I was like, that was nearly perfect. I hit the button. It's like somebody at eBay. You're muted, Tim. It was like somebody on eBay was like, hey, Carlos should get his thing. Put it in the mailbox. Put it in the mailbox before it's too late.
Hand deliver it quick.
It was hilarious because it was packaged beautifully. The cards were in good condition. There was no issue. But I was like, what has happened here?
I get those emails all the time where people say, when did you mail out the book? When did you mail out the book?
Okay, hold on.
And I always...
Nope, I can't unmute you. You muted yourself.
Tim,
yeah,
you're muted.
Yeah, I can see his mouth moving, but he's muted.
There it is.
Okay, now, go ahead.
I'm still learning technology.
No worries. Well, you
No
can
problem.
ask Eric. He's an expert.
Yeah. Yep.
That's his problem. He asked him.
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
I taught him. That's the
So
problem.
listen,
We taught him. Oh, even worse.
so the real story is I'm live on a podcast. I put myself on mute because my fiance's yelling at me, but I need to project as like I'm a great businessman, so that's why I keep smiling through it. So when I'm on mute, I'm really getting yelled at.
Gotcha.
Fair, legitimate.
We're all the
Yeah.
same. We're all the
But
same. Don't worry.
this smile's going to keep on going, and that's what we do here.
Look at you. Look at you. Well done. Well done. But yeah, it was funny. But it was funny you mentioned that. I was like, it's like it came into play today. I used the mechanism in place. I used it legitimately because I hadn't gotten the thing. But it's like, no, it came in specifically. I opened it up, got it with the mail. I was like, great. Okay. It worked out in this case. But it wasn't big money stuff. But I was like, has it been like since
A lot of
December?
people-
I'm like, it's been long enough.
A lot of people are impatient, especially coming from Canada or going to the U.S. and vice versa. It's that extra sometimes week.
Yeah, I
But
try to give a
that's
lot of
the
rope.
long-
I
that's
try to give a lot of
rope.
rope. Yeah, since December till now, I think it's plenty of rope. Like I felt like I gave a lot of time.
Yeah,
to that.
I think that's pretty fair, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, at that point, I think it's like, dude, you can walk it over, walk it across. You can
Right.
bypass the protest, walk around them, and you'll still be able to get to me. Don't worry.
Walk in between
Okay,
the trucks.
so there's another issue that we really didn't talk about is getting the card across the border and insuring it, and it coming back over. The special circumstances around that is not very easy. Because you're really only paying for, actually it's free right now, but if you have to pay $10, you're only paying for the service. You're not paying for the card, but you have to insure the card to cover your ass, right? So at what point who does the paperwork in that regard? That's a tough bugger, isn't it? Is it eBay prints out this paperwork that's going to bypass all that Can-Am thing? Because you're only allowed, what, $100 in US, and then in Canada, you're only allowed $20 Canadian in value.
Yeah.
So if you're insuring this card and you're going to send it down to you have to send the US ESG, then where do you have any recourse to not get charged back on that? Or
I think there's a lot of things. It goes back to what we talked about earlier. We all understand why, but we see so many problems and things that they created. It's all of their own doing. They made it more difficult than it had to be.
Yeah.
And now they've opened up new problems that they didn't even consider the first time. It's like you created new problems that we hadn't even thought of that you could create because now you've added another set of hands that are touching things. What if they didn't package it correctly? Everything was good. You bought it, but you forced them to take this, send it to somebody who can screw it up, send it to somebody who can ship it and screw it up. And there's about 10 different ways that this can go bad. Okay, so who's responsible? If that card that I showed you, for all the value it was, forget about the fact that it was ungraded at that price point. It's a lot, but forget all that. Okay. Let's say it had gotten damaged. Seriously damaged. Okay, so who's on the hook?
You.
But this is what I'm trying to say. Like,
Did you insure it?
But this is what I'm trying to get at. It's like how, because the thing is, whatever insurance you're doing, I'm shipping it to a third party. And then what's the recourse there? Like, how do we arrange that? What happens? I, as the seller, am now out this amount of money. The buyer technically didn't do anything wrong. They paid for the item. They should have gotten their thing in good condition, in the condition they expected it to be in. I, as the seller, sent it off in the condition they expected it in. And between me and them, we have a problem. So now what?
Well, here's a perfect example. So I just sold this card, and it's a decent amount of money for sure. The guy's in Oakville, so I'm sitting here going, I'd rather meet the guy rather than take the chance of putting it in the mail.
Yeah, at that point.
So I'm going to say, hey, are you in and around the Toronto area? Maybe we can meet. Do you work? And I'm going to ask him that. Oh, what happened?
He's probably getting yelled at still.
Yeah,
He's getting smoked.
Yeah.
Always getting smoked for sure.
You can tell by the smile. He's got yeah.
Yeah, we're about to see him getting beaten viciously, and he needed to get
So
off camera.
anytime that I can meet somebody up, because I always worry about things, like it's not front worry, it's back of the mind worry.
Yeah.
It's sort of like, I hope that card makes it there. I hope it doesn't get damaged. I hope it, because you don't want it back and have to resend it in for grading, or you don't want it to actually disappear because the insurance that you're going to put on it it's another pain in the ass. So, anyways, that's just another issue on top of all the other
Well,
issues
even when
that
everything
we've
works properly, there's still like little elements that you have to work out. Like I mentioned that Ovechkin card that I sold, where I bought it at a reasonable price, graded it, and sold it for a reasonable price. it is sitting at the post office ready for pickup. Like it has arrived to its destination, and at this point, they got the little note card saying, "I have to check. I haven't checked. Like they haven't grabbed it. I think it arrived yesterday, or sorry, Thursday. It arrived Thursday, and we're into Friday. We got through Friday, and I'm sitting there like, so you're gonna go get your card? Like it's at the post office. I know what post office is at because I can see it in the tracker. So it's sitting there. It's been sent to the appropriate place.
See, that's another issue too that
It is.
a lot of people don't realize is well, this goes a little bit deeper than that. Is that they can generate a tracking number, but that doesn't mean they shipped it.
That's
so
true.
you can do it online, and it's because I sat there and I went, it was shipped like 4 days ago. It hasn't moved in the system, and she goes, and then she sends me an email the next day, the 5th day, saying, "Sorry, we haven't gotten around to shipping your card out. We wanted to wait till the end of the week. We didn't want to make a special trip. I hope you forgive us, please." La la la. And I went, "You just had to say that, like." You don't click shipping because when you generate a thing, it automatically says shipped. But you should send me a note if you haven't been there in a couple days, because I just want to know where the car. What did I buy? Yeah, a couple $100 items. So I want to know that it's on the move.
I don't have a problem when I buy something and it says clearly on their site we do our shipping on Fridays. Or whatever.
Okay.
Whatever day of the week.
Yeah.
And I go, yeah, okay.
A lot of people don't read the description, but I agree with you.
I hit buy it now on Monday. It's not going to get shipped till Friday. Okay. I
don't like shipping Friday. I don't like anything sitting in no. I think Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is good. Let it get into the system.
Well, you're probably right. I was just making an example, but you're probably
just saying.
right.
But a lot of people are like that. Yeah, they wait till the end of the week and they ship everything in bulk.
Whatever it is. Tuesdays at 3. Okay, as long as it says that.
4 o'clock's better. But
okay.
Just saying.
Okay, so 4 o'clock. That's what we'll do. And
4 o'clock, 4:15, 4:20.
No, 5 o'clock's the last pickup to the department. So yeah.
But as long as they tell me, that's fine. And if I just like if their shipping was Tuesday and I bought it Wednesday, all right, I gotta wait a week, but they told me straight up, okay, no problem. But yeah, when you just have it sit there and you can tell that they've purchased the shipping label from eBay, they've paid for the tracking number, and you keep looking and you see it hasn't moved on that it drives me nuts.
It's the other part of it too. It's just I just sold that cart today. So when am I going to get the payout? Tuesday, maybe Wednesday? I don't know. We'll see what happens.
I think we discussed this before. I think they're particularly delaying you quite a bit because when I get it, I think it's a day in between. Then they send it and it's dropped in the account.
Usually the next day. So it's almost like by the 3rd day.
Approximately, yeah, give or take.
So which is fine. But on weekend in there, it's just like you might as well sold it on Monday. At that point. So now I gotta. Anyways, wait for. I want to say something else now. Whatever.
Twice in the past week, I have gotten notices saying your item has been delivered. Go to the mailbox. It's not there. It's either it's. I think both times it's been the next day.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. How does that happen? Because I thought my delivery person had to. Scan it with the machine or something to say I put it in the mailbox. I'm not a professional mailman. I don't know, but how are they telling me it's delivered a day beforehand? Because then I start worrying like someone stole it out of my mailbox. It got blown away. I mean, what happened?
It's been bad lately because this works the opposite way because I was expecting it didn't show up on the Friday, so I figured okay, it's going to be, and then it said on the tracking it said available Tuesday, which usually if it comes from the States, it never gets the Monday, it gets the Tuesday. And on Sunday, it's on my porch. I'm sitting there going, what?
I've had weird stuff like that. I've had weird stuff like that where they'll do something odd. Yeah. My favorite though is when Canada Post will mark it as we left the little slip. They'll say we left the slip, the notice card to let you know when to pick it up. And I'm sitting there like, no, you didn't. Because when I'm working in regular time, this is basically my office. There is a window directly in front of me. That window is right beside the front door. If you breathe on it hard, unless you are in fact a ninja, I know that somebody was there.
Well, so you get your mail delivered, not to a box. So that's
my mailbox is right there. So again, unless you're a ninja, You are not that sneaky that you can bypass. So it's like, I know for a fact you came nowhere near my door, sir, madam.
I've heard
They
about
sit in
those
their
Canadian
car
postal
and they fill
ninjas.
them out.
Yeah.
No, they sit in their car and they fill them out, and
Yeah.
they don't even do it. My guys, used to
That's
do that
exactly
years
it.
before.
But what happened is, a lot of times though, it depends. A lot of times, if they declare that this is the case, they don't even attempt to drop the slip. They don't even attempt it. However, if I have a tracking number, which is obviously how I know that they've declared this, I can punch it into the app, and the app will generate the code. And what will happen is they were too lazy to actually drop me the little card, but I can scan it. And sometimes they'll drop it off my local post office before 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
They'll scan it. It'll suddenly pop up with the barcode, and I'll be like, I walk over to the post office. I flip it on. I go, can you scan that? Beep. ID. Thank you. And then my favorite, and I've had this happen multiple times. I did this. I scanned it. I picked up my package. The next day, they will drop off my notice card for a package I already picked up.
Yeah.
Great job, you guys.
That's the post office for you.
I was
There you
like, what is the point? Idiots.
go. They're just lazy. They just want to go home. I get it.
It was
you
just,
know?
but that's the best part. Like, they dropped it off at the local post office, and they'll honor it, because as long as it's in the system and they can scan it, and like from their perspective, they don't care. Yeah, go ahead, scan it. Great. Okay.
Oh, they're writing it out, and then someone texts them, and then that's more important. It's on the dashboard, and it slid to the front, and then he realized it the next day. And
It's happened maybe about a half dozen times over the
me
last
too.
year. It's like it's hilarious. Let me read this real quick here. So Bob here says, imagine reading an eBay description. A lot of people don't know. 95% of eBay buys seem to be children. If the stories you see posted by sellers receive are true, yeah, they are. My 8-year-old bought this by mistake. I need a refund. Yeah, there's been a lot of that.
Actually, someone should write a book on the best eBay responses I've ever.
Well,
seen.
Cardporn compiles a post sometimes.
Yeah, it's
where he'll
funny.
take some of the favorite ones. Yeah,
Oh,
favorite
yeah,
return
it's-
I haven't
excuses
seen
or
any,
refund
yeah.
excuses. He's
It's
got a
funny.
number. He's done some good ones. Sold to Crosby today. Told him it's going to ship Monday. No post office open here in New Brunswick. There you go.
The best one I like is I have to feed my kids, so I can't. It's
Feed him the card.
well, no, because they sold it and you bought it, and I didn't mean to put a buy it now on it.
Oh, then you should go sell
did.
it and get that money so you can feed your kids.
Agreed.
Well, no, they don't want to sell it to you because they realize they screwed up because someone emailed them on this away from the site.
Oh,
You buy some great deals, obviously, because I'm not going to tell them, hey, you're like $200 low on that. So you just buy it, and then somebody will email and go, hey, I would have paid like this much, and then they go, oh, hey, well, I got to refund because I sold that card too cheap. I got to feed my kids, got to feed my family first, and it's like, yeah. I looked at your feedback. I looked at the way you're selling. You're doing okay.
Yep. So Crack Cardco here says, have you done a ship my cards how-to video? No, I did do a review where I did show some stuff on the screen just to walk through the interface and stuff. It might be worthwhile though, because a lot of folks I've actually scanned on Facebook. I feel bad for them because they'll get questions all the time that are like all in the FAQ. I go, maybe I should do a video and like, all right, step 1, you push this button. Step 2, you do this.
It can't be that hard.
It is not hard at all. It's the simplest thing in the world. It's like 4 seconds. Oh, but how do I get you to ship it to them? You put the address and say care of your username.
Yeah.
That's literally it. It's like a P.O. box. Here's the address. Punch it in with the care of.
It's in your eBay, is it not?
Yeah. I've got it loaded
pay
into
it.
my eBay with the address, and I can flip between my Canadian address and the ship my cards address, depending on what makes more sense. If it's a Canadian seller, I'll flip to the Canadian address. If it's a US thing, it'll be easier.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah. I even did it with ComC, and it sped up my delivery infinitely and was cheaper to ship. So, options if you want to use them. Eric, are they going to standard posting? If so, the postal label they put on gets to the post office scanned as delivered. So that's kind of referring to what you were saying, Eric.
Okay.
Yeah, the cheap 50-cent one. Albert here's saying the mail lady does that there. Too many dogs. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't think that's an issue here. It's just laziness, good old fashioned. Best was one I saw the other day. Not as described. Autograph was faded. It was a 1 or 2 year old card with a pack fresh looking autograph. Yeah. So they use a million excuses, and eBay has given them carte blanche to do it, which is unfortunate. Now, that does lead me to kind of the little takeaway, and I think we'll wind her down on this one. I think it's a good spot.
Just to let you know, United States just beat Canada 4-2
in the hockey game.
men's hockey.
Oh
My God, this is like the most devastating I've ever heard, and the last I'm out of beer.
We have to give you a sense of hope.
Well, Well, the women's team beat the United States the other day, so our men made up for it.
Well, at least for the women's hockey, those are the two teams that are competitive. So they're usually like flip victories back and forth. They're usually pretty
Right.
competitive. So kind of playing off what we did talk about though, that is that obviously eBay's done all this stuff, and we've got other platforms. ComC has apparently figured out its machine. It's useful for certain things, not for everything, but for certain things it can be useful. It's certain things it works. MySlabs has started to expand its offerings a little bit. I think from what I understand, they're going to start taking in some raw cards as well, a little bit, under certain circumstances. Now, one thing MySlabs does is that they actually do some vetting for the sellers. They're very stringent about, a little bit more vetting for the sellers, which in turn, and they also have less tolerance for buyers that try to renege on a contract, so to speak.
Golden vetting or another form?
No, like they actually ask
The real
questions.
vetting?
Yeah,
Oh,
real
okay.
questions. Yeah.
I also think they look at your eBay.
Yeah, they actually
and to
analyze
see-
some of your existing. Yeah, the expectation is you have to have a track record of some kind.
Yeah,
That's key. That's key.
Yeah, so they would prefer that before they really let you sell on the platform.
Sticky Fingers just gave us the score update. You're too late, Sticky Fingers. I already told them.
Well, he had to transcribe it to Siri. That took time.
Yeah. Because Siri went, what? They beat Canada?
Yeah, exactly. Siri was confused. He had to explain it, and
Right.
it took a minute.
4-2 for
Yeah.
USA. Yes. Please get it out.
Yeah, absolutely. But that was the funny thing is that it creates an opportunity for like a MySlabs. A little bit of vetting goes a long way, making sure that not all, like there are circumstances where it's legitimate. There are real cases where maybe the product actually didn't get shipped and some shadiness was done or whatever. That's fine. That's legitimate. But if it's one of these BS excuses that are accepted on eBay all the time that card porn gets to post, that's not a friendly environment for the sellers. In addition to the fact their fees are 1% on the buyer, 1% on the seller. Compare that to like 13% on the other side.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but you have to pay for PayPal. Trust me, that's still a lot lower. And a lot more people are very comfortable just using that. Yep. Do it like, goods and services, PayPal, you get a little buyer protection on there as well.
That's what I was just saying. Like, I'm going to get my payout on Tuesday. Now, there's something coming up on Sunday I want to bid on. It's US. I don't have anything in my PayPal account right now. It's sort of like, I'm going to have to convert it. I just don't get the money. And they've become a real inconvenience, I'll tell you.
Yeah. With
this payout, I think it's taken me so many steps back because then it's money in and then US back out, double conversion. We're getting screwed every which way from Sunday, right?
Yeah. No, for sure. I agree with that. But that's what I mean. Like eBay is very much, has very much taken for granted its strong market position historically. It's very much taken it for granted. And it's like you take and take and take, make my life more difficult at every turn. You give me nothing, like nothing.
Oh, overreach. They just keep going and going and going a little step further.
Yeah. And I'm not going to guarantee, like, at this point in time, MySlabs is still relatively new. But do they have an opportunity to take some market share? Yes, they do. Because they're offering an alternative. And if they're able to scale intelligently, they shouldn't try to take all of eBay's stuff all at once. Let them have some of it because it's too much of a pain. But if you take a little bit, vet the sellers a little bit, make sure the buyers can't abuse the system a little bit, you can build a platform that people can get happy with over time, and then you'll do more transactions. You can do bigger transactions because you can still make money at 1% on each side of the transaction. That's still good. That's still some money for the platform. There's opportunities, I think.
I think so. And I think they've given too much power to the buyer. And I think the seller needs to have, like, how many years have you been on eBay, Carlos?
97 or 98, something like that.
Yeah, I've been doing it since 98.
May 1998.
I'd have to look, but definitely in the 90s,
Yeah, 20 years. Okay. So
Yeah.
everyone's 20 years. Like 20 years on eBay. And your payments are always before the automatic payments, which I kind of like. I like that they're paid, because what I used to do if I got paid, I would pay my fees right away, just so I wouldn't have this bill at the end of the month going, $400. What the heck did I sell? I don't want to do that. So I used to always just kind of throw some money at it all the time, and it was really good for me. But I do like that they take that out. So
Sure.
That is one benefit that I do like, but I don't like this other pay system of waiting and delay and double conversion. It just
right.
It hurts the marketplace, especially for Canadians, because we're already paying another 25 points on the dollar plus eBay fee plus. It just
No, it's like I said earlier, without sellers, you do not have eBay. Okay, they have to come first. Is the buyers don't come first, the sellers have to come first. They bring the items and then the buyers come to look at them. And if you're not going to treat the sellers the way they need to be treated, why should they keep coming to your platform, especially now that there's others out there?
Well, I think that's where the dollar value comes in. Is that if you have a certain amount of feedback or a reputation or a length of sales of the last 3 years or whatever, you should be able to sell that $1,500 card or that $2,000 card. If you're selling a $40,000 card, you shouldn't be selling it ungraded anyways, right?
And I just want to point out
be
that
honest.
with my opinions the way they are, I have sold one card and I've sold one thing personally in the last many years.
So I wouldn't trust you. I wouldn't trust you as a seller then.
I just bought it. I just sold the Ken Dryden card like last week. I think I told you guys that. You know, that's the first thing I've sold in years. I buy all the time, you know, and that's where my number is. You know, it's 99% me purchasing.
99. That's it.
No, that's not my number.
I know what he meant. I know what he meant, but I appreciate
99%.
Only 99%. So you're screwing over the 1%, Eric.
My 1%.
bad.
The 1% is how much I've sold. You know, since the 90s. It's just, you know, it's not what I do. So,
how many feedback do you have?
I'd have to go and look. I don't know.
Really?
I
Carlos,
don't
you
know.
got
500.
1445.
I don't know.
nice and easy, right?
Yeah. Well, I had it up.
I have no
Remember when
idea.
you asked me the date? I can check on the little thing.
Yeah.
So it gives me all that info. I did predominantly buying, but I've definitely sold consistently on and off over the years. So it's a little bit every year. The last little while I've sold a little bit, but I also buy a lot.
You're
more.
mostly a buyer. Yeah, I understand.
I just
It's very heavily skewed, but I have sold some stuff the last couple of months because there've been some opportunities. So I take them where they come.
I just didn't want you guys or the people in the chat to think that I'm you know, I have a pro seller philosophy and a stance. I didn't want people thinking that I'm on eBay all day selling, you know, thousands of dollars of my own stuff, and that's why I have this stance. It's just the opposite. I think that the bad actors who are buyers are ruining it for us, and eBay caused all this by not respecting the sellers. So,
Yeah. Well, I think even if you're a buyer, selfishly, if it makes the marketplace so unfriendly for sellers, eventually you won't be able to find good stuff on it.
That's right.
Like it'll be the quality, the average quality of the items available will drop off. They'll go to other platforms.
right.
So then if I'm a more advanced collector and I need something a little bit more exotic, something more interesting, I need to go find these other locations and platforms and places because now it's going to be scattered in the hobby universe.
So how are they going to flag every card that's over a certain value point? That'll be a real tough thing because we're talking thousands and thousands of cards.
Well, you can automate that just by the price, by the final price, or
Whatever the
price that you
final
put it on.
price is, you just
you an algorithm can handle that.
What if you don't explain it properly?
You're referring to like in the description for the
The
authentication
listing,
piece?
yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. Nope, that's another potential pitfall that it creates. It is like, so technically the card is legitimate, but not as described. Like you didn't actually describe it correctly. You didn't actually sell what you were trying to do.
No, but if you know, is it going to cover every base if you have a Sidney Crosby rookie? You just put Crosby, whatever, Crosby card for sale.
eBay 101?
No, if you do that, and you know,
Yeah.
what value can they put on that if they don't really? What kind of Crosby card is it? They have to go in and look and see the card. Like what?
No, I think it's the subcategories when you put in, you know, sports
those
memorabilia
stupid mandatory.
cards.
I would not want to
cards,
sell cards now
you know,
because
whatever.
you have to fill out
Yeah.
everything. Is it great? Is it this? It's
Right.
like, oh my
Right.
god!
It takes forever. So
For a lot of
Memorabilia.
stuff, I cheat and I use an existing listing and I sell one like this.
Oh, sell some of it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I do all.
it pre-fills some of that stuff. I can
Right.
tweak it a little bit, but for the most
Right.
part,
And
it's
then
fine.
you see where it's noted where you do the quick changes.
Yeah, just make some small tweaks. Yeah.
so
I don't want to do it from scratch.
That is what they're probably focused on is
The
those
tags.
those subcategories, not what you write, but what you pick down there, and then they just look at is it whatever the final sale price is. So
Yeah.
if it's over the 750, whatever it is, it's over that. It matches the the choice that you made. Boom, it automatically goes, and you get
Yeah.
a text saying you need to mail it to us instead of the
Well, if they go down
buyer.
to $250, then that's big trouble for them.
That's going to be problematic, yeah, because it's going to be a lot more stuff, right? Just
Oh
naturally.
God, yeah.
Yeah. So real quick,
$1,000. I think maybe, possibly. I think it should be more. I think anything over $2,500.
I get it. No,
Then it's
I'm
worth
inclined to
grading.
agree. I'm inclined to agree, but I think they're going to go the other way. I think everybody knows.
Well,
like,
it's
Yeah.
a money grab, right? Because
Of
they're
course.
looking at the fourth quarter.
of course.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
the
it
first
should have been
quarter.
$1,000 and above. But again,
Grants
people-
too
but
can
people-
fluctuate. It can fluctuate
Yeah,
to
I
$300.
hear you. Again, I just any frustration I have, I go with the bad actors who caused all this.
And what about the condition? So you got a raw card on there.
Mhm.
You're calling it a 5, and somebody thinks it looks like a 7. Like, so
I honestly don't
It's
think grading
so
comes into
skewed.
it. I
With
really
raw,
don't think.
it's
No,
deep sea
ungraded.
pitches for item condition. That's what I do,
Oh, you're that guy. Okay. No.
and I give 10 pictures of close-ups in each corner, and I tilt it, and I give awesome pictures.
No. Well, you sold one item, so I don't know how awesome it could be.
Well,
he
well,
needed months to sell that one item. He was doing a photo shoot.
Well,
Realist
what I said was, I personally have only sold. I told you guys that I got a gig with somebody that
Gotcha.
and
Understood.
Okay, so we need a portfolio of
Enough
some
spent.
high res images. We need a portfolio of some high res images. We need to see what's going
I've
on
been
here.
I've
Is this
been
like
putting-
8K video? Is this
I've
like
been
8K
putting
pictures?
a lot of stuff on eBay.
Okay.
Enough said. We understand. I get it now. Yeah.
Yeah. So
But
real quick,
that
here,
is an issue, is it not?
I'd agree. No, I agree. It depends on what the nature is of what they're double checking against. Like, because if
I
you
put a Gretzky on. Is it a 2? Is it a 3? Is it a 4?
no, I
Is it
get you, but
graded?
my thought process would be if you list it. So let's say you list a Gretzky rookie and they drop the threshold 250. It's going to sell for over 250. Like, just a quick example. Doesn't matter
Leave
what
it
grade
at
it's in.
750. Leave it
Yeah.
at 750, and it's
Sure.
a 3 or 4.
Yeah. But it's ungraded. But it still sells for over the threshold. So it still triggers it, it does it, whatever. If it's not explicit what the grading is, then at that point, your only job would really be to confirm that it's an authentic Gretzky. Beyond that, the grade is irrelevant because you're not doing third-party grading in that situation. You're doing third-party authentication only.
Yeah, but value is everything, right?
No, but the thing is,
Doesn't matter what it is.
once it goes over the threshold, it does. To your point, it doesn't matter what it is, as long as it's real and as long as it's sold legitimately. Your job is to make sure that that's a real Gretzky rookie. Yes. What's the grade? I don't care. I'm not looking at that, but it's real, and it's sold for $800. Send it. I'm just saying, like, I think they've left the language very loose in terms of like what's being done.
True, yeah.
I don't think they're actually putting in like a numerical grade on it in any way, even a pre-grade. I don't think they're doing that. I think they're strictly doing authentication only. I think that's all that sticker is offering you.
How do you determine the value?
Why do they care what the value is?
Yeah,
Well, you're only allowed to list a card over a certain value, right?
No. It's if it sells over that value, it goes.
Yeah.
You can sell a 1990 Pro Set card for $1,000. Somebody buys it, send it.
I guess it'll be a surprise to some people because they don't realize what they have, and then they're going to
Yeah.
realize, hey, what
As
happened?
long as the transaction completed over the price threshold, it triggers it.
right.
Yeah, it's a tough thing to.
Whether it makes sense or whether you bought something you should have paid that for is a different conversation.
Yeah, that is another.
But as
conversation.
long
That's
as
what I'm
it's a real
thinking.
transaction, that's it.
I get it. I understand the premise being okay, but like I said, extra shipping involved, extra handling.
I agree. I
Tough.
100% agree. 100%
No.
agree. So Albert here says why all sales on Facebook 357. I'll touch on this really quick because it plays into one other piece of mail I did get this week. I got my
Aaron
cards and
Rodgers.
everything. What's that? Yes, it plays into it, but not a card. Something different. So this is a little envelope that contains one share certificate in the Green Bay Packers. I am now officially an NFL owner.
How the hell? Wait a minute.
Wow.
So
How
as such, I will send Aaron Rodgers off the island.
How? Wait a minute. How did? Explain. You don't.
Every once in a blue moon, I will explain.
All right.
Every once in a blue moon, the Packers are a publicly owned team where they do sell shares, but not all the time.
Oh,
The
okay.
last time they sold shares was 2011. 2011 was actually the very first time that Canadians could buy in. but I wasn't able to get in on it because it was only at the 11th hour, because these are real shares. They actually have to register these. Even though they're non-tradable and you can't sell them and all the rules that are involved, you have to fill in actual paperwork to get it, to register it under only yourself. I cannot sell this. I cannot transfer it. It is only under my name and my name only. But in 2011, it was until the very 11th hour that they were able to get the Canadian one through. So what happened is I wanted to buy it, but I couldn't. Canada wasn't available. It wasn't allowed. And then I found out after it had completed that, like literally in the last 2 weeks, they were able to get the paperwork through. I'm like, really? So then I found out that in 2021, at the end of the year, they decided to do another share sale. So they've done it. This is the 2021 share sale, and it ends in about 10 days, or right at the end of this month, basically. So once again, Canadians were allowed to buy the shares. So I have purchased a single share of the Green Bay Packers.
And the percentage is 0.000.
Oh, there's millions of shares. There's millions of shares. Yeah,
I think
it's not by percentage. And you get your little letter, which explicitly says, "Thank you for your recent purchase of stock. You can now say you are an NFL owner." Signed, Mark Murphy, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Green Bay Packers.
Nice.
And do you get a check of like 25 cents a year?
No dividends. Literally, you can vote at the shareholder meeting. You are a shareholder legally in every single way,
Okay.
but there's no dividend or anything to it.
Huh. Isn't that interesting?
An owner of a company that you don't make money on. That's a shitty company.
It's just for the bravado.
Well, no, the thing is, legally by that part, you are a part owner of it. But like every single corporation has different. You don't have to give dividends as a corporation. You can
don't
run
have to disclose what you have. I'm just part owner of Green Bay Packers. Yeah.
What happens? Sure. That's what happens. It's like you can sell the shares as a corporation. You can sell the shares. Like my parents actually created their own corporation when my mother was doing her business as a contractor. Mm-hmm. I am a director and shareholder in that corporation. There are shares. There's a certain amount of shares, and they're distributed amongst the family members.
Who's the CFFO? Come on.
I think that's Carlos Senior because we thought it would be funny. I would have voted for it no matter what.
I think someone made a funny joke in one of the other podcasts or something. They were saying, what is these guys who are like a one-man team and they write on their business card CFO, or it's just like, are you guys kidding? Get real. Like you're big, like I'm the CFO of the Burrell and the BHC. Yeah, whatever. Kind of funny.
But that's the thing. If you've got a small corporation, you can name directors or whatever. But here's the thing. In order to do it, you still have to put it in the legal paperwork. You actually have to get a notary to it's actually in paperwork. These are the amount of shares. This is who owns how many shares. And it's all built in. You have to go through all that trouble. Otherwise, it would be easy. But the problem is I had to sign off like on 3 pieces of paperwork to do it. For the privilege of sending the Green Bay Packers, but it's like, I'm going to frame the damn thing and put it on my wall. It's the fun of that.
Reminds me of an old promotion in 1954, Quaker Oats in the United States and Canada. You could own a piece of Alaska.
Yeah.
So what Quaker Oats did, they bought a square or whatever they bought, and everybody was able to own. It created so much shit. There was so much crap. They didn't go through all the paperwork and the lawyer stuff as much as they should have been. Everybody ended up whatever. So they had a big problem in the newspaper. So I was looking that up a year or two ago, and I found that to be interesting. So
yeah,
I could have owned Alaska.
A cereal company was selling parts of Alaska. Oh, that's great.
Just a promotion. It was great.
Yeah. Well, there's these companies that pretend they can sell parts of the moon.
Yeah. Green Bay Packer. Here we got a shareholder right in our midst.
It's true.
Eric.
Well, if I had nothing better to do, like they actually would have shareholder meetings every year. You can go and vote on crap.
Yeah, just set that
you are a shareholder. You can in fact vote on that stuff.
I'm a shareholder.
That's right.
You and the other million people.
I think they've actually got the tally. It's quite a number, and they've got shareholders from a bunch of different countries and things. When they do the share, but like I said, they only do it they literally did the last one in 2011. They do them when they're going to do certain. The last one was to do a renovation on Lambeau Field, so I assume this one is for another set of renovations. So they basically open.
It's smart.
Yeah, they'll open it up and be like, but again, legally on paper, it's the only team currently that is left that is publicly owned,
right?
That you can sell shares to because all the other ones don't. So they got grandfathered in. Everybody else has to be like a real owner. You can't. One person or one family can buy in. That's it. They're grandfathered in because they were doing that from forever ago. There have been share sales, I want to say since the 50s or the 40s. but it's every maybe decade or so at most because it's when they need it, not all the time.
So was it 40, $50 or something?
Oh God, no, it's 300.
Oh,
Yeah, for one share. One share. And they say,
Somebody
oh, you can
likes
buy
the
up to
Packers.
200 shares. I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Like, why would you buy 200? The person who bought 200 shares got to pay 200 times what I did for no additional privileges.
nothing.
They get exactly what I get. I was like, you know, you could just buy one share and you get the exact same privileges, right?
And you can't trade it. And you can't do.
Yeah, it's literally so you can frame it and put it on your wall. That's
Yeah.
what, as a fan of the team, that's your one thing you can do. And that was it. But it just
Wow.
made me laugh. I was like, okay.
Okay, $300.
Yeah. So lots of bootleg action figures on eBay now from China. Yep. eBay's been flooded with crap from China. Yep. Buyers will go where the cards are. Agree with that. Yep. Good evening. Absolutely. All automated. Yep. Just quickly getting caught up here. I like that. Awesome pictures of beer. Yes, perhaps.
No,
Is this-
he's making fun of my Boston.
I know.
accent.
I know.
Yes.
We've made fun of you plenty today. I didn't want to dwell
Yeah.
on it too long.
No, Bob's just mean.
Fair. Valid.
Just mean.
Is the CSU whatever going to be able to handle the
Bob
volume?
Lewis?
That's one of the. Well, Bob Lewis is a different case entirely. He's special.
I'm Bobby, so I don't know. who
No,
that
that's
is.
Bob Jackson. He's in the comments. He's mean. He's picking on me.
Oh,
yeah.
Bob's picking on everybody. I know.
Yep.
Makes
That
me
was
laugh.
one of
The
the
guy's
that was one of the
hysterical.
issues we see if
Everyone
they drop
but
the threshold.
Me and Carlos. Yeah.
Oh no, he makes fun of me in a second.
Yeah, it's coming.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
So is it going to handle the volume from this? That was one of the questions we put up. That was one of the questions we asked in the original one. Like if they lower the threshold, they're going to have more volume. So
Oh,
can
yeah.
they handle the volume? I don't know the answer to
Exactly.
that. I think it's 750. Tim mentioned that there have been some where they've slipped through the cracks. I assume it's before shipping and tax. That's what I think it's supposed to be, but we don't know how they're going to apply it going forward.
Even the volume at 750 is still huge.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know. I agree.
It's like they're going to need a new building that you can see from space.
Ooh, I know a guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do too. Yeah.
You do indeed, name. You do indeed.
Don't.
Carlos is the
encourage
worst
him,
NFL
name.
owner I know because he's the only NFL owner I know. Have you seen some of the NFL owner? Let me tell you about the Washington Commanders.
Oh, good lord.
Sorry, my friend. I cannot lay claim. Listen, I will take credit where it is due, even being the worst. I can't hold a candle to the Washington owner. I can't. Sorry.
No, nobody can.
There's almost nothing I can do, even
know.
as a shareholder of the Green Bay. I'd have to work actively to be horrible to get to the level that he's already achieved.
Amazing.
Actively. It's
I
incredible.
don't know about him. So
Yeah, he's basically been embroiled in multiple lawsuits, sexual harassment suits, all kinds of horrible things. They were the Washington Redskins. For years, he got like, that is a terrible name, terrible name. He didn't want to change it, But then finally, he's like, okay, fine, I'll change it. He changes to the Washington Football Team. So all the fans are like, really? You couldn't think of a name?
Red Black.
And then finally, they think of a name, and it's like, we're going to be the Washington Commanders.
So
Really?
stupid.
This is what
I-
you could come up with. This is the
I
best you could
honestly did not mind.
Red Black. Remember?
I think I'm
do.
one
Football
of the,
team was actually fun. I liked football team.
But it was
I
Red
liked
Black.
the Washington
Or is
football
it-
team. I
yeah.
thought it was kind of old school. I kind of liked it. I didn't have a
It's
problem with
soccerish because you can have football club.
it. Yeah.
I'm actually okay with. Here's the thing: the headlines where it's like football team wins playoff game. Yes, this is wonderful. I like it. I actually enjoyed it. I thought it was good.
I didn't have a problem with it, but God,
Let's go
Washington
football.
Commanders
Let's
is
go.
a joke. What a,
No, the owner. It's the Dan Snyder. Dan Snyder's the owner of Washington.
I think
No,
he
he's
wanted
a
to like rub
horrific
it in-
owner.
I think
Horrific
he wanted to
owner.
rub it in people's faces or something because hey, you made me change it.
Yes.
All right, here, suck on this.
I root for football.
This is things that are allowed when they're football team. I'm like, you sir did this to be insulted, to be as a joke, but I like that idea. That was one of the only good ideas you came up with, and it was a stupid idea, but it was decent.
Yeah.
Everything else, garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, this is just horrible.
Genericized it to nothing.
Pretty much. Well, now they're the Commanders, so
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, isn't
Commanders.
that the old thing? Isn't that the old name?
The old name was
Yeah.
Redskins.
No, did they not use the Commanders years ago?
No,
20s,
they've been the
30s?
Redskins for a very long time. They
Yep.
were.
There's another Commanders team. I heard
There
something about it. Anyway.
there have been a couple of other teams that have used similar names.
Yeah.
There was an AAF team, and there was also, I think, a XFL team, and they used a similar naming convention to that.
Okay.
Very similar.
And
I
it
thought there was
sucked. And
something
it
there.
sucked for them too.
Oh, fudge.
It wasn't good, yeah. Do you think the extra step of authentication will cause more buyers to cancel the purchases due to time taken? It could. Tim touched on it because there are some purchases where somebody's trying to do the quick flip thing. Any additional delay can immediately like miss the window on something. I joked about it, but it's like, imagine you get stuck in this. You buy your card on June 26th. You're trying to beat the deadline for the zombie apocalypse, and it would have gotten there. Except now you have to send it there, then they have to hold it and carefully align it outside of the card saver 1 at a bad angle, and then ship it to you. By the time it gets to you, zombie apocalypse is already hit. You're done.
That's right.
I'd love to see that boardroom. It was great. Like, hey, we got to do something. There's too much cards, too many things going wrong, and that guy goes, I got it. Why don't we do this? And we'll make money.
True.
And it was like a double indemnity thing. You're just like, oh, we help them, but then we take from them. Don't worry. We'll get them later.
Yeah. So Bob here also adds that I am also the best NFL owner he knows since I'm the only one he knows for the same reason above.
Oh, there
at least you got both angles covered, so I appreciate that, Bob.
There's
So Jeff here,
$600.
Jeff here, good evening. 300. I only bought one.
Oh, both, yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah. So yeah, the Packers too for real, same buy-in. Now, hopefully you bought only one share because any more than one share is pointless. Like it genuinely is pointless.
You can still buy 199 more.
No, 200 is the max.
Well, you got one already.
Yeah. So yeah. So Bob says for Carlos' ego, I don't do anything on this channel for my ego. Anyway, you know that isn't big enough. It's true. It isn't. He can now add NFL owners to his list of accomplishments. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Keep going. Keep going. No.
I didn't say anything else.
Might increase the draft.
Listen, I didn't go to IMT. I read the whole thing.
It might increase your numbers on the podcast.
It might. Yeah, I might have to add NFL owner to my
a little bit.
To my
Yes.
social medias. Yeah, that's true. With powerful enough satellite, that's fair. I think that's fair. The Washington Rough Riders. I like that you kept it with the one word. I like that you kept it with the one word because we got the one word and the two words.
Nobody likes hyphenates.
Well, it wasn't a hyphen. It was two words, wasn't it? Wasn't it Rough Riders?
I was just being funny.
But which one was which? Now I forget. Which one's Saskatchewan? One word or two?
Saskatchewan. Rough Riders is one word. Rough Riders was Ottawa was two words.
It was two words. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So stupid.
Oh, it was. Trust me.
Well, Renegades and then Red Blacks after that, so you got to keep an R in it somehow.
Renegades was okay, but I mean,
Renegades I thought was fine. At least it was different. You put a different logo on it.
Renegades was from way back. I think that's what I was maybe thinking.
Okay.
I think they used the Renegades back in the 10s or 20s or something like that.
Okay.
So they've been around since 18 whatever, right?
Yeah, well, they in their original iteration, they were right there with the Argos early in like the 1800s. So they were like they had a long run in their.
You can look it up on the CFL website because remember it's combined with mine. You have all passwords to get in anyway, so it doesn't matter.
It's true. It is true.
So there will be CFL on there, all to current date. CFL is easier to manage, obviously. So.
Yeah, I would say I would agree with that. I would agree with that.
So did you guys happen to see, just talking about the Washington football team, that before they made the official change, there was all these different rumors out there and suggestions. And one of the things that got one of the biggest pushes was for them to change their name to the Washington Red Tails. Did you see that at all?
No.
Really?
Okay. So hold on, because I'm a huge, I wanted that very badly. So the Red Tails historically was the code name for the Tuskegee Airmen during World War II.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Yep.
So now keep in mind that I won't go into the entire history because people maybe not be interested, but these black pilots never lost a bomber during all of their missions. They were not one. Okay. Every single bomber made it back to base that these guys escorted. Unbelievable. So there was this huge push to call them the Washington Red Tails. So they're not going to have to change their uniforms and the team colors. And they had an unbelievable logo of a Mustang fighter.
Yeah, it's cool looking.
It was awesome. And it had a huge push online, and I was really hoping because look at the PR thing, right?
Mhm.
You have them changing the Redskins, right? Because of it's derogatory towards people, and this you want to get away from that and become more PC. You could have easily flipped it to promoting a whole different race and culture, and something very wonderful that these men were able to accomplish all these years ago. You went from disrespecting this category of people to praising this category of people. It would have been a great PR thing. Plus the everything that they had online was remarkable. And Carlos, I know you're able to flip around on the computer and do the show at the same time.
I can probably, I can pull it up here.
And if you could find it, it's very quick. It's easy to find the Washington Red Tails and bring up the logo. It was incredible. And instead, they come up with this jackass Commanders thing. I mean, they had a PR opportunity. They had an unbelievable history.
So this is the one with the plane, right? It's the one with the plane. Okay.
Yeah, with the Mustang.
Yeah, I got you.
It was incredible. They
it
screwed this up every way they possibly could.
Well, Eric, you got to understand. We're talking about here fellow NFL owner Dan Snyder. He's like the worst. He's like the worst. So when we have the owners' meetings, I might have to have words with this man. Is what's going to have to happen. I'm going to have to come in as the representative and be like, we're going to have words.
That is
it's like you
awesome.
You own shares in Beckett, don't you? We got to have multiple words, unlike levels.
I think I definitely own shares in Beckett.
Yeah.
So, I mean, imagine that. I would buy so many Washington football items. Just incredible. Plus the history of it.
For $1?
Just incredible.
I am.
So
yeah. I think I do agree with you. I think that is a very good logo, and with the backstory and everything. But again, if it wasn't Dan Snyder, where it's like, this sounds like a good idea, we're gonna do the opposite.
It's just
okay. It's like, yep, that's how this man is running that franchise. That's basically how this works.
I mean, imagine you being called the racist for X amount of time, and you didn't do too much to get people to believe otherwise, and then you flipped your franchise around to that. You can't be called a racist anymore.
I don't think he was worried about it. It seemed
again, I'm just talking about just using.
I get it.
Some smarts.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you have this racist label attached to you. That is very difficult to get out from under, even if it's true or false. You get that label. That's not something you can just say no, sir.
It's been racist for 80 years.
And you had an opportunity to be like, see, look.
This is what they actually came up with. This is what they ended up with. The Commanders. Or by their shortened version, the Commies.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah.
No, they've been already called the Commies. Some people are like, the Washington Commies.
Yep. Unbelievable.
It's like you set yourself up for this. Like you opened the door to this Pandora's box. This is
so you're a communist racist now.
There you go. It's Washington. What are you gonna do?
Oh, it's so ridiculous.
Yeah. The color scheme I don't mind, but like I said, your logo concept was much better. I would have preferred the logo concept. And like I said, it's a good backstory. At least you could have played it up. You could have had some fun with it. You could even do flyovers. You could have had a bomber flyover. Like that could have worked. Mm-hmm. Why not? Roll with it. An opportunity was there. Like it rolled itself.
Antique Mustangs fly over the field. Oh my god.
That's what I mean. Like you could have incorporated that into your little flyover, like in your opening game. There you go. They do that with the Ticats with the Lancaster. They have the plane flyover. Like it's a tradition thing. They fly it over. Like here you go. Like play right into it. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
So real quick here, let me scroll through. Can't wait to see what the Alpha Commander logo. So hopefully you saw that. It was like that W. That was the Commander logo. Nothing special.
So bad.
Yep. Their colors too. Commies confirmed. Yep. This was another one that was thrown out there. Why have they called the Hogs? Because they had the line that was nicknamed the Hog. So it was, at least it has a history to the team.
Yep.
Something related to it. And some of their fans, like their section of the fans, like the Raiders used to have the black hole, and they used to have all their
And
fans.
Cleveland
like,
had the
painted up.
dog pound.
Yeah, the dog pound. Yeah, for Cleveland. Well, the Washington fans, a bunch of them were the Hogs. So it's like, okay, you've got a nickname that at least plays into something related to this franchise. It's
Yeah,
not
it
completely
could
out
have
of
been
left field.
They could have been the Boars, or something along those lines. So some type of the Wild Boars.
I think I think the overall
I don't
point
know.
though is that I don't mind the historical angle and you can play it in. That was a good option. Playing it into the actual history of the franchise, you could have played that up and played into.
Yeah.
You had options. The point
Yeah.
is you had lots of good options.
Right.
But what's the worst option we can pick? How about this one? Sounds good.
That's it.
It's like
They were better
honestly, they
off-
should have stuck with football team.
Yep.
I like football team way better. Football team was
Absolutely.
vastly superior.
Right.
Yes.
Because again, Carlos, you made a great comparison. All over the world, you have the city football club for
Yeah.
soccer teams.
You
Right?
could be the only one in the NFL to do it. Just you
Yeah.
can be football team. Why not?
Washington Warthogs. That would have worked.
There are
And-
1,000 variants that you could have done
and-
that would have all been
And
fine.
a warthog is another type of fighter plane, and that
Yeah,
could have been your
that's true.
symbol.
That is true.
So you could have done so much, and they did that.
They did.
That is a missed opportunity. And the NFL is all about the branding. Like that's a beautiful opportunity missed. They
Mhm.
make so much money on this stuff.
It-
Like you can see it over on the side. So this thing here is one of those little felt things that do the different logos.
Mm-hmm.
But like even the bottom two, this is the current one, but then this one here gets used on stuff all the time. This is one of the older logos. They'll throw it onto shirts. They'll throw it onto like hats and different. The NFL loves to market stuff like that. Oh, you have old historical logos? We can use them. Why not? Like, so you come up with a decent logo, even after you rebrand later, you can still bring it back as a retro, a throwback, use it.
Leafs do it all the time.
And
They've done it a lot. They got a
And
lot
not-
of versions.
and I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but
Ooh.
you had this opportunity where your players are 90-something% black. You've had there a lot of we got the whole Black Lives Matter movement that has moved into the NFL. Players are wearing things on their helmets. They got Black Lives Matter in their end zone, and you could have had one of the most significant, most prideful Black history moments in they just fucked the whole thing up.
The Dan Snyder regime in a nutshell. Yes.
I just dumbfounds me.
There you go. All right, guys. So any last words or thoughts, throw them in the comments, and then we'll wind her down on that. Got a little football discussion in there. We already gave our predictions for the Super Bowl anyway. We did that last week. We took care of that. I'm not going to do the prop bets. We ran out of time. I have them, but it's like, we're good. We've done pretty well tonight. We covered a lot of ground. We had a little fun. Thank you to Tim for joining us and hanging out. Thank you to Yannick. He was a little bit beat up from the week of doing studies, but he was able to hang in there a little bit.
Brad,
Absolutely. Brad is always a good time. He was able to show some cool cards. We were able to have a little bit of fun and talk about some of these other things. And hopefully you got the gist that Brad doesn't mind talking about the other third-party graders. He doesn't mind giving his opinion. Like, he's free to do that, which is always a good thing.
Yeah, it seems like he's still got a little bit of a cough or what have you. So.
Yeah, he's still working
Yeah.
through it. The good news is he can now taste cereal. So Captain Crunch is back in play. I did ask him the other day.
Just cereal?
No, just his taste is back.
Thank
I used the Captain Crunch. It was like, Captain Crunch, can you taste the Captain Crunch? It's important. The answer is
Hey,
yes.
I was on this show with COVID with a fever of 101. I don't want to hear about Brad and his little cough, and he was able to hang on the show. Come on.
But could you taste Captain Crunch?
That's the
I
thing.
don't want to eat Captain Crunch. It's gross and it hurts the roof of your mouth.
It does hurt.
Really?
I
So
know.
what is it about the Captain Crunch taste that bothers you?
Oh, I love the taste. That's the best taste ever.
I do.
If you leave it sit in the milk, drink that milk after. Ooh, man, it's awesome.
So which cereal do you prefer, Eric?
I'm not answering.
Anyway, so we'll wind down the show on that. Disrespecting the captain it's just wrong.
Mine
Like,
is honey shreddies.
that works. I think that's reasonable. Bob Lewis had some definite. We had the cereal discussion. Bob Lewis had some definite opinions and some thoughts on some cereal as well. 140 days until July the 1st. Thank you for that name. Captain Crunch is top tier. These are facts. So what do you have to say for yourself for disrespecting the captain? Moving on. Anyway, so thank you to Eric for his brief appearance. Unfortunate as it was, but you know, it is what it is. Reese's, Eric eats something like grape nuts. Yeah, probably. You know, he's a bit of a weirdo. What do you have to say for yourself? Grape nuts?
Raisin bran.
I still like that.
No, not bad. Not bad. Not bad. I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
I
Thank
found
you.
the raisins to be sometimes really hard, and I just went, "How fresh are these raisin brands?"
It can be, but I think I guess it depends on when was the expiry date? Like how close was it? Was it right at the end, or did you?
It was
still
almost
have
like
some time?
always, and then there was some
Really?
other
Okay.
ones that came out.
I
with
also
raisins
like
that
Golden
were-
Grams.
Sure, that's fine. Yeah, I think it's reasonable.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
Oh, he can't redeem himself all the way. This is, you know, he's trying to get himself like partway through. This is about
That's
the
it.
most we could hope
I'm
for.
not eating anything else.
Honey Nut Cheerios.
They're not, if I had to pick a third, I'd pick that.
Oh, okay.
If I had to.
Carlos, you a cereal guy?
A little bit. I used to be more. Now it's one of those things where a lot of times I'll just make myself toast or a sandwich like for breakfast, and then lunch is usually where I have a full meal because a lot of times give myself some time. That's where I prefer to do. So breakfast a little bit lighter, dinner's a little bit lighter, lunch is a little bit heavier. And then when I do these things, I'll try to grab a snack before the show just to give myself enough energy to get through. And then I'll grab my snack after the show. So usually that's how I'll play it out.
Yeah.
All right, we got a little bit of activity there at the end for the cereals.
Uh-huh.
The cereal discussion always kicks in. The food stuff, always, all the time. Nature of raisins, some are awful, some are good. Yep, puff wheat. Okay, that's a
Ooh.
different take. It's a bit plain, but okay. You know, if it works for you, it works for you. Honeycomb, yeah. Cinnamon Toast Crunch is a good solid choice. Yeah, I like that. I eat cereal 2 or 3 times a year, whatever I have in the pantry. Fair enough, Bob. Fair enough. But at least you had some opinions.
Stale in the pantry.
It can,
Ugh.
yeah. It can,
Yeah.
yeah, for sure. You have to be
Well,
careful
once
with
a
that
year,
stuff.
twice a year. Come
You have
on.
to get careful with that.
It's not fresh.
If you're only gonna have cereal 2 or 3 times a year, then I would get those little lunch box. You know, like the ones they used to give you, the small
Yeah.
cereal box. That's just like a one serving.
I love those.
Yeah, but at least if you're only gonna have cereal a couple of times a year, then yeah, you eat it and it's done and it's gone, and you don't have
Did
to
you
worry about
guys
the rest
pour
of the
the
box.
milk into the box, or did you dump the box into a bowl?
No,
I did the milk into the box.
It never really worked out well that way, but it was.
I've
eat
tried
it
both. If you can manage it, it's okay.
Gotta eat it
most,
fast.
most people don't even know that it's perforated around there that you can do that.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Like really, and they've been doing that since. Well, I was eating them that way in the 70s, so maybe
you
even
go.
the late 60s. I'm not sure.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch is decent, but not top tier. Here you go. But we're the one who knows has the best chicken sandwich. We're not touching that one tonight.
That's not
Corn-
our area.
Yeah,
Our
cornflakes with
expertise.
lots of sugar. Okay, fair enough. Other people here eat the cereal. And then Bob Jack, how dare you? Cinnamon Toast Crunch not being top tier is a controversial take, Bob. It's a controversial take. I appreciate the energy at the end. Thank you for that. That was really good, guys. All right, guys. I think that'll be it for tonight. We'll come back with whatever the content gods decree next week. We'll figure some more stuff out. I'm sure they'll come up with something between now and then. So thank you all for the comments. Appreciate it. Thank you for everybody that came on, hanging out, and Tim before he got murdered horrifically off camera. That's about the best we can do. Other than that, it'll be the usual thing. More videos coming up on the channel. The live stream next week on Friday. And on your way out, if you'd be so kind, if you could hit the like button, it does help with the YouTube algorithm, as always. And it is free. Still remains free to this day, even in 2022. But eBay fees will go up. Not related, but the like button is still free. Still free. Anyway, thank you very much, guys. Appreciate you hanging out, and we'll catch you in the next one.
See y'all.